Part 4. Problems of Philosophy, Science, Religion, and Society. Section 1. Thought, Philosophy, Science, and Yoga. Chapter 1. The Intellect and Yoga. Intellectual Truth and Spiritual Experience. Intellectual truths? Do you think that the intellectual truth of the divine is its real truth? In that case, there is no need of yoga. Philosophy is enough. Philosophy knows nothing about peace and silence or the inner and outer vital. These things are discovered only by yoga. Yoga is not a thing of ideas, but of inner spiritual experience. Merely to be attracted to any set of religious or spiritual ideas does not bring with it any realization. Yoga means a change of consciousness. A mere mental activity will not bring a change of consciousness. It can only bring a change of mind. And if your mind is sufficiently mobile, it will go on changing from one thing to another till the end without arriving at any sure way or any spiritual harbor. The mind can think and doubt and question and accept and withdraw its acceptance, make formations and unmake them, pass decisions and revoke them, judging always on the surface and by surface indications, and therefore never coming to any deep and firm experience of truth, but by itself it can do no more. There are only 3 ways by which it can make itself a channel or instrument of truth. Either it must fall silent in the self and give room for a wider and greater consciousness, or it must make itself passive to an inner light and allow that light to use it as a means of expression, or else it must itself change from the questioning, intellectual, superficial mind it now is to an intuitive intelligence, a mind of vision fit for the direct perception of the divine truth. If you want to do anything in the path of yoga, you must fix once for all what way you mean to follow. It is no use setting your face towards the future and then always looking back towards the past. In this way you will arrive nowhere. If you are tied to your past, return to it and follow the way you then choose. But if you choose this way instead, you must give yourself to it single-mindedly and not look back at every moment. My reason for wanting you to get rid of the mental concepts is that they are rigid and keep you tied to the idea and feeling of your incapacity and the impossibility of the sadhana. Get rid of that, and a great obstacle disappears. You would then see that there is no reason for the constant sense of grief and despair that reacts upon your effort and makes it sterile. I simply want you to put yourself, if it is possible, in that state of quietude and openness which is favorable to the higher consciousness and its action. If it is not possible at present, I have still said that I will do my utmost to help you to the experience. That does not mean that the utmost has been yet done, or that it can be done in a few days. But although people are not giving me the freedom of mind and disposal of time which I had asked for, it will be done. The point about the intellect's misrepresentation of the formless, the result of a merely negative expression of something that is inexpressibly intimate and positive, is very well made and hits the truth in the center. No one who has had the Ananda of the Brahman can do anything but smile at the charge of coldness. There is an absoluteness of immutable ecstasy in it, a concentrated intensity of silent and inalienable rapture that it is quite impossible even to suggest to anyone who has not had the experience. The eternal reality is neither cold nor dry nor empty. You might just as well talk of the midsummer sunlight as cold, or the ocean as dry, or perfect fullness as empty. Even when you enter into it by elimination of form and everything else, it ceases as a miraculous fullness that is truly the Purnam. When it is entered affirmatively as well as by negation, there can obviously be no question of emptiness or dryness. All is there, and more than one could ever dream of as the all. That is why one has to object to the intellect thrusting itself in as the Sabjanta judge. If it kept to its own limits, there would be no objection to it. But it makes constructions of words and ideas which have no application to the truth. babbles foolish things in its ignorance, and makes its constructions a wall which refuses to let in the truth that surpasses its own capacities or scope. You can tell him Mother does not discuss these mental problems, such as the existence of evil in the world, even with the disciples. It is quite useless trying to reconcile these things with the intellect, for there are two things: the ignorance from which the struggle and discord come, and the secret light, unity, bliss, and harmony. The intellect belongs to the ignorance. It is only by getting into another consciousness that one can live in the light and bliss and unity and not be touched by the outward discord and struggle. That change of consciousness, therefore, is the only thing that matters. To reconcile with the intellect could make no difference. Yes, you need not listen to the common sense of others at least. Usually there is much that is common in it, but very little that is sense. What your inner being feels is rather to be followed than the superficial reasonings of the outer intelligence. How can reason be the sole arbiter in the quest for truth? Whose reason? The reason in different men comes to different, opposite, or incompatible conclusions. We cannot say that reason is infallible, any more than feeling is infallible or the senses are infallible. Russell has the doubts because he has no spiritual experience, Roland because he takes his emotional intellectuality for spirituality, Tagore. If one is blind, it is quite natural, for the human intelligence, which is rather an asinine thing at its best, to deny light. If one's highest natural vision is that of glimmering mists, it is equally natural to believe that all high vision is only a mist or a glimmer. But light exists for all that, and for all that, spiritual truth is more than a mist and a glimmer. Intellectual arguments against spirituality. I have read Leonard Woolf's article, but I do not propose to deal with it in my comments on Professor Sorley's letter. For apart from the ignorant denunciation and cheap satire in which it deals, there is nothing much in its statement of the case against spiritual thought or experience. Its reasoning is superficial and springs from an entire misunderstanding of the case for the mystic. There are 4 main arguments he sets against it, and none of them have any value. Argument number 1. Mysticism and mystics have always risen in times of decadence, of the ebb of life, and their loud quacking is a symptom of the decadence. This argument is absolutely untrue. In the East, the great spiritual movements have arisen in the full flood of a people's life and culture, or on a rising tide, and they have themselves given a powerful impulse of expansion and richness to its thought and art and life. In Greece, the mystics and the mysteries were there at the prehistoric beginning and in the middle. Pythagoras was one of the greatest of mystics, and not only in the ebb and decline. The mystic cults flourished in Rome too when its culture was at high tide. Many great spiritual personalities of Italy, France, Spain sprang up in a life that was rich, vivid, and not in the least touched with decadence. This hasty and inept generalization has no truth in it, and therefore no value. Argument number 2. A spiritual experience cannot be taken as a truth. It is a chimera, unless it is proved just as the presence of a chair in the next room can be proved by showing it to the eye. Of course, a spiritual experience cannot be proved in that way, for it does not belong to the order of physical facts, and is not physically visible or touchable. The writer's position would amount to this, that only what is or can easily be made evident to everybody without any need of training, development, equipment, or personal discovery is to be taken as true. This is a position which, if accepted, would confine knowledge or truth within very narrow limits and get rid of a great deal of human culture. A spiritual peace, for example, the peace that passeth all understanding, is a common experience of the mystics all over the world. It is a fact, but a spiritual fact, a fact of the invisible. When one enters it or it enters into one knows that it is a truth of existence and is there all the time behind life and visible things. But how am I to prove these invisible facts to Mr. Leonard Woolf? He will turn away saying that this is the usual decadent quack-quack and pass contemptuously on. perhaps to write another cleverly shallow article on some subject of which he has no personal knowledge or experience. Argument number 3. The generalizations based on spiritual experience are irrational as well as unproven. Irrational in what way? Are they merely foolish and inconceivable, infra-rational, or do they belong to a supra-rational order of experience to which the ordinary intellectual canons do not apply, because these are founded on phenomena as they appear to the external mind and sense, and not to an inner realization which surpasses these phenomena? That is the contention of the mystics, and it cannot be dismissed by merely saying that as they do not agree with ordinary experience, therefore they are nonsense and false. I would not undertake to defend as unimpeachable all that Jode or Radhakrishnan may have written, such as the formula that the universe is good, but for many or most of the statements marshaled for condemnation by the writer, one can surely say that they are not irrational at all. Integrating the personality may have no meaning to him. It has a very clear meaning to many, for it is a truth of experience. And, if modern psychology is to be believed, it is not irrational, since there is in our being not only a conscious, but an unconscious or subconscious or concealed subliminal part, and it is not impossible to become aware of both and make some kind of integration. To transcend both consciousness and unconsciousness gets at once a rational meaning if we admit that as there is a subconscious, so there may be a superconscious part of our being. To reconcile disparate parts of our nature or our perception or experience of things is also not such a ridiculous or meaningless phrase. It is not absurd to say that the doctrine of karma reconciles determinism and free willism, since this doctrine supposes that our own past action and therefore our past will determine to a great extent the present results, but not so as to exclude a present will modifying them and creating a fresh determinism of our existence yet to be. The phrase about the value of the world is quite intelligible, once we see that it refers to a progressive value not determined by the good or bad experience of the moment, a value of existence developing through time and taken as a whole. As for the statement about God, it may have little or no meaning if it is taken in connection with the superficial idea of the divine current in popular religion, but it is a perfectly logical result of the premise that there is an infinite and eternal, which is manifesting in itself time and things that are phenomenally finite. One may accept or reject this complex idea of the divine, which is founded on a coordination of the data of long spiritual experience passed through by thousands of seekers in all times, but I fail to see why it should be considered unreasonable. If it is because that would mean to have it not only in both ways, but in every way, I do not see why this should be so reprehensible, or a complex manifestation of a single essence, consciousness, or force should be considered prima facie inadmissible. There can be, after all, a synthetic and global view and consciousness of things which is not bound by the oppositions and divisions of a more analytical and selective or dissecting intelligence. Argument number 4. The plea of intuition is only a facile cover for an inability to explain or establish by the use of reason. Jode and Radhakrishnan reason, but take refuge in intuition because their reasoning fails. Can the issue be settled in so easy and trenchant a way? The fact is that the mystic stands on an inner knowledge, an inner experience. But if he philosophizes, he must try to explain to the reason, though not necessarily always by the abstract reason alone, what he has seen to be the truth. He cannot but say, I am explaining a truth which is beyond outer phenomena and the intelligence which depends on phenomena. It is really the outcome of a certain kind of direct experience and the intuitive knowledge which arises from that experience, so it cannot be adequately communicated by symbols appropriate to the world of outer phenomena. Yet I am obliged to do as well as I can with these to help me towards some statement which will be intellectually acceptable to you. There is no wickedness or deceitful cunning, therefore, in using metaphors and symbols with a cautionary, as it were, so objected to by Mr. Wolfe in the simile of the focus, which is surely not intended as an argument, but as a suggestive image. I may observe that the writer himself takes refuge in metaphor, beginning with the famous quack quack, and an adversary might well reply that he does so in order to damn the opposite side, while avoiding the necessity of a sound philosophical reply to the ideas he dislikes and repudiates. An intensity of belief is not the measure of truth, but neither is an intensity of unbelief the right measure. As to the real nature of intuition and its relation to the intellectual mind, that is quite another and very large and complex question which cannot be dealt with in a short space. I have confined myself to pointing out that this article is a quite inadequate and superficial criticism. A case can be made against spiritual experience and spiritual philosophy and its positions, but to deserve a serious reply it must be put forward by a better advocate, and it must touch the real center of the problem which lies here. As there is a category of facts to which our senses are our best available but very imperfect guide, as there is a category of truths which we seek by the keen but still imperfect light of our reason, so according to the mystic, there is a category of more subtle truths which surpass the reach both of the senses and the reason, but can be ascertained by an inner direct knowledge and direct experience. These truths are supersensuous, but not the less real for that. They have immense results upon the consciousness changing its substance and movement, bringing especially deep peace and abiding joy, a great light of vision and knowledge, a possibility of the overcoming of the lower animal nature, vistas of a spiritual self-development which without them do not exist. A new outlook on things arises which brings with it, if fully pursued into its consequences, a great liberation, inner harmony, unification, many other possibilities besides. These things have been experienced, it is true, by a small minority of the human race, but still there has been a host of independent witnesses to them in all times, climes and conditions, and numbered among them are some of the greatest intelligences of the past, some of the world's most remarkable figures. Must these possibilities be immediately condemned as chimeras, because they are not only beyond the average man in the street, but also not easily seizable even by many cultivated intellects, or because their method is more difficult than that of the ordinary sense or reason? If there is any truth in them, is not this possibility opened by them worth pursuing as opening a highest range to self-discovery and world discovery by the human soul? At its best, taken as true, it must be that, at its lowest, taken as only a possibility, as all things attained by man have been only a possibility in their earlier stages, it is a great and may well be a most fruitful adventure. I know it is the Russian explanation of the recent trend to spirituality and mysticism that it is a phenomenon of capitalist society in its decadence. But to read an economic cause, conscious or unconscious, into all phenomena of man's history is part of the Bolshevik gospel born of the fallacy of Karl Marx. Man's nature is not so simple and one-chorded as all that. It has many lines, and each line produces a need of his life. The spiritual or mystic line is one of them, and man tries to satisfy it in various ways, by superstitions of all kinds, by ignorant religionism, by spiritism, demonism, and what not, in his more enlightened parts by spiritual philosophy, the higher occultism, and the rest, at his highest by the union with the all, the eternal, or the divine. The tendency towards the search for spirituality began in Europe with a recoil from the 19th century's scientific materialism, a dissatisfaction with the pretended all-sufficiency of the reason and the intellect, and a feeling out for something deeper. That was a pre-war phenomenon, and began when there was no menace of communism, and the capitalistic world was at its height of insolent success and triumph, and it came rather as a revolt against the materialistic bourgeois life and its ideals, not as an attempt to serve or sanctify it. It has been at once served and opposed by the post-war disillusionment, opposed because the post-war world has fallen back either on cynicism and the life of the senses or on movements like fascism and communism. Served because with the deeper minds, the dissatisfaction with the ideals of the past or the present, with all mental or vital or material solutions of the problem of life, has increased, and only the spiritual path is left. It is true that the European mind, having little light on these things, dallies with vital will-o'-the-wisps like spiritism or theosophy, or falls back upon the old religionism. But the deeper minds of which I speak either pass by them or pass through them in search of a greater light. I have had contact with many, and the above tendencies are very clear. They come from all countries, and it was only a minority who hailed from England or America. Russia is different. Unlike the others, it had lingered in medieval religionism and not passed through any period of revolt. So when the revolt came, it was naturally anti-religious and atheistic. It is only when this phase is exhausted that Russian mysticism can revive and take not a narrow religious, but the spiritual direction. It is true that mysticism à revers, turned upside down, has made Bolshevism and its endeavor a creed rather than a political theme, and a search for the paradisal secret millennium on earth rather than the building of a purely social structure. But for the most part, Russia is trying to do on the communistic basis all that 19th century idealism hoped to get at, and failed, in the midst of or against an industrial competitive environment. Whether it will really succeed any better is for the future to decide, for at present it only keeps what it has got by attention and violent control, which is not over. The Valley of the False Glimmer. One feels here, in the letters of Krishna Prem, a stream from the direct sources of truth that one does not meet so often as one could desire. Here is a mind that can not only think but see, and not merely see the surfaces of things with which most intellectual thought goes on, wrestling without end or definite issue, and as if there were nothing else, but look into the core. The Tantrics have a phrase Pashyanti Vak to describe one level of the Vak Shakti, the seeing word. Here is Pashyanti Buddhi, a seeing intelligence. It might be because the seer within has passed beyond thought into experience, but there are many who have a considerable wealth of experience without its clarifying their eye of thought to this extent. The soul feels, but the mind goes on with mixed and imperfect transcriptions, blurs and confusions in the idea. There must have been the gift of right vision lying ready in this nature. It is an achievement to have got rid so rapidly and decisively of the shimmering mists and fogs which modern intellectualism takes for light of truth. The modern mind has so long and persistently wandered, and we with it, in that valley of the false glimmer, that it is not easy for anyone to disperse its mists with the sunlight of clear vision so soon and entirely as has here been done. All that is said here about modern humanism and humanitarianism, the vain efforts of the sentimental idealist and the ineffective intellectual, about synthetic eclecticism and other kindred things, is admirably clear-minded. It hits the target. It is not by these means that humanity can get that radical change of its ways of life which is yet becoming so imperative, but only by reaching the bedrock of reality behind, not through mere ideas and mental formations, but by a change of the consciousness, an inner and spiritual conversion. But that is a truth for which it would be difficult to get a hearing in the present noise of all kinds of many-voiced clamor and confusion and catastrophe. A distinction, the distinction very keenly made here, between the plane of phenomenal process, of externalized prakriti, and the plane of divine reality ranks among the first words of the inner wisdom. The turn given to it in these pages is not merely an ingenious explanation. It expresses very soundly one of the clear certainties you meet when you step across the border and look at the outer world from the standing ground of the inner spiritual experience. The more you go inward or upward, the more the view of things changes, and the outer knowledge science organizes takes its real and very limited place. Science, like most mental and external knowledge, gives you only truth of process. I would add that it cannot give you even the whole truth of process, for you seize some of the ponderables, but miss the all-important imponderables. You get hardly even the how, but the conditions under which things happen in nature. After all the triumphs and marvels of science, the explaining principle, the rationale, the significance of the whole is left as dark, as mysterious, and even more mysterious than ever. The scheme it has built up of the evolution not only of this rich and vast and variegated material world, but of life and consciousness and mind and their workings out of a brute mass of electrons, identical and varied only in arrangement and number, is an irrational magic more baffling than any the most mystic imagination could conceive. Science in the end lands us in a paradox effectuated, an organized and rigidly determined accident, an impossibility that has somehow happened. It has shown us a material Maya, Agatana Gatana Patiyasi, very clever at bringing about the impossible, a miracle that cannot logically be, and yet somehow is there actual, irresistibly organized, but still irrational and inexplicable. And this is evidently because science has missed something essential. It has seen and scrutinized what has happened, and in a way how it happened, but it has shut its eyes to something that made this impossible possible, something that it is there to express. There is no fundamental significance in things if you miss the divine reality, for you remain embedded in a huge surface crust of manageable and utilizable appearance. It is the magic of the magician you are trying to analyze, but only when you enter into the consciousness of the magician himself can you begin to experience the true origination, significance, and circles of the Lila. I say begin because the divine reality is not so simple that at the first touch you can know all of it or put it into a single formula. It is infinite and opens before you an infinite knowledge, to which all science put together is a bagatelle. But still you do touch the essential, the eternal behind things, and in the light of that all begins to be profoundly luminous, intimately intelligible. I have once before told you what I think of the ineffective peckings of certain well-intentioned scientific minds on the surface, or apparent surface, of the spiritual reality behind things, and I need not elaborate it. More important is the prognostic of a greater danger coming in the new attack by the adversary, the skeptics, against the validity of spiritual and supraphysical experience, their new strategy of destruction, by admitting and explaining it in their own sense. There may well be a strong ground for the apprehension, but I doubt whether, if these things are once admitted to scrutiny, the mind of humanity will long remain satisfied with explanations so ineptly superficial and external, explanations that explain nothing. If the defenders of religion take up an unsound position, easily capturable, when they affirm only the subjective validity of spiritual experience. The opponents also seem to me to be giving away, without knowing it, the gates of the materialistic stronghold by their consent at all to admit and examine spiritual and supraphysical experience. Their entrenchment in the physical field, their refusal to admit or even examine supraphysical things, was their tower of strong safety. Once it is abandoned, the human mind, pressing towards something less negative, more helpfully positive, will pass to it over the dead bodies of their theories and the broken debris of their annulling explanations and ingenious psychological labels. Another danger may then arise, not of a final denial of the truth, but the repetition in old or new forms of a past mistake. On one side, some revival of blind, fanatical, obscurantist, sectarian religionism. On the other, a stumbling into the pits and quagmires of the vitalistic occult and the pseudo-spiritual, mistakes that made the whole real strength of the materialistic attack on the past and its credos. But these are phantasms that meet us always on the borderline or in the intervening country between the material darkness and the perfect splendor. In spite of all, the victory of the supreme light even in the darkened earth consciousness stands firm beyond as the one ultimate certitude. Art, poetry, music are not yoga, not in themselves things, spiritual any more than philosophy either, is a thing spiritual or science. There lurks here another curious incapacity of the modern intellect. Its inability to distinguish between mind and spirit, its readiness to mistake mental, moral, and aesthetic idealisms for spirituality, and their inferior degrees for spiritual values. It is mere truth that the mental intuitions of the metaphysician or the poet, for the most part, fall far short of a concrete spiritual experience. They are distant flickers, shadowy reflections, not rays from the center of light. It is not less true that, looked at from the peaks, there is not much difference between the high mental eminences and the lower climbings of this external existence. All the energies of the Lila are equal in the sight from above. All are disguises of the divine. But one has to add that all can be turned into a first means towards the realization of the divine. A philosophic statement about the Atman is a mental formula, not knowledge, not experience. Yet sometimes the divine takes it as a channel of touch. Strangely, a barrier in the mind breaks down, something is seen, a profound change operated in some inner part. There enters into the ground of the nature something calm, equal, ineffable. One stands upon a mountain ridge and glimpses or mentally feels a wideness, a pervasiveness, a nameless vast in nature. Then suddenly there comes the touch, a revelation, a flooding. The mental loses itself in the spiritual. One bears the first invasion of the infinite. Or you stand before a temple of Kali beside a sacred river and see what? A sculpture, a gracious piece of architecture, but in a moment, mysteriously, unexpectedly, there is instead a presence, a power, a face that looks into yours. An inner sight in you has regarded the world mother. Similar touches can come too through art, music, poetry to their creator, or to one who feels the shock of the word, the hidden significance of a form. A message in the sound that carries more perhaps than was consciously meant by the composer. All things in the Lila can turn into windows that open on the hidden reality. Still, so long as one is satisfied with looking through windows, the gain is only initial. One day, one will have to take up the pilgrim's staff and start out to journey there where the reality is forever manifest and present. Still less can it be spiritually satisfying to remain with shadowy reflections. A search imposes itself for the light which they strive to figure. But since this reality and this light are in ourselves no less than in some high region above the mortal plane, we can, in the seeking for it, use many of the figures and activities of life. As one offers a flower, a prayer, an act to the divine, one can offer too a created form of beauty, a song, a poem, an image, a strain of music, and gain through it a contact, a response, or an experience. And when that divine consciousness has been entered, or when it grows within, then too its expression in life through these things is not excluded from yoga. These creative activities can still have their place, though not intrinsically a greater place than any other that can be put to divine use and service. Art, poetry, music, as they are in their ordinary functioning, create mental and vital, not spiritual values. But they can be turned to a higher end. And then, like all things that are capable of linking our consciousness to the divine, they are transmuted and become spiritual and can be admitted as part of a life of yoga. All takes new values, not from itself, but from the consciousness that uses it. For there is only one thing essential, needful, indispensable, to grow conscious of the divine reality and live in it and live it always. It seems to me that Krishna Prem has seen very clearly, with his usual accuracy and his mind of sight, Pashyanti Buddhi, the truth about yourself and your sadhana. I think that you could not do better than accept his diagnosis and follow entirely his suggested treatment. Especially, you should accept his assurance about the final result and give no room in your mind to any doubt on that point or any disposition to give up your own case as hopeless. To my eyes, you seem to have been making very good progress in several directions, and I have no doubt about your emerging from your difficulties into the light. I do not think there is any real impasse, I mean no inescapable hold-up on the road from which you cannot get out. It only seems to be to you like that because of the difficulties created for you by your intellect. It is because of its preconceptions and fixed judgments that you cannot make the equation he considers needful for you. The intellect is full of things like that, and cannot by itself see truly the things that reveal their meaning fully only in the light of psychic or spiritual truth. The equation he speaks of belongs to that order. The intellect is of use for perceiving material facts and their relations, but even these it cannot be relied on to see rightly in their total reality. It may see rightly, but as often wrongly and always, only partly and imperfectly. Moreover, as the modern psychologists have discovered, it sees them colored by the hues supplied from its own individual temperament, its own psychological personality, and from its own peculiar angle. It thinks it is seeing quite objectively and impersonally, but it does not so see and cannot so see. A dog might as well try to escape from its own pursuing tail. The human intellect's thought and sight cannot escape from its own subjectivity and coloring personality. The deeper and more accurate view of things can be more easily attained by the mind of sight which Krishna Prem has so much developed, Pashyanti Buddhi. You may say that you have got only your intellect to help you with its judgments and opinions. But mental judgments and opinions, well, they are always personal things, and one can never be perfectly sure that one's own are correct, and the judgments and opinions of others which differ widely or even diametrically from one's own are mistaken. But you need not be always solely dependent on this fallible and limited instrument. For, although you have not developed the mind of sight as Krishna Prem has done, it is certainly there. I have always seen that when you have been in a psychic condition with bhakti, or the higher part of the mind and the vital uppermost in you, this mind of sight has come out, and your ideas, feelings, and judgments have become remarkably clear, right, and often luminous. This has only to develop. You will then be able to see more clearly what Krishna Prem sees, and many of your difficulties will disappear, and the equation you want to make may become clear to you. As for surrender, you already have it initially in your will to serve for the sake of service without claiming reward or success and without attachment to wealth or fame. If you extend that attitude into your whole sadhana, then realization is sure. In any case, you should throw away all obsession of the sense of failure or the impossibility of success in your sadhana. Krishna Prem is surely right in telling you, when the grace is on you and what he names as the Radha Shakti is there to give you its unseen help, that the success of your sadhana is sure and the realization will come. The impasse is a temporary block, your trust will become complete, and the road to realization clear. Chapter 2. Doubt and Faith, Doubt and Yoga. As to doubts and argumentative answers to them, I have long given up the practice, as I found it perfectly useless. Yoga is not a field for intellectual argument or dissertation. It is not by the exercise of the logical or the debating mind that one can arrive at a true understanding of yoga or follow it. A doubting spirit, honest doubt, and the claim that the intellect shall be satisfied and be made the judge on every point is all very well in the field of mental action outside. But yoga is not a mental field. The consciousness which has to be established is not a mental, logical, or debating consciousness. It is even laid down by yoga that unless and until the mind is stilled, including the intellectual or logical mind, and opens itself in quietude or silence to a higher and deeper consciousness, vision, and knowledge, sadhana cannot reach its goal. For the same reason, an unquestioning openness to the guru is demanded in the Indian spiritual tradition. As for blame, criticism, and attack on the guru, it was considered reprehensible and the surest possible obstacle to sadhana. If the spirit of doubt could be overcome by meeting it with arguments, there might be something in the demand for its removal by satisfaction through logic. But the spirit of doubt doubts for its own sake, for the sake of doubt. It simply uses the mind as its instrument for its particular dharma, and this not the least, when that mind thinks it is seeking sincerely for a solution of its honest and irrepressible doubts. Mental positions always differ, moreover, and it is well known that people can argue forever without one convincing the other. To go on perpetually answering persistent and always recurring doubts, such as for long have filled this ashram and obstructed the sadhana, is merely to frustrate the aim of the yoga and go against its central principle with no spiritual or other gain whatever. If anybody gets over his fundamental doubts, it is by the growth of the psychic in him, or by an enlargement of his consciousness, not otherwise. Questions which arise from the spirit of inquiry, not aggressive or self-assertive, but as a part of a hunger for knowledge, can be answered, but the spirit of doubt is insatiable and unappeasable. I have started writing about doubt, but even in doing so, I am afflicted by the doubt whether any amount of writing or of anything else can ever persuade the eternal doubt in man, which is the penalty of his native ignorance. In the first place, to write adequately would mean anything from 60 to 600 pages, but not even 6,000 convincing pages would convince doubt. For doubt exists for its own sake. Its very function is to doubt always, and, even when convinced, to go on doubting still. It is only to persuade its entertainer to give it board and lodging that it pretends to be an honest truth-seeker. This is a lesson I have learnt from the experience both of my own mind and of the minds of others. The only way to get rid of doubt is to take discrimination as one's detector of truth and falsehood, and under its guard to open the door freely and courageously to experience. All the same, I have started writing, but I will begin not with doubt, but with the demand for the divine as a concrete certitude, quite as concrete as any physical phenomenon caught by the senses. Now, certainly, the divine must be such a certitude not only as concrete, but more concrete than anything sensed by ear or eye or touch in the world of matter. But it is a certitude not of mental thought, but of essential experience. When the peace of God descends on you, when the divine presence is there within you, when the Ananda rushes on you like a sea, when you are driven like a leaf before the wind by the breath of the divine force, when love flows out from you on all creation, when divine knowledge floods you with a light which illumines and transforms in a moment all that was before dark, sorrowful, and obscure, when all that is becomes part of the one reality, when the reality is all around you, you feel at once by the spiritual contact, by the inner vision, by the illumined and seeing thought, by the vital sensation, and even by the very physical sense, everywhere you see, hear, touch only the divine. Then you can much less doubt it or deny it than you can deny or doubt daylight or air or the sun in heaven. For of these physical things you cannot be sure that they are what your senses represent them to be. But in the concrete experience of the divine, doubt is impossible. As to permanence, you cannot expect permanence of the initial spiritual experiences from the beginning. Only a few have that, and even for them the high intensity is not always there. For most, the experience comes and then draws back behind the veil, waiting for the human parts to be prepared and made ready to bear and hold. First, its increase, and then its permanence. But to doubt it on that account would be irrational in the extreme. One does not doubt the existence of air, because a strong wind is not always blowing, or of sunlight, because night intervenes between dawn and dusk. The difficulty lies in the normal human consciousness, to which spiritual experience comes as something abnormal and is in fact supernormal. This weak, limited normality finds it difficult at first even to get any touch of that greater and intenser supernormal, or it gets it diluted into its own duller stuff of mental or vital experience. And, when the spiritual does come in its own overwhelming power, very often it cannot bear, or, if it bears, cannot hold and keep it. Still, once a decisive breach has been made in the walls built by the mind against the infinite, the breach widens, sometimes slowly, sometimes swiftly, until there is no wall any longer, And then there is the permanence. But the decisive experiences cannot be brought. The permanence of a new state of consciousness in which they will be normal cannot be secured if the mind is always interposing its own reservations, prejudgments, ignorant formulas, or if it insists on arriving at the divine certitude, as it would at the quite relative truth of a mental conclusion, by reasoning, doubt, inquiry, and all the other paraphernalia of ignorance, feeling, and fumbling around after knowledge. These greater things can only be brought by the progressive opening of a consciousness quieted and turned steadily towards spiritual experience. If you ask why the divine has so disposed it on this highly inconvenient basis, it is a futile question, for this is nothing else than a psychological necessity imposed by the very nature of things. It is so because these experiences of the divine are not mental constructions, not vital movements. They are essential things, not things merely thought, but realities, not mentally felt, but felt in our very underlying substance and essence. No doubt the mind is always there and can intervene. It can and does have its own type of mentalizings about the divine, thoughts, beliefs, emotions, mental reflections of spiritual truth, even a kind of mental realization, which repeats as well as it can some kind of figure of the higher truth. And all this is not without value, but it is not concrete, intimate, and indubitable. Mind by itself is incapable of ultimate certitude. Whatever it believes, it can doubt. Whatever it can affirm, it can deny. Whatever it gets hold of, it can and does let go. That, if you like, is its freedom, noble right, privilege. It may be all you can say in its praise, but by these methods of mind you cannot hope, outside the realm of physical phenomena and hardly even there, to arrive at anything you can call an ultimate certitude. It is for this very compelling reason that mentalizing or inquiring about the divine cannot by its own right bring the divine. If the consciousness is always busy with small mental movements, especially accompanied, as they usually are, by a host of vital movements, desires, prepossessions, and all else that vitiates human thinking, even apart from the native insufficiency of reason, what room can there be for a new order of knowledge, for fundamental experiences, or for those deep and stupendous upsurgings or descents of the spirit? It is indeed possible for the mind, in the midst of its activities, to be suddenly taken by surprise, overwhelmed, swept aside, while all is flooded with a sudden inrush of spiritual experience. But if afterwards it begins questioning, doubting, theorizing, surmising what this might be and whether it is true or not, what else can the spiritual power do but retire and wait for the bubbles of the mind to cease? I would ask one simple question of those who would make the intellectual mind the standard and judge of spiritual experience. Is the divine something less than mind, or is it something greater? Is mental consciousness, with its groping inquiry, endless argument, unquenchable doubt, stiff and unplastic logic, something superior or even equal to the divine consciousness, or is it something inferior in its action and status? If it is greater, then there is no reason to seek after the divine. If it is equal, then spiritual experience is quite superfluous. But if it is inferior, how can it challenge, judge, make the divine stand as an accused or a witness before its tribunal, summon it to appear as a candidate for admission before a board of examiners, or pin it like an insect under its examining microscope? Can the vital animal hold up as infallible the standard of its vital instincts, associations, and impulses, and judge, interpret, and fathom by it the mind of man? It cannot, because man's mind is a greater power working in a wider, more complex way which the animal vital consciousness cannot follow. Is it so difficult to see similarly that the divine consciousness must be something infinitely wider, more complex than human mind, filled with greater powers and lights, moving in a way which mere mind cannot judge, interpret, or fathom by the standard of its fallible reason and limited mental half-knowledge? The simple fact is there that spirit and mind are not the same thing, and that it is the spiritual consciousness into which the yogin has to enter. In all this, I am not in the least speaking of the supermind. If he wants to be in permanent contact or union with the divine, it is not then a freak of the divine or a tyranny to insist on the mind recognizing its limitations, quieting itself, giving up its demands, and opening and surrendering to a greater light than it can find on its own obscurer level. This does not mean that the mind has no place at all in the spiritual life, but it means that it cannot be even the main instrument, much less the authority, to whose judgment all must submit itself, including the divine. Mind must learn from the greater consciousness it is approaching and not impose its own standards on it. It has to receive illumination, open to a higher truth, admit a greater power that does not work according to mental canons, surrender itself, and allow its half-light, half-darkness to be flooded from above, till where it was blind it can see, where it was deaf it can hear, where it was insensible it can feel, and where it was baffled, uncertain, questioning, disappointed, it can have joy, fulfillment, certitude, and peace. This is the position on which yoga stands, a position based upon constant experience since men began to seek after the divine. If it is not true, then there is no truth in yoga and no necessity for yoga. If it is true, then it is on that basis, from the standpoint of the necessity of this greater consciousness, that we can see whether doubt is of any utility for the spiritual life. To believe anything and everything is certainly not demanded of the spiritual seeker. Such a promiscuous and imbecile credulity would be not only unintellectual, but in the last degree unspiritual. At every moment of the spiritual life, until one has got fully into that higher light, one has to be on one's guard and to be able to distinguish spiritual truth from pseudo-spiritual imitations of it, or substitutes for it set up by the mind and by vital desire. A power to distinguish between truth of the divine and the lies of the asura is a cardinal necessity for yoga. The question is whether that can best be done by the negative and destructive method of doubt, which often kills falsehood but rejects truth too with the same impartial blow, or a more positive, helpful, and luminously searching power can be found which is not compelled by its inherent ignorance to meet truth and falsehood alike with the stiletto of doubt and the bludgeon of denial. An indiscriminateness of mental belief is not the teaching of spirituality or of yoga. The faith of which it speaks is not a crude mental belief, but the fidelity of the soul to the guiding light within it, a fidelity which has to remain firm till the light leads it into knowledge. As for the doubts of which you have written, I cannot write much today for obvious reasons, and in any case writing is not the remedy, though it may help and encourage, for these doubts rise not from the intellect, but from the vital mind, which sees things according to its condition and mood, and needs something else than what the mind asks for to satisfy it. It is perfectly true that these reasonings have no force when the vital is in its true poise of love or joy or active and creative power, and when the vital is depressed, then it is hard and seems sometimes impossible, so long as the depression is there, to surmount the trouble. But still, the clouds do not last forever, and even one has a certain power in the mind to shorten the period of these clouds, to reject and dissipate them, and not to allow them to remain until they disappear in the course of nature. By all means use the method of japa and bhakti. I have never insisted on your using the method of dry or hard tapasya. It was some idea or feeling in your own mind that made you lay so much stress on it. There are some to whom it is natural and necessary for a time, but each ought to move in his own way, and there is no one rule for all, even if the objective is and must be the same, contact and union and opening to the divine. In the end, these doubts and depressions and despairs must cease. Where the call of the soul perseveres, the response of the divine must come. Nahi kalyanakrit kashchid durgatim tata gachati. There is no reason why your present condition should be more than a passing phase, unless you yourself choose that it should be otherwise. If it is the imposition of the rule of karma yoga on you that is the cause of your doubts, It is unjustified because there is no imposition or compulsion, and you need only work if you wish to do so. If you think that by sitting in meditation only you will best progress, you are free to do it. I did not answer to your statement of your doubts because they seem to repose on certain statements and suppositions about myself, which are quite inaccurate, and I do not usually care to enter into personal matters. I do not know who gave you this information, e.g., that I have not done my sadhana in full heat of work, but have had to lead a very quiet and extremely retired life all the time. I am afraid, whoever he is, he knows nothing about either my past life or my present life or my yoga. As for the ground put forward that there is no precedent for progress during work or for such a method, nor have people in the past been able to do it, it amounts to a statement that there has never been any such thing as karma yoga or a karma yogi, that the Gita was never written or was not founded on any truth of experience, and that no yogi ever did works as part of his sadhana. There seems to be some exaggeration in these statements from whatever quarter they may have been breathed into your mind. I have never said that the supermind is working in the sadhaks here. I have said the contrary in many letters. I say so much, however, only to indicate the quite gratuitous character of the affirmations on which these doubts are founded, from wherever they may come. But a detailed answer is hardly necessary, for meditation is not forbidden in this sadhana. Except for those who prefer to go through work alone, meditation and works and bhakti each in its place make up the foundations of the sadhana. But you are free to follow the way of meditation alone, as some others do, if you think that better. I agree with most of what Krishnaprem says, though one or two things I would put from a different angle. Your reasonings about faith and doubt have been of a rather extravagant kind, because they came to this, that one must either doubt everything or believe everything, however absurd that anybody says. I have repeatedly told you that there is not only room for discrimination in yoga, but a need for it at every step. Otherwise, you will get lost in the jungle of things that are not spiritual, as for instance, the tangle of what I call the intermediate zone. I have also told you that you are not asked to believe everything told you by anybody, and that there is no call to put faith in all the miraculous things narrated about Bijoy Krishna or another. That, I have said, is a question not of faith, but of mental belief. And faith is not mental belief in outward facts, but an intuition of the inner being about spiritual things. Krishna Prem means the same thing when he says that faith is the light sent down by the higher to the lower personality. As for the epithet blind used by Ramakrishna, it means, as I said, not ignorantly credulous, but untroubled by the questionings of the intellect and unshaken by outward appearances of fact. E.g., one has faith in the divine, even though the fact seems to be that the world here, or at least the human world, is driven by undivine forces. One has faith in the guru even when he uses methods that your intellect cannot grasp or approves things as true, of which you have yet no experience. For if his knowledge and experience are not greater than yours, why did you choose him as a guru? One has faith in the path leading to the goal, even when the goal is very far off, and the way covered by mist and cloud, and smitten repeatedly by the thunderbolt, and so on. Even in worldly things, man can do nothing great if he has not faith. In the spiritual realm, it is still more indispensable. But this faith depends not on ignorant credulity, but on a light that burns inside though not seen by the eyes of the outward mind, a knowledge within that has not yet taken the form of an outer knowledge. One thing, however, I make a distinction between doubt and discrimination. If doubt meant a discriminant questioning as to what might be truth of this or that matter, it would be a part of discrimination and quite admissible. But what is usually meant now by doubt is a negation positive and peremptory, which does not stop to investigate, to consider in the light, to try, to inquire, but says at once, "Oh no, I am never going to take that as possibly true." That kind of doubt may be very useful in ordinary life. It may be practically useful in battering down established things or established ideas, or in certain kinds of external controversy, to undermine a position that is too dogmatically positive. But I do not think it is of any positive use in matters even of intellectual inquiry. There is nothing it can do there that impartial discrimination cannot do much better. In spiritual matters, discrimination has a huge place, but negating doubt simply stops the path to truth with its placard, "No entry," or its dogmatic, "This far and no farther." As for the intellect, it is indispensable to man up to a certain point. After that, it becomes an inferior instrument and often misleading and obstructive. It is what I meant when I wrote, "Reason was the helper. Reason is the bar." Intellect has done many things for man. It has helped to raise him high above the animal. At its best, it has opened a first view on all great fields of knowledge. But it cannot go beyond that. It cannot get at truth itself, only at some reflections, forms, representations of it. I myself cannot remember to have ever arrived at anything in the spiritual field by the power of the intellect. I have used it only to help the expression of what I have known and experienced. But even there it is only certain forms that it provided. They were used by another light and a larger mind than the intellect. When the intellect tried to decide things in this field, it always delayed matters. I suppose what it can do sometimes is to stir up the mind, plow it or prepare. But the knowledge comes only when one gets another higher than intellectual opening. Even in mind itself, there are things higher than the intellect, ranges of activity that exceed it. Spiritual knowledge is easier to those than to the reasoning intelligence. The abnormal abounds in this physical world. The supernormal is there also. In these matters, apart from any question of faith, any truly rational man with a free mind, not tied up like the rationalists or so-called freethinkers at every point with triple cords of a priori irrational disbelief, must not cry out at once, "Humbug, falsehood," but suspend judgment until he has the necessary experience and knowledge. To deny in ignorance is no better than to affirm in ignorance. As for the faith-doubt question, you evidently give to the word faith a sense and a scope I do not attach to it. I will have to write not one, but several letters to clear up the position. It seems to me that you mean by faith a mental belief in an alleged fact put before the mind and senses in the doubtful form of an unsupported asseveration. I mean by it a dynamic intuitive conviction in the inner being of the truth of supersensible things which cannot be proved by any physical evidence, but which are a subject of experience. My point is that this faith is a most desirable preliminary, if not absolutely indispensable, for there can be cases of experience not preceded by faith to the desired experience. If I insist so much on faith, but even less on positive faith than on the throwing away of a priori doubt and denial, it is because I find that this doubt and denial have become an instrument in the hands of the obstructive forces and clog your steps whenever I try to push you to an advance. If you can't or won't get rid of it, won't, out of respect for the reason and fear of being led into believing things that are not true, can't, because of contrary experience, then I shall have to manage for you without it. Only it makes a difficult instead of a straight and comparatively easy process. Why I call the materialist's denial an a priori denial is because he refuses even to consider or examine what he denies, but starts by denying it, like Leonard Woolf with his quack quack, on the ground that it contradicts his own theories, so it can't be true. On the other hand, the belief in the divine and the grace and yoga and the guru, etc., is not a priori, because it rests on a great mass of human experience, which has been accumulating through the centuries and millenniums, as well as the personal intuitive perception. Therefore, it is an intuitive perception which has been confirmed by the experience of hundreds and thousands of those who have tested it before me. Go on the path of yoga without doubt of the ultimate success. Surely you cannot fail. Doubts, they are nothing. Keep the fire of aspiration burning. It is that that conquers. Faith in spiritual things. I do not ask undiscriminating faith from anyone. All I ask is fundamental faith, safeguarded by a patient and quiet discrimination, because it is these that are proper to the consciousness of a spiritual seeker. And it is these that I have myself used and found that they removed all necessity for the quite gratuitous dilemma of either you must doubt everything supraphysical or be entirely credulous, which is the stock in trade of the materialist argument. Your doubt, I see, constantly returns to the charge with a repetition of this formula in spite of my denial, which supports my assertion that doubt cannot be convinced, because by its very nature it does not want to be convinced. It keeps repeating the old ground always. X upbraids you for losing your reason in blind faith, but what is his view of things except a reasoned faith? You believe according to your faith, which is quite natural. He believes according to his opinion, which is natural also, but no better, so far as the likelihood of getting at the true truth of things is in question. Each reasons according to his view of things, his opinion, that is, his mental constitution and mental preference. So what's the use of running down faith, which after all gives something to hold on to amidst the contradictions of an enigmatic universe? If one can get at a knowledge that knows, it is another matter. But so long as we have only an ignorance that argues, well, there is a place still left for faith. Even, faith may be a glint from the knowledge that knows, however far off, and meanwhile there is not the slightest doubt that it helps to get things done. There's a bit of reasoning for you, just like all other reasoning too, convincing to the convinced, but not to the unconvincible, i.e., who don't agree with the ground upon which the reasoning dances. Logic, after all, is only a measured dance of the mind, nothing else. Your dream was certainly not moonshine. It was an inner experience and can be given its full value. As for the other questions, they are full of complications, and I do not feel armed to cut the Gordian knot with a sentence. Certainly, you are right to follow directly the truth for yourself and need not accept X's or anybody else's proposition or solution. Man needs both faith and reason, so long as he has not reached a surer insight and greater knowledge. Without faith, he cannot walk certainly on any road, and without reason, he might very well be walking, even with the staff of faith to support him, in the darkness. X himself founds his faith, if not on reason, yet on reasons. And the rationalist, the rationalizer or the reasoner, must have some faith, even if it be faith only in reason itself as sufficient and authoritative, just as the believer has faith in his faith as sufficient and authoritative. Yet both are capable of error, as they must be, since both are instruments of the human mind whose nature is to err, and they share that mind's limitations. Each must walk by the light he has, even though there are dark spots in which he stumbles. The faith in spiritual things that is asked of the sadhak is not an ignorant but a luminous faith, a faith in light and not in darkness. It is called blind by the skeptical intellect because it refuses to be guided by outer appearances or seeming facts, for it looks to the truth behind and does not walk on the crutches of proof and evidence. It is an intuition not only waiting for experience to justify it, but leading towards experience. If I believe in self-healing, I shall after a time find out the way to heal myself. If I have faith in transformation, I can end by laying my hand on and unraveling the whole process of transformation. But if I begin with doubt and go on with more doubt, how far am I likely to go on the journey? The faith is there, not in your mind, not in your vital, but in your psychic being. It was this faith that flung you out of the world and brought you to Pondicherry. It is this faith that keeps you to what the soul wills and refuses to go back on what it has decided. Even the mind's questionings have been a groping after some justification by which it can get an excuse for believing in spite of its difficulties. The vital's eagerness and its vairagya are shadows of this faith, forms which it has taken in order to keep the vital from giving up, in spite of the pressure of despondency and struggle. Even in the mind and vital of the man of strongest mental and vital faith, there are periods when the knowledge in the psychic gets covered up, but it persists behind the veil. In you, the eclipse has been strong and long because, owing to certain mental and vital formations, the ascent of the mind and vital got clouded over and could only take negative forms. But there is always the knowledge or intuition in the soul that started you on the way. I have been pressing on you the need of faith because the ascent has again to take a positive form so as to give free way to the divine force. But the persistent drive in the soul, which is a hidden and externally suppressed faith, is itself sufficient to warrant the expectation of the grace to come. The sense of calm and light and divine guidance can never be an illusion. It is the dark state which is the state of ignorance, of Maya. If faith fails then, it is because the darkness of the ignorance shuts the mind to the truth, obscuring the buddhi. What is thought when the buddhi is obscured cannot be the truth. It is not darkness, but the light that brings truth. Therefore, you must take what you feel when you are in the light to be true, not what you feel when you are in the darkness. Chapter 3. Philosophical Thought and Yoga. Metaphysical Thinkers, East and West. European metaphysical thought, even in those thinkers who try to prove or explain the existence and nature of God or of the Absolute, does not in its method and result go beyond the intellect. But the intellect is incapable of knowing the supreme truth. It can only range about seeking for truth and catching fragmentary representations of it, not the thing itself, and trying to piece them together. Mind cannot arrive at truth. It can only make some constructed figure that tries to represent it, or a combination of figures. At the end of European thought, therefore, there must always be agnosticism, declared or implicit. Intellect, if it goes sincerely to its own end, has to return and give this report. I cannot know. There is, or at least it seems to me, that there may be or even must be something beyond, some ultimate reality. But about its truth, I can only speculate. It is either unknowable or cannot be known by me. Or, if it has received some light on the way from what is beyond it, it can say too, there is perhaps a consciousness beyond mind, for I seem to catch glimpses of it, and even to get intimations from it. If that is in touch with the beyond, or if it is itself the consciousness of the beyond, and you can find some way to reach it, then this something can be known, but not otherwise. Any seeking of the supreme truth through intellect alone must end either in agnosticism of this kind, or else in some intellectual system or mind-constructed formula. There have been hundreds of these systems and formulas, and there can be hundreds more, but none can be definitive. Each may have its value for the mind, and different systems with their contrary conclusions can have an equal appeal to intelligences of equal power and competence. All this labor of speculation has its utility in training the human mind and helping to keep before it the idea of something beyond and ultimate towards which it must turn. But the intellectual reason can only point vaguely or feel gropingly towards it, or try to indicate partial and even conflicting aspects of its manifestation here. It cannot enter into and know it. As long as we remain in the domain of the intellect only, an impartial pondering over all that has been thought and sought after, a constant throwing up of ideas, of all the possible ideas, and the formation of this or that philosophical belief, opinion or conclusion is all that can be done. This kind of disinterested search after truth would be the only possible attitude for any wide and plastic intelligence. But any conclusion so arrived at would be only speculative. It could have no spiritual value. It would not give the decisive experience or the spiritual certitude for which the soul is seeking. If the intellect is our highest possible instrument, and there is no other means of arriving at supraphysical truth, then a wise and large agnosticism must be our ultimate attitude. Things in the manifestation may be known to some degree, but the supreme and all that is beyond the mind must remain forever unknowable. It is only if there is a greater consciousness beyond mind, and that consciousness is accessible to us, that we can know and enter into the ultimate reality. Intellectual speculation, logical reasoning as to whether there is or is not such a greater consciousness cannot carry us very far. What we need is a way to get the experience of it, to reach it, enter into it, live in it. If we can get that, intellectual speculation and reasoning must fall necessarily into a very secondary place and even lose their reason for existence. Philosophy, intellectual expression of the truth, may remain, but mainly as a means of expressing this greater discovery, and as much of its contents as can at all be expressed in mental terms to those who still live in the mental intelligence. This, you will see, answers your point about the Western thinkers, Bradley and others, who have arrived through intellectual thinking at the idea of an other beyond thought, or have even, like Bradley, tried to express their conclusions about it in terms that recall some of the expressions in the Arya. The idea in itself is not new. It is as old as the Vedas. It was repeated in other forms in Buddhism, Christian Gnosticism, Sufism. Originally, it was not discovered by intellectual speculation, but by the mystics following an inner spiritual discipline. When, somewhere between the 7th and 5th centuries BC, men began both in the East and West to intellectualize knowledge, this truth survived in the East. In the West, where the intellect began to be accepted as the sole or highest instrument for the discovery of truth, it began to fade. But still, it has there too tried constantly to return. The Neoplatonists brought it back, and now, it appears, the Neo-Hegelians and others, e.g. the Russian Uspensky and one or two German thinkers, I believe, seem to be reaching after it. But still there is a difference. In the East, especially in India, the metaphysical thinkers have tried, as in the West, to determine the nature of the highest truth by the intellect. But in the first place, they have not given mental thinking the supreme rank as an instrument in the discovery of truth, but only a secondary status. The first rank has always been given to spiritual intuition and illumination and spiritual experience. An intellectual conclusion that contradicts this supreme authority is held invalid. Secondly, each philosophy has armed itself with a practical way of reaching to the supreme state of consciousness, so that even when one begins with thought, the aim is to arrive at a consciousness beyond mental thinking. Each philosophical founder, as also those who continued his work or school, has been a metaphysical thinker doubled with a yogi. Those who were only philosophic intellectuals were respected for their learning, but never took rank as truth discoverers. And the philosophies that lacked a sufficiently powerful means of spiritual experience died out and became things of the past because they were not dynamic for spiritual discovery and realization. In the West, it was just the opposite that came to pass. Thought, intellect, the logical reason came to be regarded more and more as the highest means and even the highest end. In philosophy, thought is the be-all and the end-all. It is by intellectual thinking and speculation that the truth is to be discovered. Even spiritual experience has been summoned to pass the tests of the intellect, if it is to be held valid, just the reverse of the Indian position. Even those who see that mental thought must be overpassed and admit a supramental other do not seem to escape from the feeling that it must be through mental thought, sublimating and transmuting itself, that this other truth must be reached and made to take the place of the mental limitation and ignorance. And again, Western thought has ceased to be dynamic. It has sought after a theory of things, not after realization. It was still dynamic amongst the ancient Greeks, but for moral and aesthetic rather than spiritual ends. Later on, it became yet more purely intellectual and academic. It became intellectual speculation only, without any practical ways and means for the attainment of the truth by spiritual experiment, spiritual discovery, a spiritual transformation. If there were not this difference, there would be no reason for seekers like yourself to turn to the East for guidance. For in the purely intellectual field, the Western thinkers are as competent as any Eastern sage. It is the spiritual way, the road that leads beyond the intellectual levels, the passage from the outer being to the inmost self, which has been lost by the over-intellectuality of the mind of Europe. In the extracts you have sent me from Bradley and Joachim, it is still the intellect thinking about what is beyond itself and coming to an intellectual, a reasoned speculative conclusion about it. It is not dynamic for the change which it attempts to describe. If these writers were expressing in mental terms some realization, even mental, some intuitive experience of this other than thought, then one ready for it might feel it through the veil of the language they use, and himself draw near to the same experience. Or if, having reached the intellectual conclusion, they had passed on to the spiritual realization, finding the way, or following one already found, then in pursuing their thought, one might be preparing oneself for the same transition. But there is nothing of the kind in all this strenuous thinking. It remains in the domain of the intellect, and in that domain, it is no doubt admirable, but it does not become dynamic for spiritual experience. It is not by thinking out the entire reality, but by a change of consciousness that one can pass from the ignorance to the knowledge by which we become what we know. To pass from the external to a direct and intimate inner consciousness, to widen consciousness out of the limits of the ego and the body, to heighten it by an inner will, an aspiration, an opening to the light till it passes in its ascent beyond mind, to bring down a descent of the supramental divine through self-giving and surrender with a consequent transformation of mind, life, and body. This is the integral way to the truth. It is this that we call the truth here and aim at in our yoga. World circumstances and the divine. The whole world knows, spiritual thinker and materialist alike, that this world for the created or naturally evolved being in the ignorance or the inconscience of nature is neither a bed of roses nor a path of joyous light. It is a difficult journey, a battle and struggle, an often painful and checkered growth, a life besieged by obscurity, falsehood, and suffering. It has its mental, vital, physical joys and pleasures, but these bring only a transient taste, which yet the vital self is unwilling to forego, and they end in distaste, fatigue, or disillusionment. What then? To say the divine does not exist is easy, but it leads nowhere. It leaves you where you are with no prospect or issue. Neither Russell nor any materialist can tell you where you are going or even where you ought to go. The divine does not manifest himself so as to be recognized in the external world circumstances, admittedly so. These are not the works of an irresponsible autocrat somewhere. They are the circumstances of a working out of forces according to a certain nature of being. One might say a certain proposition or problem of being into which we have all really consented to enter and cooperate. The work is painful, dubious, its vicissitudes impossible to forecast. There are either of two possibilities then, to get out of it into nirvana by the Buddhist or illusionist way, or to get inside oneself and find the divine there, since he is not discoverable on the surface. For those who have made the attempt, and there were not a few, but hundreds and thousands, have testified through the ages that he is there, and that is why there exists the yoga. It takes long? The divine is concealed behind a thick veil of his maya and does not answer at once or at any early stage to our call? Or he gives only a glimpse uncertain and passing, and then withdraws and waits for us to be ready? But if the divine has any value, is it not worth some trouble, time, and labor to follow after him? And must we insist on having him without any training or sacrifice or suffering or trouble? It is surely irrational to make a demand of such a nature. It is positive that we have to get inside, behind the veil, to find him. It is only then that we can see him outside, and the intellect be not so much convinced as forced to admit his presence by experience, just as when a man sees what he has denied and can no longer deny it. But for that, the means must be accepted, and the persistence in the will and patience in the labor. I cannot very well answer the strictures of Russell or Vivekananda in one of his moods, for the conception of the divine as an external omnipotent power who has created the world and governs it like an absolute and arbitrary monarch, the Christian or Semitic conception, the popular religious notion, has never been mine. It contradicts too much my seeing and experience during 30 years of sadhana. When I speak of the divine will, I mean something different, something that has descended here into an evolutionary world of ignorance, standing at the back of things, pressing on the darkness with its light, leading things presently towards the best possible in the conditions of a world of ignorance, and leading it eventually towards a descent of a greater power of the divine, which will be not an omnipotence held back and conditioned by the law of the world as it is, but a full action, and therefore bringing the reign of light, peace, harmony, joy, love, beauty, and ananda, for these are the divine nature. The divine grace is there, ready to act at every moment, but it manifests as one grows out of the law of the ignorance into the law of light, and it is meant not as an arbitrary caprice, however miraculous often its intervention, but as a help in that growth and a light that leads and eventually delivers. If we take the facts of the world as they are and the facts of spiritual experience as a whole, neither of which can be denied or neglected, then I do not see what other divine there can be. This divine may lead us often through darkness, because the darkness is there in us and around us, but it is to the light he is leading, and not to anything else. Intellectual expression of spiritual experience. In reference to what Professor Sorley has written on the riddle of this world, the book, of course, was not meant as a full or direct statement of my thought, and as it was written to sadhaks mostly, many things were taken for granted there. Most of the major ideas, e.g. overmind, were left without elucidation. To make the ideas implied clear to the intellect, they must be put with precision in an intellectual form, so far as that is possible with supra-intellectual things. What is written in the book can be clear to those who have gone far enough in experience, but for most, it can only be suggestive. I do not think, however, that the statement of supra-intellectual things necessarily involves a making of distinctions in the terms of the intellect. For, fundamentally, it is not an expression of ideas arrived at by speculative thinking. One has to arrive at spiritual knowledge through experience and a consciousness of things which arises directly out of that experience, or else underlies or is involved in it. This kind of knowledge, then, is fundamentally a consciousness and not a thought or formulated idea. For instance, my first major experience, radical and overwhelming, though not, as it turned out, final and exhaustive, came after and by the exclusion and silencing of all thought. There was, first, what might be called a spiritually substantial or concrete consciousness of stillness and silence, then the awareness of some soul and supreme reality in whose presence things existed only as forms, but forms not at all substantial or real or concrete. But this was all apparent to a spiritual perception and essential and impersonal sense, and there was not the least concept or idea of reality or unreality or any other notion, for all concept or idea was hushed or rather entirely absent in the absolute stillness. These things were known directly through the pure consciousness and not through the mind, so there was no need of concepts or words or names. At the same time, this fundamental character of spiritual experience is not absolutely limitative. It can do without thought, but it can do with thought also. Of course, the first idea of the mind would be that the resort to thought brings one back at once to the domain of the intellect. And at first, and for a long time it may be so, But it is not my experience that this is unavoidable. It happens so when one tries to make an intellectual statement of what one has experienced. But there is another kind of thought that springs out as if it were a body or form of the experience or of the consciousness involved in it, or of a part of that consciousness. And this does not seem to me to be intellectual in its character. It has another light, another power in it, a sense within the sense. It is very clearly so with those thoughts that come without the need of words to embody them, thoughts that are of the nature of a direct seeing in the consciousness, even a kind of intimate sense or contact formulating itself into a precise expression of its awareness. I hope this is not too mystic or unintelligible. But it might be said that directly the thoughts turn into words, they belong to the kingdom of intellect. For words are a coinage of the intellect. But is it so really, or inevitably? It has always seemed to me that words came originally from somewhere else than the thinking mind, although the thinking mind secured hold of them, turned them to its use, and coined them freely for its purposes. But even otherwise, is it not possible to use words for the expression of something that is not intellectual? Hausmann contends that poetry is perfectly poetical only when it is non-intellectual, when it is nonsense. That is too paradoxical, but I suppose what he means is that if it is put to the strict test of the intellect, it appears extravagant because it conveys something that expresses and is real to some other kind of seeing than that which intellectual thought brings to us. Is it not possible that words may spring from, that language may be used to express, at least up to a certain point and in a certain way, the supra-intellectual consciousness which is the essential power of spiritual experience? This, however, is by the way. When one tries to explain spiritual experience to the intellect itself, then it is a different matter. The interpenetration of the planes is indeed, for me, a capital and fundamental part of spiritual experience, without which yoga, as I practice it, and its aim, could not exist. For that aim is to manifest, reach, or embody a higher consciousness upon earth, and not to get away from earth into a higher world or some supreme absolute. The old yogas, not quite all of them, tended the other way. But that was, I think, because they found the earth as it is a rather impossible place for any spiritual being and the resistance to change too obstinate to be borne. Earth nature looked to them in Vivekananda's simile like the dog's tail, which every time you straighten it goes back to its original curl. But the fundamental proposition in this matter was proclaimed very definitely in the Upanishads, which went so far as to say that the earth is the foundation, and all the worlds are on the earth, and to imagine a clean-cut or irreconcilable difference between them is ignorance. Here, and not elsewhere, not by going to some other world, the divine realization must come. This statement was used to justify a purely individual realization, but it can equally be the basis of a wider endeavor. About polytheism, I certainly accept the truth of the many forms and personalities of the One, which since the Vedic times has been the spiritual essence of Indian polytheism, a secondary aspect in the seeking for the one and only divine. But the passage referred to by Professor Sorley is concerned with something else. The little godlings and titans spoken of, there are supraphysical beings of other planes. It is not meant to be suggested that they are real godheads and entitled to worship. On the contrary, it is indicated that to accept their influence is to move towards error and confusion or a deviation from the true spiritual way. No doubt they have some power to create. They are makers of forms in their own way and in their limited domain. But so are men too, creators of outward and of inward things in their own domain and limits. And even man's creative powers can have a repercussion on the supraphysical levels. I agree that asceticism can be overdone. It has its place as one means, not the only one, of self-mastery. But asceticism that cuts away life is an exaggeration, though one that had many remarkable results which perhaps could hardly have come otherwise. The play of forces in this world is enigmatic, escaping from any rigid rule of the reason, and even an exaggeration like that is often employed to bring about something needed for the full development of human achievement and knowledge and experience. But it was an exaggeration all the same, and not, as it claimed to be, the indispensable path to the true goal. I find nothing either to add or to object to in Professor Sorley's comment on the still, bright, and clear mind. It adequately indicates the process by which the mind makes itself ready for the reflection of the higher truth in its undisturbed surface or substance. But one thing perhaps needs to be kept in view, that this pure stillness of the mind is indeed always the required condition, the desideratum, but for bringing it about, there are more ways than one. It is not, for instance, only by an effort of the mind itself to get clear of all intrusive emotion or passion, to quiet its own characteristic vibrations, to resist the obscuring fumes of a physical inertia, which brings about a sleep or a torpor of the mind, instead of its wakeful silence, that the thing can be done. This is indeed an ordinary process of the yogic path of knowledge, but the same end can be brought about or automatically happen by other processes, for instance, by the descent from above of a great spiritual stillness, imposing silence on the mind and heart, on the life stimuli, on the physical reflexes. A sudden descent of this kind, or a series of descents accumulative in force and efficacy, is a well-known phenomenon of spiritual experience. Or again, one may start a mental process of one kind or another for the purpose which would normally mean a long labor, and yet may pull down or be seized midway, or even at the outset, by an overmind influx, a rapid intervention or manifestation of the higher silence, with an effect sudden, instantaneous, out of all proportion to the means used at the beginning. One commences with a method, but the work is taken up by a grace from above, by a response from that to which one aspires, or by an eruption of the infinitudes of the spirit. It was in this last way that I myself came by the mind's absolute silence, unimaginable to me before I had the actual experience. There is another question of some importance. What is the exact nature of this brightness, clearness, stillness? Of what is it constituted more precisely? Is it merely a psychological condition or something more? Professor Sorley says these epithets are after all metaphors, and he wants to express and succeeds in expressing, though not without the use of metaphor, the same thing in a more abstract language. But I was not conscious of using metaphors when I wrote the phrase, though I am aware that the words could to others have that appearance. I think even that they would seem to one who had gone through the same experience, not only a more vivid, but a more realistic and accurate description of this inner state than any abstract language could give. It is true that metaphors, symbols, images are constant auxiliaries summoned by the mystic for the expression of his vision or his experience. It is inevitable because he has to express in a language made or at least developed and manipulated by the mind the phenomena of a consciousness other than the mental and at once more complex and more subtly concrete. It is this subtly concrete, this supersensuously sensible reality of the phenomena of the spiritual, or the occult, consciousness to which the mystic arrives that justifies the use of metaphor and image as a more living and accurate transcription than the abstract terms which intellectual reflection employs for its own characteristic process. If the images used are misleading or not descriptively accurate, it is because the writer has a paucity, looseness, or vagueness of language inadequate to the intensity of his experience. Apart from that, all new phenomenon, new discovery, new creation calls for the aid of metaphor and image. The scientist speaks of light waves or of sound waves, and in doing so he uses a metaphor, but one which corresponds to the physical fact and is perfectly applicable, for there is no reason why there should not be a wave, a limited flowing movement of light or of sound, as well as of water. But still, when I speak of the mind's brightness, clearness, stillness, I have no idea of calling metaphor to my aid. It is meant to be a description quite precise and positive, as precise, as positive as if I were describing in the same way an expanse of air or a sheet of water. For the mystic's experience of mind, especially when it falls still, is not that of an abstract condition or impalpable activity of the consciousness. It is rather an experience of a substance, an extended subtle substance in which there can be and are waves, currents, vibrations not physically material, but still as definite, as perceptible, as tangible and controllable by an inner sense as any movement of material energy or substance by the physical senses. The stillness of the mind means, first, the falling to rest of the habitual thought movements, thought formations, thought currents which agitate this mind substance. That repose, vacancy of movement, is for many a sufficient mental silence. But even in this repose of all thought movements and all movements of feeling, one sees, when one looks more closely at it, that the mind substance is still in a constant state of very subtle, formless, but potentially formative vibration, not at first easily observable, but afterwards quite evident. And that state of constant vibration may be as harmful to the exact reflection or reception of the descending truth as any formed thought movement or emotional movement. For these vibrations are the source of a mentalization which can diminish or distort the authenticity of the higher truth, or break it up into mental refractions. When I speak of a still mind, I mean then one in which these subtler disturbances too are no longer there. As they fall quiet, one can feel an increasing stillness, which is not the lesser quietude of repose, and also a resultant clearness as palpable as the stillness and clearness of a physical atmosphere. This positiveness of experience is my justification for these epithets, still clear. But the other epithet, bright, links itself to a still more sensible phenomenon of the subtly concrete. For in the brightness, I describe there is another additional element that is connected with the phenomenon of light well known and common to mystic experience. That inner light, of which the mystics speak, is not a metaphor, as when Goethe called for more light in his last moments. It presents itself as a very positive illumination actually seen and felt by the inner sense. The brightness of the still and clear mind is a reflection of this light that comes even before the light itself manifests, and even without any actual manifestation of the light, is sufficient for the mind's openness to the greater consciousness beyond mind, just as we can see by the dawn light before the sunrise, for it brings to the still mind, which might otherwise remain just still and at peace and nothing more, a capacity of penetrability to the truth it has to receive and harbor. I have emphasized this point at a little length because it helps to bring out the difference between the abstract mental and the concrete mystic perception of supraphysical things, which is the source of much misunderstanding between the spiritual seeker and the intellectual thinker. Even when they speak the same language, it is a different order of perceptions to which the language refers. The same word in their mouths may denote the products of two different grades of consciousness. This ambiguity in the expression is a cause of much non-understanding and disagreement, while even a surface agreement may be a thin bridge or crust over a gulf of difference. I come now to the question raised by Professor Sorley: what is the relation, or rather the position, of the intellect in regard to mystic or spiritual experience? Is it true, as it is often contended, that the mystic must, whether as to the validity of his experience itself or the validity of his expression of it, accept the intellect as the judge? It ought to be very plain that in the search, the discovery, the getting of the experience itself, the intellect cannot claim to put its limits or its law on an endeavor whose very aim, first principle, constant method is to go beyond the domain of the ordinary earth-ruled and sense-ruled mental intelligence. It would be as if you were to ask me to climb a mountain with a rope around me, attaching me to the terrestrial level, or as if I were permitted to fly, but only on condition that I kept my feet on the earth or near enough to the safety of the ground while I do it. It may indeed be the securest thing to walk on earth, to be on the firm ground of terrestrial reason always. To attempt to ascend on wings to the beyond-mind ether may be to risk mental confusion and collapse and all possible accidents of error, illusion, extravagance, hallucination, or whatnot, the usual charges of the positive earth-walking intellect against mystic experience. But I have to take the risk if I want to do it at all. The reasoning intellect bases itself on man's normal consciousness. It proceeds by the workings of a mental perception and conception of things. It is at its ease only when founded on a logical basis formed by terrestrial experience and its accumulated data. The mystic goes beyond into a region where the everyday mental basis falls away. The terrestrial data on which the reason founds itself are exceeded. There is even another law and canon of perception and knowledge. His entire business is to break out or upward or widen into a new consciousness which looks at things in a very different way. And if this new consciousness may include, though viewed with quite another vision, the data of the ordinary external intelligence, yet it cannot be limited by them, cannot bind itself to see from the intellectual standpoint or conform to its manner of conceiving, reasoning, its established interpretation of experience. A mystic entering the domain of the occult or of the spirit, with the intellect as his only or his supreme light or guide, would risk to see nothing, or see according to his preconceived mental idea of things, or else he would arrive only at a subtly positive mental realization of perceptions already laid down for him by the abstract speculations of the intellectual thinker. There is a strain of spiritual thought in India which compromises with the modern intellectual demand and admits reason as a supreme judge. But it must be a reason which in its turn is prepared to compromise and accept the data of spiritual experience as valid per se. That is to do what the Indian philosophers have always done, for they have tried to establish by the light of metaphysical reasoning generalizations drawn from spiritual experience. And it was always on the basis of that experience that they proceeded, and with the evidence of the spiritual seekers as a supreme proof ranking higher than intellectual speculation or inference. In that way, they preserved the freedom of spiritual and mystic experience and allowed the reasoning intellect to come in only on the second line as a judge of the generalized metaphysical statements drawn from the experience, but not of the experience itself. This is, I presume, something akin to Professor Sorley's own position, for he concedes that the experience itself is of the domain of the ineffable. But he suggests that as soon as I begin to interpret it, to state it, I fall back inevitably into the domain of the thinking mind. I am using its terms and ways of thought and expression, and must accept the intellect as judge. If I do not, I knock away the ladder by which I have climbed, through mind to beyond mind, and I am left unsupported in the air. It is not quite clear whether the truth of my experience itself is supposed to be invalidated by this unsustained position, but at any rate it remains something aloof and incommunicable without support or any consequences for thought or life. There are three propositions, I suppose, which I can take as laid down or admitted in this contention and joined together. First, the spiritual experience is itself of the beyond mind, ineffable and, it should be presumed, unthinkable. Next, in the expression, the interpretation of the experience, you are obliged to fall back into the domain of the consciousness you have left, and so you must abide by its judgments, accept the terms and the canons of its law, submit to its verdict. For you have abandoned the freedom of the ineffable, and are no longer your own master. Last, spiritual truth may be true in itself, in its own self-experience, but any statement of it is liable to error, and here the intellect is the sole possible arbiter. I do not think I am prepared to accept any of these affirmations completely just as they are. It is true that spiritual and mystic experience carries one first into domains of other mind or all mind, and also other life and all life. and I would add other substance and all substance, and then emerges into the beyond mind. It is true also that the ultimate truth has been described as unthinkable, ineffable, unknowable. Speech cannot reach there, mind cannot arrive to it. But I may observe that it is so to human mind, but not to itself, since it is not an abstraction, but a superconscious, not unconscious existence, for it is described as to itself self-evident and self-luminous, therefore in some direct supramental or at least over-mind way knowable and known, eternally self-aware. But here the question is not of an ultimate realization of the ultimate ineffable, which according to many can only be reached in a supreme trance withdrawn from all outer mental or other awareness. We are speaking rather of an experience in a luminous silence of the mind, and any such experience presupposes that before there is any last unspeakable experience of the ultimate or disappearance into it, there is possible a reflection or descent of at least some power or presence of the identical reality into the mind substance. Along with it, there is a modification of mind substance, an illumination of it, and of this experience an expression of some kind, a rendering into thought ought to be possible. Moreover, an immense mass of well-established spiritual experience would have been impossible unless we suppose that the ineffable and unknowable has truths of itself, aspects, revealing presentations of it to our consciousness, which are not utterly unthinkable and ineffable. If it were not so, indeed, all account of spiritual truth and experience would be impossible. At most, one could speculate about it, but that would be an activity very much indeed in the air and even a movement in a void, without support or data. At best, there could be a mere manipulation of all the possible ideas of what conceivably might be the supreme and ultimate, for we would have nothing before us to go upon other than the bare fact of a certain unaccountable translation, by one way or another from consciousness to an incommunicable superconscience. That is indeed what much mystical seeking actually held up as the one thing essential both in Europe and India. Many Christian mystics spoke of a total darkness through which one must pass into the ineffable light and rapture, a falling away of all mental lights and all that belongs to the ordinary activity of the nature. They aimed not only at a silence, but a darkness of the mind, protecting an inexpressible illumination. The Indian sannyasins sought by silence, by concentration inwards, to shed mind altogether and pass into a thought-free trance from which, if one returns, no communication or expression could be brought back of what was there except a remembrance of ineffable existence and bliss. But still, even here, there were previous glimpses or contacts and results of contact of that which is beyond. There were contacts of the highest or of the occult universal existence, which were held to be spiritual truths, and on the basis of which the seers and mystics did not hesitate to formulate their experience and the thinkers to build on it numberless philosophies, theologies, books of exegesis, or of creed and dogma. All, then, is not ineffable. There is a possibility of communication and expression, and the only question is of the nature of this transmission of the facts of a different order of consciousness to the mind, and whether it is feasible for the intellect, or must be left for something else than intellect to determine the validity of the expression, or even of the original experience. If no valid account were possible, there could be no question of the judgment of the intellect, only the violent contradiction of mind, sitting down to judge a beyond mind of which it can know nothing, starting to speak of the ineffable, think of the unthinkable, comprehend the incommunicable. Comments on thoughts of J.M.E. McTaggart. I have heard of McTaggart as a philosopher, but am totally unacquainted with his thought and his writings, so it is a little difficult for me to answer you with any certitude. Isolated thoughts or sentences may easily be misunderstood if they are not read against the background of the thinker's way of looking at things taken as a whole. There is always, too, the difference of standpoint and approach between the spiritual seeker or mystic, who sometimes, philosophizes, and the intellectual thinker who, sometimes or partly, mysticizes. The one starts from a spiritual or mystic experience, or at the least an intuitive realization, and tries to express it and its connection with other spiritual or intuitive truth in the inadequate and too abstract language of the mind. He looks behind thought and expression for some spiritual or intuitive experience to which it may point, and, if he finds none, he is apt to feel the thought, however intellectually fine, or the expression, however intellectually significant, as something unsubstantial because without spiritual substance. The intellectual thinker starts from ideas and mentalized feelings and other mental or external phenomena and tries to reach the essential truth in or behind them. Generally, he stops short at a mental abstraction or only a derivative mental realization of something that is in its own nature other than mental. But if he has the true mystic somewhere in him, he will sometimes get beyond to at least flashes and glimpses. Is it not the compulsion of this approach? I mean the inadequacy of the method of intellectual philosophy, its fixation to the word and idea, while to the complete mystic word and idea are useful symbols only or significative flashlights, that kept McTaggart, as it keeps many, from the unfolding of the mystic within him. If the reviewer is right, that would be why he is abstract and dry, while what is beautiful and moving in his thought might be some light that shines through in spite of the inadequate means of expression to which philosophical thinking condemns us. However, subject to this rather lengthy caveat, I will try to deal with the extracted sentences or summarized thoughts you have placed before me in your letter. Love the main occupation of the selves in absolute reality. This seems to me a little excessive. If instead of the main occupation, it were said an essential power, that might pass. I would myself say that bliss and oneness are the essential condition of the absolute reality, and love, as the most characteristic dynamic power of bliss and oneness, must support fundamentally and color their activities. But the activities themselves may be not of one main kind, but manifold in character. Benevolence and sympathy. In mental experience, benevolence and sympathy have to be distinguished from love. But it seems to me that beyond the dividing mind, where the true sense of oneness begins, these become at a higher intensity of their movement characteristic values of love. Benevolence becomes an intense compulsion imposed by love to seek always the good of the loved. Sympathy becomes the feeling out of love to contain, participate in, and take as part of one's own existence all the movements of the loved and all that concerns him. Love is authentic and justifies itself completely, whether its cause be great or trivial. That is not often true in human practice, for there the destiny of love and its justification depend very much as a rule, though not always, on the nature of the cause or object. For if the object of love is trivial in the sense of his being an inadequate instrument for the dynamic realization of the sense of oneness which McTaggart says is the essence of love, then love is likely to be balked of its fulfillment. Unless, of course, it is satisfied with existing, with spending itself in its own fundamental way on the loved, without expecting any return for its self-expenditure, any mutual unification. Still, of love in its essence, the statement may be true, but then it would point to the fact that love at its origin is a self-existent force, an absolute, a transcendent, as I have put it, which does not depend upon the objects. It depends only on itself or only on the divine, for it is a self-existent power of the divine. If it were not self-existent, it would hardly be independent of the nature or reaction of its object. It is partly what I mean when I speak of transcendent love, though this is only one aspect of its transcendence. That self-existent, transcendent love spreading itself over all, turning everywhere to contain, embrace, unite, help, upraise towards love and bliss and oneness, becomes cosmic divine love, intensely fixing itself on one or others to find itself, to achieve a dynamic unification, or to reach here towards the union of the soul with the divine. It becomes the individual divine love. but there are unhappily its diminutions in the human mind, human vital, human physical. There the divine essence of love may easily become mixed with counterfeits, dimmed, concealed, or lost in the twisted movements born of division and ignorance. Love and self-reverence. It sounds very high, but also rather dry. This emotion in the lover does not seem to be very emotional. It is a hilltop syllogizing far above the flow of any emotional urges. Self-reverence in this sense, or in a deeper sense, can come from love, but it can come equally from a participation in knowledge, in power, or anything else that one feels to be the highest good, or else of the essence of the highest. But the passion of love, the adoration of love, can bring in a quite different, even an opposite emotion. Especially in love for the divine, or for one whom one feels to be divine, the bhakta feels an intense reverence for the loved, a sense of something of immense greatness, beauty, or value, and for himself, a strong impression of his own comparative unworthiness, and a passionate desire to grow into likeness with that which one adores. What does come very often with the inrush of love is an exaltation, a feeling of a greatening within, of new powers and high or beautiful possibilities in one's nature, or of an intensification of the nature. But that is not exactly self-reverence. There is a deeper self-reverence possible, a true emotion, a sense of the value, and even the sacredness of the soul, even the mind, life, body, as an offering, or itself, the temple for the inner presence of the beloved. These reactions are intimately connected with the fact that love, when it is worthy of the name, is always a seeking for union, for oneness, but also in its secret foundation it is a seeking, if sometimes only a dim groping for the divine. Love in its depths is a contact of the divine possibility or reality in oneself with the divine possibility or reality in the loved. It is the inability to affirm or keep this character that makes human love either transient or balked of its full significance, or condemned to sink into a less exalted movement, diminished to the capacity of the human receptacle. But there McTaggart brings in his saving clause. When I love, I see the other not as he is now, and therefore really is not, but as he really is, that is, as he will be. The rest of it, that the other with all his faults is somehow infinitely good, at least for his friend, seems to me too mental to convey anything very definite from the standpoint of the spiritual inner values. But the formula quoted also is not over clear. It means, I suppose, something like Vivekananda's distinction between the apparent man and the real man. Or it coincides up to a point with the saying of one of the early teachers of Vedanta, Yajnavalkya, "Not for the sake of the wife is the wife dear," or the friend, "for the wife is only the first of a list." But for the sake of the self, the greater self, the spirit within, is she dear. But Yajnavalkya, a seeker of the one, not the plural absolute, would not have accepted the implication in McTaggart's phrase. He would have said that one must go beyond and eventually seek the self not in the wife or friend, even though sought or glimpsed there for a time, but in its own self-existence. In any case, there seems to be here an avowal that it is not the human being, what he now is, but the divine, or a portion of the divine within. Call it God if you will, or call it absolute. That is the object of the love. But the mystic would not be satisfied like McTaggart with that will be, would not consent to remain in love with the finite for the sake of an unrealized infinite. He would insist on pushing on towards full realization, towards finding the divine in itself, or the divine manifest. He would not rest satisfied with the divine unconscious of itself, unmanifested, or only distantly in posse. There is where the parallel with the Ishta Devata, which you suggest, would not hold. For the Ishta Devata, on whom the seeker concentrates, is a conscious personality of the divine, answering to the needs of his own personality and showing to him as in a representative image what the divine is, or at least pointing him through itself to the absolute. On the other side, when I spoke of the self-absorption of the divine force in its energizing, I was trying to explain the possibility in a divine or cosmic manifestation of this apparently inconscient matter. I said that in the frontal movement there was something of the divine that had thrown itself into material form with so much concentration that it became the motion and the form which the motion of force creates, and put all that was not that behind it, even, but in a greater degree and more permanently, as a man can concentrate and forget his own existence in what he is doing, seeing, or making. In man himself, who is not inconscient, this appears in a different way. His frontal being is unaware of what is behind the surface personality and action, like the part of the actor's being which becomes the role and forgets entirely the other more enduring self behind the actor. But in either case, there is a larger self behind, a conscient in things inconscient, which is aware both of itself and of the self-forgetting frontal form seen as the creature. Does McTaggart recognize this conscious divine within? He makes too little of this absolute or real self, which, as he yet sees, is within the unreal or less real appearance. His denial of the divine comes from the insistence of his mind and vital temperament on the friend as he is, even though his higher mind may try to escape from that by the idea of what his friend will be. Otherwise, it is difficult to understand the stupendous exaggeration of his thesis that the love for friends is the only real thing in life, and his unwillingness to give God a chance, lest that should take away the friend and leave the divine in his place. I do not quite seize what is his conception of the absolute. How can it be said that a society of distinct selves are collectively the absolute? If it is meant that where there is a union of conscious liberated selves, there is the presence of the divine and a certain manifestation is possible, that is intelligible. Or, if by society is meant only that the sum or totality of all distinct selves is the divine, and these distinct individual selves are portions of the divine, that would be an intelligible, pantheistic solution. Only it would be a divine all or some kind of cosmic self or spirit rather than the absolute. For if there is an absolute, which intellectually one is not bound to believe, except that something in the higher mind seems imperatively to ask for it or feel that it is there, it must surely exist in its own absolute right, not constituted, not dependent for its being on a collectivity of distinct selves, but self-existent. To the intellect, such an absolute may seem an indefinable X, which it cannot grasp. But mystic or spiritual experience pushed far enough ultimately leads to it, and whatever may be the gate of experience through which one gets the first glimpse of it, it is there even though not fully grasped in that opening experience. Your own experience of it was, you say, that of an eruption of the infinite into the finite, of a greater power descending upon you or uplifting you to itself. That indeed is what it is always to the spiritual experience. And that is why I speak of it as the transcendent. It reveals itself as such a descending and uplifting power, or a descending and uplifting love, or light, peace, bliss, consciousness, presence. It is not limited by its manifestation in the finite. One feels it, the peace, the power, love, light, or bliss, or the presence in which all these are, to be a self-existent infinity, not something constituted by or limited to our first sight of it here. McTaggart's love of friends remained the only real thing for him. I must suppose that he had not this glimpse. But once this eruption has taken place, this descent and uplifting, that is bound to become in the end the one thing real, for by that alone can the rest find its own lasting greater reality. It is the descent of the divine consciousness and the ascent or uplifting into it of which we speak in our yoga. All else can only hold, make good, fulfill itself if it can lift itself to be a part of this divine realization or of its manifestation, and to do that, it must accept a great transformation and perfection. But the central realization must be the one central aim, and it is that realization only which will make other things, all that is intended to be made part of it, divinely possible. Comments on terms used by Henri Bergson. I have not read him, Bergson, sufficiently to pronounce. So far as I know, he seems to have some perception of the dynamic creative intuition involved in life, but none of the truly supra-rational intuition above. If so, his intuition, which he takes to be the sole secret of things, is only a secondary manifestation of something transcendent, which is itself only the rays of the sun. Instinct and intuition, as described by him, Bergson, are vital, but it is possible to develop a corresponding mental intuition, and that is probably what he suggests, and which depends not on thought, but a sort of mental direct contact with things. This is not exactly mysticism, though it is a first step towards it. No, Bergson's elan vital, is not the supramental, but Bergson's intuition seems to be a life intuition, which is of course the supramental fragmented and modified to act as a knowledge in life in matter. I can't say definitively yet, but that is the impression it gave me. Bergson's elan vital, not Satchidananda, but Chit Shakti in the disguise of Prana Shakti. Bergson is, I believe, a vitalist, as opposed to a materialist on one side and an idealist on the other, with a strong perception of time. In Upanishadic times, they speculated whether time was not the Brahman, and some schools held that idea. So for him, Brahman, consciousness force, time force, life force. But the last two he sees vividly, while the first, which is the real thing behind creation, he sees very dimly. He, Bergson, sees consciousness, chit, not in its essential truth, but as a creative force, a sort of transcendent life energy descending into matter and acting there. I suppose Bergson must already know what the mystics say about the matter and has put his own interpretation or value upon it. So he would not at all be impressed by your suggestion. He would say, "I know all about that already." Metaphysics, science, and spiritual experience. I do not find it easy to answer the few brief and casual sentences in X's letter, precisely because they are so brief and casual. Not knowing him or the turns of his mind, I do not exactly seize what is behind this passage in his letter. It would be easier to reply if I had some notion of the kind of thought or experience on which he takes his stand when he dismisses so cavalierly the statement of spiritual truth put forward in the aria. As it is, I am obliged to answer to what may be behind his sentences, and as there is much that possibly stands behind them, the reply becomes long and elaborate and is in danger of seeming long and discursive. I could, of course, answer easily myself by a few brief and trenchant sentences of the same caliber, but in that kind of discussion there is no profit. Let me say that he makes an initial mistake, quite natural for him, since he has not read the aria, when he describes the extract sent to him as a theological fragment. I must insist that there is no theology in the aria. Nothing there is written to support or to develop any kind of religious belief or dogma, or to confirm or enunciate the credo of any old or new religion. No less does he miss the mark when he describes as a scholastic distinction the substance of the passage. The teaching there is not taken from books, nor, although put in philosophic language, is it based upon abstract thought or any formal logic. It expresses a fundamental spiritual experience, dynamic for the growth of the being, confirmed and enlarged and filled with detail by almost 30 years of continuous sadhana, and, as such, it cannot be seriously challenged or invalidated by mere intellectual question or reasoning, but, if at all, then only by a greater and wider spiritual experience. Moreover, it coincides, not in expression, it may be, but in substance, with the experience of hundreds of spiritual seekers in many paths and in all parts of the world since the days of the Upanishads, and of Plotinus and the Gnostics and Sufis to the present time. It is hardly admissible then to put it aside as the thought of a tyro or beginner in spiritual knowledge making his first clumsy potshots at a solution of the crossword enigma of the universe. That description seems to show that he has missed the point of the passage altogether, and that also makes it difficult to reply. For where there is no meeting point of minds, discussion is likely to be sterile. I was a little surprised at first by this entire lack of understanding, shown still more in his cavil at the two divines, for I had somehow got the impression that X was a Christian, and the recognition of two divines, the divine transcendent and the divine immanent, is, I have read, perfectly familiar to Christian ideas and to Christian experience. The words themselves, in fact, transcendent and cosmic, are taken from the West. I do not know that there is anything exactly corresponding to them in the language of Indian spiritual thinking, although the experiences on which the distinction rests are quite familiar. On another side, Christianity insists not only on a double but a triple divine. It even strikes me that this triple Godhead or Trinity is not very far off at bottom from my trinity of the individual, cosmic, and transcendent divine, as far at least as one can judge who has not himself followed the Christian discipline. Christ, whether as the human incarnation or the Christos in men or the Godhead proceeding from the Father, seems to me to be quite my individual divine. The Father has very much the appearance of the one who overstands and is immanent in the cosmos. And although this is more obscure, yet if one can be guided by the indications in the Scripture, the Holy Ghost looks very much like a rather mysterious and inexpressible transcendence, and its descent very much like what I would call the descent of light, purity, peace, that passeth all understanding, or power of the supramental spirit. In any case, these Christian and Western ideas show surely that my affirmation of a double or a triple divine is not anything new and ought not to be found startling or upsetting, and I do not see why it should be treated as, in itself, obscure and unintelligible. Again, are these or similar distinctions very positively made in the Christian, Sufi, or other teachings mere theoretical abstractions, scholastic distinctions, theological cobwebs, or metaphysical puzzles? I had always supposed that they corresponded to very living, very dynamic, almost, for the paths to which they relate, indispensable experiences. No doubt, for those who follow other ways or no way at all, or for those who have not yet had the illuminating and vivifying experience, they may seem at first a little difficult or unseizable. But that is true of most spiritual truth, and not of spiritual truth alone. There are many very highly intelligent and cultured people to whom a scientific explanation of even so patent and common a fact as electricity and electric light, this is a reminiscence of an article by Y.Y. in the New Statesman and Nation, seems equally difficult to seize by the mind, or to fix either in the memory or the intelligence. And yet the distinction between positive and negative electricity, both necessary for the existence of the light, like that of the passive and active Brahman, another scholastic distinction, both necessary for the existence of the universe, cannot be dismissed for that reason as something academic or scholastic, but is a very pertinent statement of things quite dynamic and real. No doubt the non-scientific man does not, and perhaps need not trouble about these things, and can be content to enjoy the electric light, when he is allowed to do so by the grace of the Pondicherry municipality, without inquiring into the play of the forces behind it. But for the seeker after scientific truth, or for the practical electrician, it is a different matter. Now these distinctions in the spiritual field are a parallel case. They seem theoretical or abstract only so long as experience has not made them concrete. But once experienced, they become living stuff of the consciousness, and after a certain stage, even the basis of action and growth in the spiritual life. Here I am driven to a rather lengthy digression from the main theme, for I am met by X's rather baffling appeal to Witham's history of science. What has Witham or science to do with spiritual truth or spiritual experience? I can only suppose that he condemns all intrusion of anything like metaphysical thought into the spiritual field. a position excessive but not altogether untenable, and even perhaps proposes to bring the scientific method and the scientific mentality into spiritual experience as the sole true way of arriving at or judging the truth of things. I should like to make my view clear as to that point, because here much confusion has been created about it, and more is possible. And the first thing I would say is that if metaphysics has no right to intervene in spiritual experience, neither has science. There are here three different domains of knowledge and experience, each with its own instrumentation, its own way of approach and seeing, suited for its own task, but not to be imposed or substituted in these other fields of knowledge, at least unless and until they meet by some kind of supreme, reconciling transmutation in something that is at the source of all knowledge. For knowledge may be essentially one, but like the one divine, it manifests differently in different fields of its play, and to abolish their distinctions is not the way to arrive at true understanding of experience. Science deals effectively with phenomena and process, and the apparent play of forces which determine the process. It cannot deal even intellectually in any adequate way with ultimate truths, that is the province of the higher, less external mind, represented up till now by metaphysics, though metaphysics is not its only possible power. If science tries to fix metaphysical truth by forcing on this domain its own generalizations in the physical field, as people have been doing for almost the last century, it makes a mess of thought by illegitimately extended conclusions, and has in the end to retire from this usurpation as it is now beginning to retire. Its discoveries may be used by philosophy, but on the grounds proper to philosophy, and not on the grounds proper to science. The philosopher must judge the scientific conceptions of relativity or discontinuity or space-time, for instance, by his own processes and standards of evidence. So, too, science has no instrumentation or process of knowledge which can enable it to discover spiritual truth or to judge or determine the results of spiritual experience. There is a field of knowledge of process in the spiritual and the occult domain, in the discovery of a world of inner forces and their way of action, and even of their objective dynamization in the mind and life and the functioning of the body. But the mathematical exactitudes and rigid formulas of physical science do not apply here, and the mentality created by them would hamper spiritual experience. Chapter 4. Science and Yoga. Science, Yoga, and the Agnostic. I do not think anything can be said that would convince one who starts from exactly the opposite viewpoint to the spiritual, the way of looking at things of a Victorian agnostic. His points of doubt about the value, other than subjective and purely individual, of yoga experience are that it does not aim at scientific truth and cannot be said to achieve ultimate truth because the experiences are colored by the individuality of the seer. One might ask whether science itself has arrived at any ultimate truth. On the contrary, ultimate truth, even on the physical plane, seems to recede as science advances. Science started on the assumption that the ultimate truth must be physical and objective, and the objective ultimate, or even less than that, would explain all subjective phenomena. Yoga proceeds on the opposite view that the ultimate truth is spiritual and subjective, and it is in that ultimate light that we must view objective phenomena. It is the two opposite poles, and the gulf is as wide as it can be. Yoga, however, is scientific to this extent that it proceeds by subjective experiment and bases all its findings on experience. Mental intuitions are admitted only as a first step and are not considered as realization. They must be confirmed by being translated into and justified by experience. As to the value of the experience itself, it is doubted by the physical mind because it is subjective, not objective. But has the distinction much value? Is not all knowledge and experience subjective at bottom? Objective external physical things are seen very much in the same way by human beings because of the construction of the mind and senses. With another construction of mind and sense, quite another account of the physical world would be given. Science itself has made that very clear. But your friend's point is that the yoga experience is individual, colored by the individuality of the seer. It may be true to a certain extent of the precise form or transcription given to the experience in certain domains, but even here the difference is superficial. It is a fact that yogic experience runs everywhere on the same lines. Certainly there are not one line, but many, for admittedly, we are dealing with a many-sided infinite to which there are and must be many ways of approach. But yet the broad lines are the same everywhere, and the intuitions, experiences, phenomena are the same in ages and countries far apart from each other, and systems practiced quite independently from each other. The experiences of the medieval European Bhakta or mystic are precisely the same in substance, however differing in names, forms, religious coloring, etc., as those of the medieval Indian Bhakta or mystic. Yet these people were not corresponding with one another or aware of each other's experiences and results, as are modern scientists from New York to Yokohama. That would seem to show that there is something there identical, universal, and presumably true. However, the color of the translation may differ because of the difference of mental language. As for ultimate truth, I suppose both the Victorian agnostic and, let us say, the Indian Vedantin may agree that it is veiled but there. Both speak of it as the unknowable. The only difference is that the Vedantin says it is unknowable by the mind and inexpressible by speech, but still attainable by something deeper or higher than the mental perception, while even mind can reflect and speech express the 1,000 aspects it presents to the mind's outward and inward experience. The Victorian agnostic would, I suppose, cancel this qualification. He would pronounce for the doubtful existence, and, if existent, for the absolute unknowableness of this unknowable. Science and spirituality. I do not think the two questions you put are of much importance from the viewpoint of spiritual sadhana. The question about science and spirituality would have been of some moment some 20 years ago, and it filled the minds of men in the earlier years of the 20th century. But it is now out of date. Science itself has come to the conclusion that it cannot, as it once hoped, determine what is the truth of things, or their real nature, or what is behind physical phenomena. It can only deal with the process of physical things and how they come about, or on what lines men can deal with and make use of them. In other words, the field of physical science has been now definitely marked off and limited, and questions about God or the ultimate reality or other metaphysical or spiritual problems are outside it. This is at least the case all over continental Europe, and it is only in England and America that there is still some attempt to reason about these things on the basis of physical science. The so-called sciences, which try to deal with the mind and men, psychology, etc., are so much dependent on physical science that they cannot go beyond narrow limits. If science is to turn her face towards the divine, it must be a new science not yet developed, which deals directly with the forces of the life world and of mind, and so arrives at what is beyond mind. But present-day science cannot do that. From the spiritual point of view, such temporary phenomena as the turn of educated Hindus towards materialism are of little importance. There have always been periods when the mind of nations, continents, cultures turned towards materialism and away from all spiritual belief. Such periods came in ancient Europe in the 1st century AD, in Western Europe in the 19th century, but they are usually of short duration. Western Europe has already lost its faith in materialism and is seeking for something else, either turning back to old religion or groping for something new. Russia and Asia are now going through the same materialistic wave. These waves come because of a certain necessity in human development, to destroy the bondage of old forms and leave a free field for new truth and new forms of truth and action in life, as well as of what is behind life. You ask me whether you have to give up your predilection for testing before accepting and to accept everything in yoga a priori. And by testing, you mean testing by the ordinary reason. The only answer I can give to that is that the experiences of yoga belong to an inner domain and go according to a law of their own, have their own method of perception, criteria, and all the rest of it, which are neither those of the domain of the physical senses nor of the domain of rational or scientific inquiry. Just as scientific inquiry passes beyond that of the physical senses and enters the domain of the infinite and the infinitesimal, about which the senses can say nothing and test nothing, for one cannot see or touch an electron or know by the evidence of the sense mind whether it exists or not, or decide by that evidence whether the earth really turns round the sun and not rather the sun round the earth, as our senses and all our physical experience daily tell us. So the spiritual search passes beyond the domain of scientific or rational inquiry, and it is impossible by the aid of the ordinary positive reason to test the data of spiritual experience and decide whether those things exist or not, or what is their law and nature. As in science, so here you have to accumulate experience on experience following faithfully the methods laid down by the guru or by the systems of the past. You have to develop an intuitive discrimination which compares the experiences, see what they mean, how far and in what field each is valid, what is the place of each in the whole, how it can be reconciled or related with others that at first sight seem to contradict it, etc., etc., until you can move with a secure knowledge in the vast field of spiritual phenomena. That is the only way to test spiritual experience. I have myself tried the other method and found it absolutely incapable and inapplicable. On the other hand, if you are not prepared to go through all that yourself, as few can do except those of extraordinary spiritual stature, you have to accept the leading of a master, as in science you accept a teacher instead of going through the whole field of science and its experimentation all by yourself, at least until you have accumulated sufficient experience and knowledge. If that is accepting things a priori, well, you have to accept a priori. For I am unable to see by what valid tests you propose to make the ordinary reason the judge of what is beyond it. You quote the sayings of Vivekananda and Kabiraj Gopinath. Is this Kabiraj the disciple of the jewel sannyasi, or is he another? In any case, I would like to know, before assigning a value to these utterances, what they actually did for the testing of their spiritual perceptions and experiences. How did Vivekananda test the value of his spiritual experiences? Some of them not more credible to the ordinary mind than the translation through the air of Bijoy Goswami's wife to Lake Manas, or of Bijoy Goswami himself by a similar method to Benares. I know nothing of Kabiraj Gopinath, but what were his tests and how did he apply them? What were his methods, his criteria? It seems to me that no ordinary mind could accept the apparition of Buddha out of a wall or the half-hour's talk with Hayagriva as valid facts by any kind of testing. It would either have to accept them a priori, or on the sole evidence of Vivekananda, which comes to the same thing, or to reject them a priori as hallucinations or mere mental images accompanied in one case by an auditive hallucination. I fail to see how it could test them. Or how was I to test by the ordinary mind my experience of nirvana? To what conclusion could I come about it by the aid of the ordinary positive reason? How could I test its validity? I am at a loss to imagine. I did the only thing I could, to accept it as a strong and valid truth of experience, let it have its full play, and produce its full experiential consequences until I had sufficient yogic knowledge to put it in its place. Finally, how without inner knowledge or experience can you or anyone else test the inner knowledge and experience of others? I have often said that discrimination is not only perfectly admissible, but indispensable in spiritual experience. But it must be a discrimination founded on knowledge, not a reasoning founded on ignorance. Otherwise, you tie up your mind and hamper experience by preconceived ideas which are as much a priori as any acceptance of a spiritual truth or experience can be. Your idea that surrender can only come by love is a point in instance. It is perfectly true in yogic experience that surrender by true love, which means psychic and spiritual love, is the most powerful, simple, and effective of all. but one cannot. Putting that forward as a dictum arrived at by the ordinary reason, shut up the whole of possible experience of true surrender into that formula, or announce on its strength that one must wait till one loves perfectly before one can surrender. Yogic experience shows that surrender can also be made by the mind and will, a clear and sincere mind seeing the necessity of surrender, and a clear and sincere will enforcing it on the recalcitrant members. Also, experience shows that not only can surrender come by love, but love also can come by surrender or grow with it from an imperfect to a perfect love. One starts by an intense idea and will to know or reach the divine, and surrenders more and more one's ordinary personal ideas, desires, attachments, urges to action or habits of action, so that the divine may take up everything. Surrender means that, to give up our little mind and its mental ideas and preferences into a divine light and a greater knowledge, our petty personal troubled blind stumbling will into a great calm, tranquil, luminous will and force, our little restless, tormented feelings into a wide, intense divine love and ananda, our small, suffering personality into the one person of which it is an obscure outcome. If one insists on one's own ideas and reasonings, the greater light and knowledge cannot come, or else is marred and obstructed in the coming at every step by a lower interference. If one insists on one's own desires and fancies, that great luminous will and force cannot act in its own true power, for you ask it to be the servant of your desires. If one refuses to give up one's petty ways of feeling, eternal love and supreme ananda cannot descend or is mixed and is spilt from the effervescing crude emotional vessel. No amount of ordinary reasoning can get rid of that necessity of surmounting the lower in order that the higher may be there. Science and the supernormal. Scientific laws only give a schematic account of material processes of nature. As a valid scheme, they can be used for reproducing or extending at will a material process, but obviously they cannot give an account of the thing itself. Water, for instance, is not merely so much oxygen and hydrogen put together. The combination is simply a process or device for enabling the materialization of a new thing called water. What that new thing really is quite another matter. In fact, there are different planes of substance, gross, subtle, and more subtle, going back to what is called causal, karana, substance. What is more gross can be reduced to the subtle state, and the subtle brought into the gross state. That accounts for dematerialization and materialization and rematerialization. These are occult processes, and are vulgarly regarded as magic. Ordinarily, the magician knows nothing of the why and wherefore of what he is doing. He has simply learned the formula or process, or else controls elemental beings of the subtler states, planes or worlds, who do the thing for him. The Tibetans indulge widely in occult processes. If you see the books of Madame David Neal, who has lived in Tibet, you will get an idea of their expertness in these things. But also, the Tibetan lamas know something of the laws of occult, mental and vital, energy, and how it can be made to act on physical things. That is something which goes beyond mere magic. The direct power of mind force or life force upon matter can be extended to an almost illimitable degree. It must be remembered that energy is fundamentally one in all the planes, only taking more and more dense forms. So there is nothing a priori impossible in mind energy or life energy acting directly on material energy and substance. If they do, they can make a material object do things, or rather, can do things with a material object, which would be to that object in its ordinary poise or law, unhabitual, and therefore apparently impossible. I do not see how cosmic rays can explain the origination of matter. It is like Sir Oliver Lodge's explanation of life on Earth, that it comes from another planet. It only pushes the problem one step farther back. For how do the cosmic rays come into existence? But it is a fact that Agni is the basis of forms, as the Sankhya pointed out long ago, i.e., the fiery principle in its three powers, radiant, electric, and gaseous, the Vedic trinity of Agni. is the agent in producing liquid and solid forms of what is called matter. Obviously, a layman can't do these things unless he has a native psychic, that is, occult, faculty, and even then he will have to learn the law of the thing before he can use it at will. It is always possible to use spiritual force or mind power or willpower or a certain kind of vital energy to produce effects in men, things, and happenings. But knowledge and much practice is needed before this possibility ceases to be occasional and haphazard and can be used quite consciously, at will, or to perfection. Even then, to have a control over the whole material world is too big a proposition. A local and partial control is more possible, or more widely, certain kinds of control over matter. The desire of occultists and spiritists to satisfy the physical scientists is absurd and illogical. The physical scientists have their own field, with its own instruments and standards. To apply the same tests to phenomena of a different kind is as foolish as to apply physical tests to spiritual truth. One can't dissect God or see the soul under a microscope. So also the subjection of disembodied spirits or even of psychophysical phenomena to tests and standards valid only for material phenomena is a most false and unsatisfactory method. Moreover, the physical scientist is for the most part resolved not to admit what cannot be neatly packed and labeled and docketed in his own system and its formulas. Dr. Jules Romain, himself a scientist as well as a great writer, makes experiments to prove that men can see and read with the eyes blindfolded. The scientists refuse even to admit or record the results. Kudabaksh comes along and proves it patently, indubitably, under all legitimate tests. The scientists are quite unwilling to cede and record the fact, even though his results are undeniable. He walks on fire unhurt and disproves all hitherto suggested explanations. They simply cast about for another and still more silly explanation. What is the use of trying to convince people who are determined not to believe? These theosophic and other modern attempts to square physical science with yoga, yogis formerly did not bother to differentiate spiritual functions from gray matter and white matter, make me always suspicious. It looks like manufacture of the mind, pseudoscience, science, and superstition. It is quite true that the word superstition has been habitually used as a convenient club to beat down any belief that does not agree with the ideas of the materialistic reason, that is to say, of the physical mind dealing with the apparent law of physical process and seeing no farther. It has also been used to dismiss ideas and beliefs not in agreement with one's own idea of what is the rational norm of superphysical truths as well. For many ages, man cherished beliefs that implied a force behind which acted on principles unknown to the physical mind and beyond the witness of the outward reason and the senses. Science came in with a method of knowledge which extended the evidence of this outer field of consciousness and thought that by this method all existence would become explicable. It swept away at once, without examination, all the ancient beliefs as so many. Superstitions, true, half-true, or false, all went into the dustbin in one impartial sweep, because they did not rely on the method of physical science and lay outside its data, or were or seemed incompatible with its standpoint. Even in the field of supraphysical experience, only so much was admitted as could give a mentally rational explanation of itself, according to a certain range of ideas. All the rest, everything that seemed to demand an occult, mystic, or below-the-surface origin to explain it, was put aside as so much superstition. Popular beliefs that were the fruit sometimes of imagination, but sometimes also of a traditional empirical knowledge or of a right instinct shared naturally the same fate. That all this was a hasty and illegitimate operation, itself based on the superstition of the all-sufficiency of the new method which really applies only to a limited field, is now becoming more and more evident. I agree with you that the word superstition is one which should be used either not at all or with great caution. It is evidently an anachronism to apply it to beliefs not accepted by the form of religion, one happens oneself to follow or favor. The growing reversal of opinion with regard to many things that were then condemned but are now coming into favor once more is very striking. In addition to the instances you quote, 100 others might be added. One does not quite know why a belief in graphology should be condemned as irrational or superstitious. It seems to me quite rational to believe that a man's handwriting is the result of or consistent with his temperament and nature, and, if so, it may very well prove on examination to be an index of character. It is now a known fact that each man is an individual by himself, with his own peculiar formation, different from others, and made by minute variations in the general human plan. This is true of small physical characteristics. It is evidently equally true of psychological characteristics. It is not unreasonable to suppose a correlation between the two. On that basis, chiromancy too may very well have a truth in it, for it is a known fact that the lines in an individual hand are different from the lines in others, and that this, as well as differences of physiognomy, may carry in it psychological indications, is not impossible. The difficulty for minds trained under rationalistic influences becomes greater when these lines or the data of astrology are interpreted as signs of destiny, because modern rationalism resolutely refused to admit that the future was determined or could be determinable. But this looks more and more like one of the superstitions of the modern mind, a belief curiously contradictory of the fundamental notions of science. For science has believed, at least until yesterday, that everything is determined in nature, and it attempts to find the law of that determination and to predict future physical happenings on that basis. If so, it is reasonable to suppose that there are unseen connections determining human events in the world, and that future events may therefore be predictable. Whether it can be done on the lines of astrology or chiromancy is a matter for inquiry, and one does not get any farther by dismissing the possibility with a summary denial. The case for astrology is fairly strong. A case seems to exist for chiromancy also. On the other hand, it is not safe to go too hastily in the other direction. There is the opposite tendency to believe everything in these fields and not keep one's eyes open to the element of limitation or error in these difficult branches of knowledge. It was this excess of belief that helped to discredit them, because their errors were patent. It does not seem to me established that the stars determine the future, though that is possible, but it does look as if they indicate it, or rather some certitudes and many potentialities of the future. Even the astrologers admit that there is another element of determination in man himself which limits the field of astrological prediction and may even alter many of its ascertained results. There is a very tangled and difficult complex of forces making up any determination of things in the world, and when we have disentangled one thread of the skein and follow it, we may get many striking results, but we cannot rely on it as the one wholly reliable clue. The mind's methods are too rigid and conveniently simple to unravel the true or whole truth, whether of the reality or of its separate phenomena. I would accept your statement about the possibility of knowing much about a man from an observation of a small part of his being, physical or psychological, but I think it is to go too far to say that one can reconstruct a whole man from one minute particle of a hair. I should say, from my knowledge of the complexity and multiplicity of elements in the human being, that such a procedure would be hazardous and would leave a large part of the unknown overshadowing the excessive certitude of this inferential structure. I suppose we cannot go so far as to deny that there is such a thing as superstition, a fixed blind belief without any ground in something that is quite unsound and does not hang together. The human mind readily claps on such beliefs to things which can be or are in themselves true, and this is a mixture which very badly confuses the search for knowledge. But precisely because of that mixture, because somewhere behind the superstition or not far off from it, there is very usually some real truth, one ought to be cautious in using the word or sweeping away with it as a convenient broom, the true, the partly true, and the unfounded together, and claiming that the bare ground left is the only truth of the matter. When I wrote that sentence about a fixed blind belief, I was not thinking really of religious beliefs, but of common popular ideas and beliefs. Your feeling about the matter in any case is quite sound. One can and ought to believe and follow one's own path without condemning or looking down on others for having beliefs different from those one thinks or sees to be the best or the largest in truth. The spiritual field is many-sided and full of complexities, and there is room for an immense variety of experiences. Besides, all mental egoism and spiritual egoism has to be surmounted, and this sense of superiority should therefore not be cherished. P.S. A sincere, wholehearted, and one-pointed following of this yoga should lead to a level where these rigid mental divisions do not exist, for they are mental walls put round one part of truth and knowledge, so as to cut it off from the rest. But this view from above the mind is comprehensive, and everything falls into its place in the whole. The limitations of science. I think what you write is unexceptionable as a statement of the necessary limitations of physical science to its own field. It is only in the occult sciences that one can find the necessary connection or bridge between the spiritual and material which X is demanding from the physical sciences. X's attitude is a sort of reaction against the old error of the materialism which used science to discredit not only the mistakes of religion, but all spiritual truth. But that phase is now over, and one can be content with recording its passing without trying to reverse the process by using science to support or establish spiritual truth. Spiritual truth can exist in itself and needs no such buttressing from outside. I think X bases his ideas on the attempt of Jeans, Eddington, and other English scientists to thrust metaphysical conclusions into scientific facts. It is necessary that he should appreciate fully the objections of more austerely scientific minds to such a mixture. Moreover, spiritual seeking has its own accumulated knowledge, which does not depend in the least on the theories or discoveries of science in the purely physical sphere. X's attempt, like that of Jeans and others, is a reaction against the illegitimate attempts of some scientific minds in the 19th century, and of many others who took advantage of the march of scientific discovery to discredit or abolish as far as possible the religious spirit and to discredit also metaphysics as a cloudy verbiage, exalting science as the only clue to the truth of the universe. But I think that attitude is now dead or moribund. The scientists recognize, as you point out, the limits of their sphere. I may observe that the conflict between religion and science never arose in India until the days of European education, because religion did not interfere with scientific discovery, and scientists did not question religious or spiritual truth, because the two things were kept on separate, but not opposing lines. The defect in what X writes about science seems to be that he is insisting vehemently on the idea that science is still materialistic, or at least that scientists, Jeans and Eddington accepted, are still fundamentally materialists. This is not the fact. Most continental scientists have now renounced the idea that science can explain the fundamentals of existence. They hold that science is only concerned with process and not with fundamentals. They declare that it is not the business of science, nor is it within its means, to decide anything about the great questions which concern philosophy and religion. This is the enormous change which the latest developments of science have brought about. Science itself nowadays is neither materialistic nor idealistic. The rock on which materialism was built, and which in the 19th century seemed unshakable, has now been shattered. Materialism has now become a philosophical speculation, just like any other theory. It cannot claim to found itself on a sort of infallible biblical authority, based on the facts and conclusions of science. This change can be felt by one like myself, who grew up in the heyday of absolute rule of scientific materialism in the 19th century. The way which had been almost entirely barred, except by rebellion, now lies wide open to spiritual truths, spiritual ideas, spiritual experiences. That is the real revolution. Mentalism is only a halfway house, but mentalism and vitalism are now perfectly possible as hypotheses based on the facts of existence, scientific facts as well as any others. The facts of science do not compel anyone to take any particular philosophical direction. They are now neutral and can even be used on one side or another, though most scientists do not consider such a use as admissible. Nobody here ever said that the new discoveries of physics supported the ideas of religion or churches. They merely contended that science had lost its old materialistic dogmatism and moved away by a revolutionary change from its old moorings. It is this change which I expected and prophesied in my poems in the first Ahana volume, A Vision of Science and In the Moonlight. Psychologists, of course, having to deal with mental movements more easily recognize that there can be no real equation between them and physiological processes, and at the most mind and body react on each other as is inevitable since they are lodging together. But even a great physical scientist like Huxley recognized that mind was something quite different from matter and could not possibly be explained in the terms of matter. Only since then, physical science became very arrogant and presumptuous and tried to subject everything to itself and its processes. Now, in theory, it has begun to recognize its limitations in a general way, but the old mentality is still too habitual in most scientists to shake off yet. The minds of these people, scientists, are too much accustomed to deal with physical things and things measurable by instruments and figures to be much good for any other provinces. Einstein's views outside his domain are crude and childish, a sort of unsubstantial, commonplace idealism without grasp on realities. As a man can be a great scholar and yet simple and foolish, so a man can be a great scientist, but his mind and ideas negligible in other things. There is nothing superior in the scientist's brain except a faculty of observing and analyzing and drawing conclusions. It is the intellectual plane. Section 2. Religion, Idealism, Morality, and Yoga. Chapter 1. Religion and Yoga. Religion and the Truth. The Divine. Truth is greater than any religion or creed or scripture or idea or philosophy, so you must not tie yourself to any of these things. I regard the spiritual history of mankind, and especially of India, as a constant development of a divine purpose, not a book that is closed, the lines of which have to be constantly repeated. Even the Upanishads and the Gita were not final, though everything may be there in seed. In this development, the recent spiritual history of India is a very important stage, and the names I mentioned. Ramakrishna and Vivekananda had a special prominence in my thought at the time. They seemed to me to indicate the lines from which the future spiritual development had most directly to proceed, not staying, but passing on. I do not know that I would put my meaning exactly in the language you suggest. I may say that it is far from my purpose to propagate any religion, new or old, for humanity in the future. A way to be opened that is still blocked, not a religion to be founded, is my conception of the matter. It is news to me that I have excluded Mohammedans from the yoga. I have not done it any more than I have excluded Europeans or Christians. As for giving up one's past, if that means giving up the outer forms of the old religions, it is done as much by the Hindus here as by the Mohammedans. The Hindus here, even those who were once orthodox Brahmins and have grown old in it, give up all observance of caste, take food from pariahs, and are served by them, associate and eat with Mohammedans, Christians, Europeans, cease to practice temple worship or sandhya, daily prayer and mantras, accept a non-Hindu from Europe as their spiritual director. These are things people who have Hinduism as their aim and object would not do. They do it because they are obliged here to look to a higher ideal in which these things have no value. What is kept of Hinduism is Vedanta and Yoga, in which Hinduism is one with Sufism of Islam and with the Christian mystics. But even here, it is not Vedanta and Yoga in their traditional limits, their past, but widened and rid of many ideas that are peculiar to the Hindus. If I have used Sanskrit terms and figures, it is because I know them and do not know Persian and Arabic. I have not the slightest objection to anyone here drawing inspiration from Islamic sources if they agree with the truth, as Sufism agrees with it. On the other hand, I have not the slightest objection to Hinduism being broken to pieces and disappearing from the face of the earth, if that is the divine will. I have no attachment to past forms. What is truth will always remain. The truth alone matters. Religion in India. Religion is always imperfect because it is a mixture of man's spirituality with the errors that come in trying to sublimate ignorantly his lower nature. Hindu religion appears to me as a cathedral temple, half in ruins, noble in the mass, often fantastic in detail, but always fantastic with a significance, crumbled and overgrown in many places, but a cathedral temple in which service is still done to the unseen and its real presence can be felt by those who enter with the right spirit. The outer social structure which it built for its approach is another matter. If it is meant by the statement of Mahatma Gandhi that the form of religion is something permanent and unchangeable, then that cannot be accepted. But if religion here means one's way of communion with the divine, then it is true that that is something belonging to the inner being and cannot be changed like a house or a cloak for the sake of some personal, social, or worldly convenience. If a change is to be made, it can only be for an inner spiritual reason, because of some development from within. No one can be bound to any form of religion or any particular creed or system, but if he changes the one he has accepted for another, for external reasons, that means he has inwardly no religion at all, and both his old and his new religion are only an empty formula. At bottom, that is, I suppose, what the statement drives at. Preference for a different approach to the truth, or the desire of inner spiritual self-expression are not the motives of the recommendation of change to which objection is made by the Mahatma here. The object proposed is an enhancement of social status and consideration, which is no more a spiritual motive than conversion for the sake of money or marriage. If a man has no religion in himself, he can change his creedal profession for any motive. If he has, he cannot. He can only change it in response to an inner spiritual need. If a man has a bhakti for the divine in the form of Krishna, he can't very well say, "I will swap Krishna for Christ so that I may become socially respectable." You can write to him not to be depressed by his failures, but to go on aspiring and trust in the divine grace. He should not allow himself to be impeded by narrow caste ideas. Always in India, the Brahmins have bowed down before a man of spiritual realization, who becomes by that very fact of realization above caste. He should open himself more to the help from here. Man is a mass of imperfections. It is only by the divine grace that he reaches the divine. Religious ceremonies. It is correct. Religions at best modify only the surface of the nature. Moreover, they degenerate very soon into a routine of ceremonial habitual worship and fixed dogmas. If you feel no enthusiasm for the Shraddha, it is better definitely to stop it. Once on this path, there is no meaning in it any longer, for the reason you yourself give. The Shraddha is, besides, entirely on the vital plane, and if help has to be given to those who have passed into other worlds of consciousness, there are better ways of doing it. Replace the Shraddha by a long meditation with X on the Father, praying that he may have all the rest and illumination that the departed can have. I only said what was originally meant by the ceremonies, the rites. I was not referring to the feeding of the caste or the Brahmins, which is not a rite or ceremony. Whether the Shraddha as performed is actually effective is another matter, for those who perform it have not either the knowledge or the occult power. The old traditions, stotras, homas, aradhanas, recitations, etc., are still strong with many. Let them satisfy this tendency in this way, so long as it does not drop from them, useless, and therefore inadvisable, to sacrifice animals to Kali. External sacrifices of this kind have no longer any meaning, as so many saints have said, sacrifice ego, anger, lust, etc. to Kali, not goats or cocks. Religious fanaticism. There is nothing noble in fanaticism. There is no nobility of motive, though there may be a fierce enthusiasm of motive. Religious fanaticism is something psychologically low-born and ignorant, and usually in its action fierce, cruel, and base. Religious ardor like that of the martyr who sacrifices himself only is a different thing. Chapter 2. Idealism and Spirituality. Human Perfection and Spirituality. I would not describe the perfections you describe in your letter, fine though they are, as spiritual in the proper sense of the word, for they lack the essential condition of spirituality. Perfection of all kinds is indeed good, as it is the sign of the pressure of the consciousness in the material world towards full self-expression in this or that limit, on this or that level. In a certain sense, it is an urge of the divine itself, hidden in forms that tends in the lesser degrees of consciousness towards its own increasing self-revelation. Perfection of an object or a scene in inanimate nature, animate perfection of strength, speed, physical beauty, courage or animal fidelity, affection, intelligence, perfection of art, music, poetry, literature, perfection of the intellect in any kind of mental activity, the perfect statesman, warrior, artist, craftsman, perfection in vital force and capacity, perfection in ethical qualities, character, temperament, all have their high value, their place as rungs in the ladder of evolution, the serried steps of the spirit's emergence. If one likes to call that spiritual because of this hidden urge behind it, one can do so. It can at least be regarded as a preparation for the secret spirit's emergence. But thought and knowledge can only proceed by making the necessary distinctions. Much confusion is created by neglecting them. This mental idealism, ethical development, religious piety and fervor, occult powers and feats have all been taken as spirituality, and the spiritual evolution kept tied to the moorings of the planes of lesser consciousness, which do indeed prepare the soul by experience for the spiritual consciousness, but are not themselves that. For perfection can only become truly spiritual when it is founded on the awakened spiritual consciousness and takes on its peculiar essence. We are told by Europeans that the lined and ravaged face of the Greek bust of Homer is far more spiritual than the empty, ecstatic smile of the Buddha. We are told often nowadays that to earn for one's family and carry out our domestic duties, to be a good and moral man, a perfect citizen, patriot, worker for the country, is far more spiritual than to sit in idle meditation seeking for a remote and invisible deity. Philanthropy, altruism, service to mankind are represented as the true spiritual things. Mental idealisms, ethical strivings, aesthetic finenesses are put forward by the modern mind as things spiritual. All this is represented as the best and highest we can achieve, though an increasing disillusionment, dissatisfaction, feeling of emptiness in them is also growing at the same time. All this has had its use, for everything has its own value in its own place, and those who are satisfied with them are entitled to give them their full value and hold them as the great good and the thing to be done. Kartavyam karma. But spirituality stands on its own basis and does not depend on these things, nor does it even include them so long as they are based on some other than the spiritual consciousness and not transformed on the inner spiritual basis. So also people speak of religious men as spiritual, but one may be a very religious man, yet not spiritual. The popular idea confuses great feats of occult power, ascetic feats, miracles, astonishing performances like those of your jewel sannyasi as the works of a spiritual achievement and the signs of a great yogi. But one may be a powerful occultist or do marvels of asceticism and yet be not spiritual at all, for in any true sense of the word, in its proper and native significance, it means one who has attained to the spiritual consciousness, the realization of the inner or higher self, the contact or union with the divine, or that which is eternal, or is striving after and approaching these things. Spiritual perfection can only come by a life based on that search and that achievement. The collapse of 20th century idealism. Tagore, of course, belonged to an age which had faith in its ideas and whose very denials were creative affirmations. That makes an immense difference. Your strictures on his later development may or may not be correct, but this mixture even was the note of the day, and it expressed a tangible hope of a fusion into something new and true. Therefore, it could create. Now all that idealism has been smashed to pieces by the immense adverse event, and everybody is busy exposing its weakness, but nobody knows what to put in its place. A mixture of skepticism and slogans, Heil Hitler, and the fascist salute and 5-year plan and the beating of everybody into one amorphous shape. A disabused denial of all ideals on one side and on the other, a blind shut my eyes and shut everybody's eyes plunge into the bog in the hope of finding some firm foundation there, will not carry us very far. And what else is there? Until new spiritual values are discovered, no great enduring creation is possible. It is queer these intellectuals go on talking of creation while all they stand for is collapsing into the néant without their being able to raise a finger to save it. What the devil are they going to create, and from what material? And of what use if a Hitler with his cudgel or a Mussolini with his castor oil can come and wash it out or beat it into dust in a moment? If there are such great spiritual men in Europe, as a book reviewer claimed, they seem to have the gift of invisibility. Or perhaps he means intellectuals like Romain Rolland, or else Roman Catholic priests and cardinals, or the Reverend Holmes, or pacifists like Lord Robert Cecil, or in the past Tolstoy, who spent his whole life trying in vain to live according to his ideals. Idealizing intellectualism and religionism are all that is left of spirituality in Europe. Chapter 3. Morality and Yoga. The spiritual life and the ordinary life. The spiritual life, Adhyatma Jivana, the religious life, Dharma Jivana, and the ordinary human life, of which morality is a part, are three quite different things, and one must know which one desires and not confuse the three together. The ordinary life is that of the average human consciousness, separated from its own true self and from the divine, and led by the common habits of the mind, life, and body, which are the laws of the ignorance. The religious life is a movement of the same ignorant human consciousness, turning or trying to turn away from the earth towards the divine, but as yet without knowledge, and led by the dogmatic tenets and rules of some sect or creed which claims to have found the way out of the bonds of the earth consciousness into some beatific beyond. The religious life may be the first approach to the spiritual, but very often it is only a turning about in a round of rites, ceremonies, and practices, or set ideas and forms without any issue. The spiritual life, on the contrary, proceeds directly by a change of consciousness, a change from the ordinary consciousness, ignorant and separated from its true self and from God, to a greater consciousness in which one finds one's true being and comes first into direct and living contact and then into union with the divine. For the spiritual seeker, this change of consciousness is the one thing he seeks, and nothing else matters. Morality is a part of the ordinary life. It is an attempt to govern the outward conduct by certain mental rules, or to form the character by these rules in the image of a certain mental ideal. The spiritual life goes beyond the mind. It enters into the deeper consciousness of the spirit and acts out of the truth of the spirit. As for the question about the ethical life and the need to realize God, it depends on what is meant by fulfillment of the objects of life. If an entry into the spiritual consciousness is part of it, then mere morality will not give it to you. Politics as such has nothing to do with the spiritual life. If the spiritual man does anything for his country, it is in order to do the will of the divine, and as part of a divinely appointed work, and not from any other common human motive. In none of his acts does he proceed from the common mental and vital motives which move ordinary men, but acts out of the truth of the spirit, and from an inner command of which he knows the source. The kind of worship, puja, spoken of in the letter, belongs to the religious life. It can, if rightly done in the deepest religious spirit, prepare the mind and heart to some extent, but no more. But if worship is done as part of meditation, or with a true aspiration to the spiritual reality and the spiritual consciousness, and with the yearning for contact and union with the divine, then it can be spiritually effective. If you have a sincere aspiration to the spiritual change in your heart and soul, then you will find the way and the guide. A mere mental seeking and questioning are not enough to open the doors of the spirit. In the ordinary life, people accept the vital movements, anger, desire, greed, sex, etc., as natural, allowable, and legitimate things, part of the human nature. Only so far as society discourages them or wishes to keep them within fixed limits or subject to a decent restraint or measure, people try to control them so as to conform to the social standard of morality or rule of conduct. Here, on the contrary, as in all spiritual life, the conquest and complete mastery of these things is demanded. That is why the struggle is more felt, not because these things rise more strongly in sadhaks than in ordinary men, but because of the intensity of the struggle between the spiritual mind which demands control and the vital movements which rebel and wish to continue in the new as they did in the old life. As for the idea that the sadhana raises up things of the kind, the only truth in that is this, that first, there are many things in the ordinary man of which he is not conscious, because the vital hides them from the mind and gratifies them without the mind realizing what is the force that is moving the action. Thus, things that are done under the plea of altruism, philanthropy, service, etc., are largely moved by ego, which hides itself behind these justifications. In yoga, the secret motive has to be pulled out from behind the veil, exposed, and got rid of. Secondly, some things are suppressed in the ordinary life and remain lying in the nature, suppressed but not eliminated. They may rise up any day, or they may express themselves in nervous forms or other disorders of the mind or vital or body without it being evident what is their real cause. This has been recently discovered by European psychologists and much emphasized, even exaggerated in a new science called psychoanalysis. Here again in sadhana, one has to become conscious of these suppressed impulses and eliminate them. This may be called raising up, but that does not mean that they have to be raised up into action, but only raised up before the consciousness, so as to be cleared out of the being. As for some men being able to control themselves and others being swept away, that is due to difference of temperament. Some men are sattvic and control comes easy to them, up to a certain point at least. Others are more rajasic and find control difficult and often impossible. Some have a strong mind and mental will, and others are vital men in whom the vital passions are stronger or more on the surface. Some do not think control necessary and let themselves go. In sadhana, the mental or moral control has to be replaced by the spiritual mastery. For the mental control is only partial, and it controls but does not liberate. It is only the psychic and spiritual that can do that. That is the main difference in this respect between the ordinary and the spiritual life. Everything depends upon the aim you put before you. If, for the realization of one's spiritual aim, it is necessary to give up the ordinary life of the ignorance, samsara, it must be done. The claim of the ordinary life cannot stand against that of the spirit. If a yoga of works alone is chosen as the path, then one may remain in the samsara, but it will be freely, as a field of action, and not from any sense of obligation. For the yogin must be free inwardly from all ties and attachments. On the other hand, there is no necessity to live the family life. One can leave it and take any kind of works as a field of action. In the yoga practiced here, the aim is to rise to a higher consciousness and to live out of the higher consciousness alone, not with the ordinary motives. This means a change of life as well as a change of consciousness. But all are not so circumstanced that they can cut loose from the ordinary life. They accept it, therefore, as a field of experience and self-training in the earlier stages of the sadhana. But they must take care to look at it as a field of experience only and to get free from the ordinary desires, attachments, and ideas which usually go with it. Otherwise, it becomes a drag and hindrance on their sadhana. When one is not compelled by circumstances, there is no necessity to continue the ordinary life. One becomes tamasic by leaving the ordinary actions and life only if the vital is so accustomed to draw its motives of energy from the ordinary consciousness and its desires and activities, that if it loses them, it loses all joy and charm and energy of existence. But if one has a spiritual aim and an inner life, and the vital part accepts them, then it draws its energies from within, and there is no danger of one's being tamasic. Morality. The principle of life which I seek to establish is spiritual. Morality is a question of man's mind and vital. It belongs to a lower plane of consciousness. A spiritual life, therefore, cannot be founded on a moral basis. It must be founded on a spiritual basis. This does not mean that the spiritual man must be immoral, as if there were no other law of conduct than the moral. The law of action of the spiritual consciousness is higher, not lower than the moral. It is founded on union with the divine and living in the divine consciousness, and its action is founded on obedience to the divine will. The beliefs you speak of with regard to right and wrong, beauty and ugliness, etc., are necessary for the human being and for the guidance of his life. He cannot do without the distinctions they involve. But in a higher consciousness, when he enters into the light or is touched by it, these distinctions disappear, for he is then approaching the eternal and infinite good and right, which he reaches perfectly when he is able to enter into the truth consciousness or supermind. The belief in the guidance of God is also justified by spiritual experience and is very necessary for the sadhana. This also rises to its highest and completest truth when one enters into the light. It, the reason people remain calm and self-controlled in ordinary life, is social pressure accompanied by a certain habit of mental control born of the social pressure. It is not from peace at all. Remove the social pressure even partly, and as in England and America recently, people let themselves go and do according to the vital impulses instead of controlling them. Except, of course, those who stick to the religious and moral ideas of the past, even when society drifts away from these ideas. Vice and virtue. Vice and virtue have nothing to do with darkness or light, truth and falsehood. The spiritual man rises above vice and virtue. He does not rise above truth and light, unless you mean by truth and light human truth and mental light. They have to be transcended, just as virtue and vice have to be transcended. Are you in a position to make a judgment as to what will or will not help God's work? You seem to have very elementary ideas in these matters. What is your idea of divinization? To be a virtuous man, a good husband, son, father, a good citizen, etc.? In that case, I myself am most undivine, for I have never been these things. Men like X or Y would then be the great transformed divine men. Many sinners are people who are preparing to turn to the divine, and many virtuous people have a long run of lives yet to go through before they will think of it. Vices are simply an overflow of energy in unregulated channels, the sattvic man and the spiritual man. The passage through sattva is the ordinary idea of yoga. It is the preparation and purification by the yama-niyama of Patanjali, or by other means in other yogas, e.g., saintliness in the bhakti schools, the Eightfold Path in Buddhism, etc., etc. In our yoga, the evolution through sattva is replaced by the cultivation of equanimity, samatha, and by the psychic transformation. It is a very beautiful character that you describe in your letter, a perfect type of the sattvic man, a fine and harmonized ethical nature supported and vivified by a fine and developed psychic being. But still, although it may be regarded as an excellent preparation for the spiritual life, it cannot by itself be called spirituality, unless indeed we reduce the meaning of the word to the connotation ordinarily given to it in the West, where mental ideation, ethical striving, a flowering of fine character, altruism, self-sacrifice, self-denial, philanthropy, service to men or mankind are considered the height of spiritual aspiration or spiritual attainment. Obviously, if that is to be the last word of earthly achievement, there is no need for anything farther. The close and vivid discovery of soul or self, the straining towards that which is behind life and above mind, the passion for the eternal or the infinite, the hunger for a freedom and wideness of consciousness and existence not limited by the narrow molds of intellect, character, and the past life aims of humanity, the thirst for union with the divine or for the pure bliss and beauty of spiritual existence not tied down to mental and vital values, must be dismissed as a superfluous dream for which there is neither place nor necessity here. Yet these things have been not only dreamed of and hungered after, but reached and tasted by beings born in a mortal and human body. Spirituality lies there. Its essence consists in a bursting of the human mental, moral, aesthetic, vital molds in order to reach beyond them and enter into a consciousness of which these things are the very stuff to which these experiences are native. Anything less than that, than a striving after it, or at least a partial realization of it, is not spirituality. The spiritual man is one who has realized something of it, even if only in one aspect out of many. One who is striving after it is the spiritual seeker. All else, however magnificently intellectual, ethical, aesthetically beautiful and harmonious, vitally splendid, great and forceful, or physically perfect, is a valuable achievement on the way, but not yet that, for one has not passed the Rubicon of mind into a new empire. Owing to the nature of the past evolution of consciousness and of spirituality itself, there has been much confusion on this point, and there is still more today because of the present domination of the Western ideal. On one side or another, mental idealism, ethical development, altruistic character and action, religious piety and fervor, occult powers, feats of ascetic endurance, have been put forward as the essence of spirituality, or the test or proof of achievement, or the signposts of the journey to spiritual perfection. It is ignored that any of these things may be there, and yet there need not be any spiritual life behind it, any rebirth into a new consciousness, or any remolding of either the inner or the outer consciousness, no longer in a higher or richer power of mind and life and body only, the instruments, but in the direct light and force of the hitherto veiled user of the instrument, the now revealed and directly active soul, self, spirit, or of the divine or eternal, whose representatives or aspects they are. This confusion meets us at every point and in all sorts of forms, whose common error is to ignore the essence and core of the matter. The Western intellect presents us with the strivings of the mind, life, emotions, passions, moral will, and tells us these are the real spiritual things. Man's highest aim and endeavor and all else is vain mysticism, asceticism, evasion of life. It appears that the lined and ravaged face of a Greek bust of Homer is 1,000 times more spiritual than the empty calm or the ecstatic smile of the Buddha. We are told by others that to care for the family and carry out our social and domestic duties, to be a good man, a perfect citizen, patriot, worker for the community, to serve mankind, are the real things far more spiritual than to sit in idle meditation seeking for some remote and invisible transcendental reality or unreality. Philanthropy, altruism, service, selfless labor for humankind, these are the spiritual summits. True selflessness lies there, to sacrifice or offer one's life to the good of others, to the community, to the race, to seek one's own inner spiritual growth, to draw back from ordinary life in order to reach something beyond, to search after the divine above humanity, is mere egoism, not true spirituality, but an aberration, a misdirection of the will and life. All that might be admirable and true as certainly all the things thus eulogized have their place in the human evolution, if the premise on which it were founded were true, that the seeking for something behind, something beyond, something of which the evolution of mind, life, and body was only a veil or a preparation, is an illusion and a chimera. But if these things are real, if the seeking is a lasting and major drive in nature, then all these objections and recommendations are futile. For this drive will fulfill itself. This hidden reality will draw and draw us till we achieve it. Those who feel its call cannot do otherwise than follow and strive, even if need be, leave all else for it, hold all other greatness, splendor, nobility, beauty, as cheaper minor things compared with this other light and greatness and beauty, of which they have had the vision, the intimation, the formless attraction, or else the passing touch or glimpse. Ever since mind itself reached a certain development, there has been at first dimly and gropingly, then more and more clearly and intimately, this drive in man towards something behind and beyond man, towards the discovery or the expression of something hidden in his being and a world existence which is more real than his surface self, even at its best, greater, fuller, truer, more divine. To arrive at that can come only by a change of consciousness, a reversal of consciousness, a new basis of consciousness, which is not the lower instrumental consciousness of mind, life, and body. At each step of evolution, we have this change, reversal, new base. Matter is bound in an involved consciousness, which is in practice and in conscience. Life in the plant, in a still involved consciousness, struggling for growth, expansion, persistence, seeking after movement and sensation and conscious living without yet reaching them. Life in the animal in a vital consciousness, possessed of these things, already emotional, possessed of a mind, but a mind still involved in life movement, not reflective, not subjective, and turning upon life to understand, master, and control it. Mind is based on a consciousness that has attained this emergence, this reflective and controlling power, this growing understanding, mastery, self-awareness. But mind is still aware only of life and of itself. It is not aware of the person, the reality behind, the user of the instrument. It is seeking for these things, and it is this search that constitutes the drive for a new evolution. For mind is a twilight preparing for light, an ignorance seeking after knowledge, a bondage to nature groping after freedom and mastery over nature. It is not on mind, on its self-modifying ignorance and bondage, or even on its half-light, half-mastery, half-knowledge, that the next step can base itself. It must base itself on soul consciousness, consciousness of the spirit and self, for so only can there be the full light, the spontaneous mastery, the intimate and real knowledge. Obviously, in sadhana, the rajasic movements are likely to create more trouble than the sattvic ones. The greatest difficulty of the sattvic man is the snare of virtue and self-righteousness, the ties of philanthropy, mental idealisms, family affections, etc. But except the first, these are, though difficult, still not so difficult to overpass or else transform. Sometimes, however, these things are as sticky as the rajasic difficulties. Selfishness and unselfishness. Selfishness and the reaction of unselfishness of which you speak are both of them things that have to be put aside. Both are obstacles or movements leading off from the true and straight path. For both these things belong to the mind and vital, they are different forms of the ego. The mind, in its attempt to get away from the rajasic selfish ego, tries to do just the opposite of what selfishness usually does and serve others, sacrifice itself for others. But in doing so, it is only constructing another kind of egoism that prides itself on its own unselfishness and altruism and makes human service its mental ideal instead of spiritual service of the divine. That it is a misguiding movement you saw yourself, for it wanted to sacrifice your sadhana, that is, your seeking for the divine, to this new ego of altruistic self-righteousness. It was prepared to do things without permission of the mother or rather avoiding asking for permission. One has to get rid of selfishness and ego, not in this way, but by selfless service of the divine and by merging the ego in the divine consciousness, submitting the personal will to the divine will, calling into the being the divine peace, purity, oneness, knowledge, light, ananda, replacing the ego by the psychic being devoted and surrendered to the divine. It is the love of the divine that saves, not a love turned towards human beings. When the divine consciousness is there, then there comes, based on the love of the divine, a true love and oneness for all beings. But that does not act separately from the divine, but only according to the Divine Mother's will and in her service. Unselfishness is not the only thing to be aimed at. By itself, it would be only a moral, not a spiritual attainment. Humility. A spiritual humility within is very necessary, but I do not think an outward one is very advisable. Absence of pride or arrogance or vanity is indispensable, of course, in one's outer dealings with others. It often creates pride, becomes formal, or becomes ineffective after a time. I have seen people doing it to cure their pride, but I have not found it producing a lasting result. To feel like doing namaskar to everyone is a feeling which some have who either want to cultivate humility, X used to do it, but I never saw that it got rid of his innate self-esteem, or who have or are trying to have the realization of Narayan in all with a Vaishnava turn in it. To feel the one in all is right, but to bow down to the individual who lives still in his ego is good neither for him nor for the one who does it. Especially in this yoga, it tends to diffuse what should be concentrated and turn towards a higher realization than that of the cosmic feeling, which is only a step on the way. It is only this habit of the nature, self-worrying and harping on the sense of deficiency, that prevents you from being quiet. If you threw that out, it would be easy to be quiet. Humility is needful, but constant self-depreciation does not help. Excessive self-esteem and self-depreciation are both wrong attitudes. To recognize any defects without exaggerating them is useful, but once recognized, it is no good dwelling on them always. You must have the confidence that the divine force can change everything, and you must let the force work. The view taken by the Mahatma in these matters of caste is Christian rather than Hindu. For the Christian, self-abasement, humility, the acceptance of a low status to serve humanity or the divine are things which are highly spiritual and the noblest privilege of the soul. This view does not admit any hierarchy of castes. The Mahatma accepts castes but on the basis that all are equal before the divine. A Bhangi doing his dharma is as good as the Brahmin doing his. There is division of function, but no hierarchy of functions. That is one view of things, and the hierarchic view is another, both having a standpoint and logic of their own, which the mind takes as wholly valid, but which only corresponds to a part of the reality. All kinds of work are equal before the divine, and all men have the same Brahman within them, is one truth, but that development is not equal in all is another. The idea that it needs special punya to be born as a Bhangi is of course one of those forceful exaggerations of an idea which are common with the Mahatma and impress greatly the mind of his hearers. The idea behind is that his function is an indispensable service to the society, quite as much as the Brahmins, but that being disagreeable, it would need a special moral heroism to choose it voluntarily, and he thinks as if the soul freely chose it as such a heroic service and as a reward of righteous acts. That is hardly likely. The service of the scavenger is indispensable under certain conditions of society. It is one of those primary necessities without which society can hardly exist, and the cultural development of which the Brahmin life is part could not have taken place. But obviously the cultural development is more valuable than the service of the physical needs for the progress of humanity as opposed to its first static condition, and that development can even lead to the minimizing and perhaps the eventual disappearance by scientific inventions of the need for the functions of the scavenger. But that I suppose the Mahatma would not approve of, as it is machinery and a departure from the simple life. In any case, it is not true that the Bhangi life is superior to the Brahmin life and the reward of a special righteousness. On the other hand, the traditional conception that a man is superior to others because he is born a Brahmin is not rational or justifiable. A spiritual or cultured man of pariah birth is superior in the divine values to an unspiritual and worldly-minded or a crude and uncultured Brahmin. Birth counts, but the basic value is in the man himself, the soul behind, and the degree to which it manifests itself in his nature. As for the sense of superiority, that too is a little difficult to avoid when greater horizons open before the consciousness, unless one is already of a saintly and humble disposition. There are men like Nag Mahashoy in whom spiritual experience creates more and more humility. There are others like Vivekananda in whom it erects a giant sense of strength and superiority. European critics have taxed him with it rather severely. There are others in whom it fixes a sense of superiority to men and humility to the divine. Each position has its value. Take Vivekananda's famous answer to the Madras pundit who objected to one of his assertions, but Shankara does not say so. To which Vivekananda replied, "No, Shankara does not say so, but I, Vivekananda, say so." And the pundit sank back amazed and speechless. That I, Vivekananda, stands up to the ordinary eye like a Himalaya of self-confident egoism. But there was nothing false or unsound in Vivekananda's spiritual experience. This was not mere egoism, but the sense of what he stood for, and the attitude of the fighter who, as the representative of something very great, could not allow himself to be put down or belittled. This is not to deny the necessity of non-egoism and of spiritual humility, but to show that the question is not so easy as it appears at first sight, for if I have to express my spiritual experiences, I must do it with truth. I must record them, their bhava, the thoughts, feelings, extensions of consciousness which accompany them. What can I do with the experience in which one feels the whole world in oneself, or the force of the divine flowing in one's being and nature, or the certitude of one's faith against all doubts and doubters, or one's oneness with the divine, or the smallness of human thought and life compared with this greater knowledge and existence? And I have to use the word I cannot take refuge in saying this body or this appearance, especially as I am not a Mayavadin. Shall I not inevitably fall into expressions which will make X shake his head at my assertions as full of pride and ego? I imagine it would be difficult to avoid it. Another thing, it seems to me that you identify faith very much with mental belief, but real faith is something spiritual, a knowledge of the soul. The assertions you quote in your letter are the hard assertions of a mental belief leading to a great vehement assertion of one's creed and God because they are one's own, and must therefore be greater than those of others, an attitude which is universal in human nature. Even the atheist is not tolerant, but declares his credo of nature and matter as the only truth, and on all who disbelieve it or believe in other things he pours scorn as unenlightened morons and superstitious half-wits. I bear him no grudge for thinking me that, but I note that this attitude is not confined to religious faith, but is equally natural to those who are free from religious faith and do not believe in gods or gurus. Perhaps one could say that spiritual humility is to be aware of the relativity of what has been done compared with what is still to be done, and also to be conscious of one's being nothing without the divine grace. Sacrifice. Sacrifice has a moral and psychological value always. This value is the same no matter what may be the cause for which the sacrifice is made, provided the one who makes it believes in the truth or justice or other worthiness of his cause. If one makes the sacrifice for a cause one knows to be wrong or unworthy, all depends on the motive and spirit of the sacrifice. Bhishma, accepting death in a cause he knew to be unjust, obeyed the call of loyalty to what he felt to be his personal duty. Many have done that in the past, and the moral and psychic value of their act lies, irrespective of the nature of the cause, in the nobility of the motive. As to the other question, in this sense of the word sacrifice, there is none for the man who gives up something which he does not value, except in so far as he undergoes loss, defies social ban or obloquy, or otherwise pays a price for his liberation. I may say, however, that without being cold and unloving, a man may be so seized by a spiritual call or the call of a great human cause that the family or other ties count for nothing beside it, and he leaves all joyfully, without a pang, to follow the summoning voice. In the spiritual sense, however, sacrifice has a different meaning. It does not so much indicate giving up what is held dear as an offering of one's self, one's being, one's mind, heart, will, body, life, actions to the divine. It has the original sense of making sacred and is used as an equivalent of the word yajna. When the Gita speaks of the sacrifice of knowledge, it does not mean a giving up of anything, but a turning of the mind towards the divine in the search for knowledge and an offering of oneself through it. It is in this sense, too, that one speaks of the offering or sacrifice of works. The mother has written somewhere that the spiritual sacrifice is joyful and not painful in its nature. On the spiritual path, very commonly, if a seeker still feels the old ties and responsibilities strongly, he is not asked to sever or leave them, but to let the call in him grow till all within is ready. Many indeed come away earlier because they feel that to cut loose is their only chance, and these have to go sometimes through a struggle. But the pain, the struggle, is not the essential character of the spiritual self-offering. It, pain and struggle in offering oneself to the divine, simply means that your sacrifice is still mental and has not yet become spiritual in its character. When your vital being consents to give up its desires and enjoyments, when it offers itself to the divine, then the yajna will have begun. What I meant was that the European sense of the word is not the sense of the word yajna or the sense of sacrifice in such phrases as the sacrifice of works. It does not mean that you give up all works for the sake of the divine, for then there would be no sacrifice of works at all. Similarly, the sacrifice of knowledge does not mean that you painfully and resolutely make yourself a fool for the sake of the Lord. Sacrifice means an inner offering to the divine, and the real spiritual sacrifice is a very joyful thing. Otherwise, one is only trying to make oneself fit and has not yet begun the real yajna. It is because your mind is struggling with your vital, the unwilling animal, and asking it to allow itself to be immolated that there is the pain and struggle. If the spiritual will, or psychic, were more in the front, then you would not be lamenting over the loss of the ghee and butter and curds thrown into the fire, or trying to have a last lick at it before casting it. The only difficulty would be about bringing down the gods fully enough, a progressive labor, not about lamentations over the ghee. By the way, do you think that the mother or myself or others who have taken up the spiritual life had not enjoyed life, and that it is therefore that the mother was able to speak of a joyous sacrifice to the divine as the true spirit of spiritual sacrifice? Or do you think we spent the preliminary stages in longings for the lost fleshpots of Egypt, and that it was only later on we felt the joy of the spiritual sacrifice? Of course we did not. We and many others had no difficulty on the score of giving up anything we thought necessary to give up and no hankerings afterwards. Your rule is as usual a stiff rule that does not at all apply generally. Sacrifice depends on the inner attitude. If one has nothing outward to sacrifice, one has always oneself to give. Ahimsa, destruction and violence. The doctrines of ahimsa and nonviolence and altruism are early steps on the road to spiritual knowledge. But once advanced on the road, what is true behind them takes its place, as a thread in the complex weft of spiritual truth and feeling, not as a rigid ethical rule or all-swallowing dogma. The manifestation here is too complex in its concealed unity for such mental or emotional formulas to be unerring guides. The impersonal truth, precisely because it is impersonal, can contain quite opposite things. There is a truth in ahimsa, there is a truth in destruction also. I do not teach that you should go on killing everybody every day as a spiritual dharma. I say that destruction can be done when it is part of the divine work commanded by the divine. Non-violence is better than violence as a rule, and still sometimes violence may be the right thing. I consider dharma as relative. Unity with the divine and action from the divine will the highest way. Buddha did not aim at action in the world, but at cessation from the world existence. For that he found the Eightfold Path a necessary preparatory discipline, and so proclaimed it. It, ahimsa, had nothing to do with the Yuga at the time of Buddha, but with the path towards liberation found by Buddha. There are many paths, and all need not be one and the same in their teaching. Destruction in itself is neither good nor evil. It is a fact of nature, a necessity in the play of forces, as things are in this world. The light destroys the darkness and the powers of darkness, and that is not a movement of ignorance. It all depends on the character of the destruction and the forces that enter into it. All dread of fire or other violent forces should be overcome, for dread shows a weakness. The free spirit can stand fearless before even the biggest forces of nature. This world is so arranged that it is not possible to live without some destruction of life. So for this, there need be no remorse. Only one should not destroy life wantonly, or inflict needless suffering on animals or any living things. I feel inclined to back out of the arena or take refuge in the usual saving formula. There is much to be said on both sides. Your view is no doubt correct from the common sense or what might be called the human point of view. Krishna Prem takes the standpoint that we must not only consider the temporary good to humanity, but certain inner laws. He thinks the harm, violence, or cruelty to other beings is not compensated and cannot be justified by some physical good to a section of humanity, or even to humanity as a whole. Such methods awake, in his opinion, a sort of karmic reaction apart from the moral harm to the men who do these things. He is also of the opinion that the cause of disease is psychic, that is to say, subjective, and the direction should be towards curing the inner causes much more than patching up by physical means. These are ideas that have their truth also. I fully recognize the psychic law and methods and their preferability, but the ordinary run of humanity is not ready for that rule, and while it is so, doctors and their physical methods will be there. I have also supported justifiable violence on justifiable occasions, e.g. Kurukshetra, and the war against Hitler and all he means. The question then, from this middle point of view, about the immediate question is whether this violence is justifiable and the occasion justifiable. I back out. War and conquest. War and conquest are part of the economy of vital nature. It is no use blaming this or that people for doing it. Everybody does it who has the power and the chance. China, who now complains, was herself an imperialist and colonizing country through all the centuries in which Japan kept religiously within her own borders. If it were not profitable, I suppose nobody would do it. England has grown rich on the plundered wealth of India. France depends for many things on her African colonies. Japan needs an outlet for her overabundant population and safe economic markets nearby. Each is pushed by forces that use the minds of rulers and peoples to fulfill themselves. Unless human nature changes, no amount of moralizing will prevent it. There has been almost continuous war in the world. It is as in the history of the Roman Republic, when the gates of the Temple of Janus were closed only once or twice in its many centuries, a sign that the Republic was at peace with all the world. There have been in modern times long intervals between long wars, but small ones have been generally going on somewhere or another. Man is a quarreling and fighting animal, and so long as he is so, how can there be peace? Poverty. It is a world which has emerged from the inconscient, and these things, poverty and misery, are results of the imperfect working of the human mind, which, being born into the ignorant life and matter, has to learn by effort and experience. Ignorance and ego have to be outgrown before there can be a true utilization of the resources of nature. natural calamities. Why should earthquakes occur by some wrong movement of man? When man was not there, did not earthquakes occur? If he were blotted out by poison gas, or otherwise, would they cease? Earthquakes are a perturbation in nature due to some pressure of forces. Frequency of earthquakes may coincide with a violence of upheavals in human life, but the upheavals of earth and human life are both results of a general clash or pressure of forces. One is not the cause of the other. Chapter 4. Social Duties and the Divine. Family, Society, Country, and the Divine. Family, society, country are a larger ego. They are not the divine. One can work for them and say that one is working for the divine only if one is conscious of the divine Adesh to act for that purpose, or of the divine force working within one. Otherwise, it is only an idea of the mind identifying country, etc., with the divine. I suppose each man makes or tries to make his own organization of life out of the mass of possibilities the forces present to him. Self, physical self, and family are the building most make. To earn, to create a family and maintain it, perhaps to get some position in the present means of life one chooses, in business, the profession, etc., etc. Country or humanity are usually added to that by a minority. A few take up some ideal and follow it as the mainstay of their life. It is only the very religious who try to make God the center of their life. That too rather imperfectly, except for a few. None of these things are secure or certain, even the last being certain only if it is followed with an absoluteness which only a few are willing to give. The life of the ignorance is a play of forces through which man seeks his way, and all depends on his growth through experience to the point at which he can grow out of it into something else. That something else is in fact a new consciousness, whether a new consciousness beyond the earthly life or a new consciousness within it. I don't remember the context, but I suppose he, the writer of Yogic Sadhan, means that when one has to escape from the lower dharma, one has often to break it so as to arrive at a larger one, e.g. social duties, paying debts, looking after family, helping to serve your country, etc., etc. The man who turns to the spiritual life has to leave all that behind him often, and he is reproached by lots of people for his adharma. But if he does not do this adharma, he is bound forever to the lower life, for there is always some duty there to be done, and cannot take up the spiritual dharma, or can do it only when he is old and his faculties impaired. Idealizing is a pastime of the mind, except for the few who are passionately determined to make the ideal real. Buddha is in nirvana, and his wife and child are there too, perhaps, so it is easy to praise his spiritual greatness and courage, but for living people with living relatives, a similar action is monstrous. They ought to be satisfied with praising Buddha and take care not to follow his example. The tendency you speak of, to leave the family and social life for the spiritual life, has been traditional in India for the last 2,000 years and more, chiefly among men. It touches only a very small number of women. It must be remembered that Indian social life has subordinated almost entirely the individual to the family. Men and women do not marry according to their free will. Their marriages are mostly arranged for them while they are still children. Not only so, but the mold of society has been long of an almost iron fixity, putting each individual in his place and expecting him to conform to it. You speak of issues and a courageous solution, but in this life there are no problems and issues and no call for a solution. A courageous solution is only possible where there is freedom of the personal will, but where the only solution, if one remains in this life, is submission to the family will, there can be nothing of that kind. It is a secure life and can be happy if one accommodates oneself to it and has no unusual aspirations beyond it, or is fortunate in one's environment, but it has no remedy for or escape from incompatibilities or any kind of individual frustration. It leaves little room for initiative or free movement or any individualism. The only outlet for the individual is his inner spiritual or religious life, and the recognized escape is the abandonment of the samsara, the family life, by some kind of sannyasa. The sannyasi, the Vaishnava Vairagi, or the brahmachari are free. They are dead to the family and can live according to the dictates of the inner spirit. Only if they enter into an order or ashram, they have to abide by the rules of the order, but that is their own choice, not a responsibility which has been laid on them without their choice. Society recognized this door of escape from itself. Religion sanctioned the idea that distaste for the social or worldly life was a legitimate ground for taking up that of the recluse or religious wanderer. But this was mainly for men. Women, except in old times among the Buddhists, who had their convents, and in later times among the Vaishnavas, had little chance of such an escape unless a very strong spiritual impulse drove them, which would take no denial. As for the wife and children left behind by the sannyasi, there was little difficulty, for the joint family was there to take up, or rather, to continue their maintenance. At present, what has happened is that the old framework remains, but modern ideas have brought a condition of inadaptation, of unrest. The old family system is breaking up, and women are seeking in more numbers the same freedom of escape as men have always had in the past. That would account for the cases you have come across, but I don't think the number of such cases can be as yet at all considerable. It is quite a new phenomenon. The admission of women to ashrams is itself a novelty. The extreme unhappiness of a mental and vital growth which does not fit in with the surroundings, of marriages imposed that are unsuitable and where there is no meeting point between husband and wife, of an environment hostile and intolerant of one's inner life, and on the other hand, the innate tendency of the Indian mind to seek a refuge in the spiritual or religious escape will sufficiently account for the new development. If society wants to prevent it, it must itself change. As to individuals, each case must be judged on its own merits. There is too much complexity in the problem, and too much variation of nature, position, motives for a general rule. Philanthropy. Whatever one does must be from the highest spontaneous inner urge in oneself. So long as the urge is towards philanthropy, Gandhism, etc., he has to follow that. To follow the way of spiritual endeavor, he must have the need, the distinct call in himself, not merely a mental recognition, but the soul's call. Perhaps you could write, in Bengali, something to him about the true object of the yoga, especially on 2 points. 1. The object is not philanthropy, but to find the divine, to enter into the divine consciousness, and find one's true being, which is not the ego, in the divine. 2. The ripus cannot be conquered by dhamana. Even if it succeeds to some extent, it only keeps them down, but does not destroy them. Often compression only increases their force. It is by purification through the divine consciousness entering into the egoistic nature and changing it that the thing can be done. As for accepting him, it depends on his capacity to open himself to the influence and receive it. If he likes to try, he can, but he will not succeed unless he is entirely in earnest. There is something in him that can turn to the divine, but there is also much in his nature that may resist. It is only if he gives himself from deep within and is absolutely persevering in the way that he can succeed. Give him some idea of the central process of the yoga, especially opening to the working of the divine power and rejection of all that is of the lower nature. Humanitarianism. The idea of usefulness to humanity is the old confusion due to second-hand ideas imported from the West. Obviously, to be useful to humanity, there is no need of yoga. Everyone who leads the human life is useful to humanity in one way or another. Yoga is directed towards God, not towards man. If a divine supramental consciousness and power can be brought down and established in the material world, that obviously would mean an immense change for the earth, including humanity and its life. But the effect on humanity would only be one result of the change. It cannot be the object of the sadhana. The object of the sadhana can only be to live in the divine consciousness and to manifest it in life. As to the extract about Vivekananda, the point I make there does not seem to me humanitarian. You will see that I emphasize there the last sentences of the passage quoted from Vivekananda, not the words about God the poor and sinner and criminal. The point is about the divine in the world, the all, Sarvabhutani of the Gita. That is not merely humanity, still less only the poor or the wicked. Surely even the rich or the good are part of the all, and those also who are neither good nor bad, nor rich nor poor. Nor is there any question, I mean in my own remarks, of philanthropic service. So neither Daridra nor Siva is the point. I had formerly not the humanitarian, but the humanity view. And something of it may have stuck to my expressions in the Arya. But I had already altered my viewpoint from the our yoga for the sake of humanity to our yoga for the sake of the divine. The divine includes not only the supracosmic, but the cosmic and the individual, not only nirvana or the beyond, but life and the all. It is that I stress everywhere. But I shall keep the extracts for a day or two and see what there is, if anything, that smacks too much of a too narrow humanistic standpoint. I stop here for today. Today, a Kanchenjunga of correspondence has fallen on my head, so I could not write about humanity and its progress. Were not the later views of Lowes Dickinson grayed over by the sickly cast of a disappointed idealism? I have not myself an exaggerated respect for humanity and what it is, but to say that there has been no progress is as much an exaggerated pessimism as the rapturous hallelujahs of the 19th century to a progressive humanity were an exaggerated optimism. I shall manage to read through the chapter you sent me, though how I manage to find time for these things is a standing miracle and a signal proof of a divine providence. Yes, the progress you are making is of the genuine kind. The signs are recognizable. And after all, the best way to make humanity progress is to move on oneself. That may sound either individualistic or egoistic, but it isn't. It is only common sense. Yad yad akaradi shresht, haztatad evataro jana. It is no use entertaining these feelings. One has to see what the world is without becoming bitter, for the bitterness comes from one's own ego and its disappointed expectations. If one wants the victory of the divine, one must achieve it in oneself first. Social and political activism. All this insistence upon action is absurd if one has not the light by which to act. Yoga must include life and not exclude. It does not mean that we are bound to accept life as it is, with all its stumbling ignorance and misery, and the obscure confusion of human will and reason and impulse and instinct which it expresses. The advocates of action think that by human intellect and energy, making an always new rush, everything can be put right. The present state of the world after a development of the intellect and a stupendous output of energy for which there is no historical parallel is a signal proof of the illusion under which they labor. Yoga takes the stand that it is only by a change of consciousness that the true basis of life can be discovered. From within, outward is indeed the rule. But within does not mean some quarter-inch behind the surface. One must go deep and find the soul, the self, the divine reality within us, and only then can life become a true expression of what we can be, instead of a blind and always repeated confused blur of the inadequate and imperfect thing we were. The choice is between remaining in the old jumble and groping about in the hope of stumbling on some discovery, or standing back and seeking the light within till we discover and can build the Godhead within and without us. I had never a very great confidence in X's yoga turn getting the better of his activism. He has two strong ties that prevent it, ambition and need to act, and lead in the vital and in the mind a mental idealism. These two things are the great fosterers of illusion. The spiritual path needs a certain amount of realism. One has to see the real value of the things that are, which is very little, except as steps in evolution. Then one can either follow the spiritual static path of rest and release, or the spiritual dynamic path of a greater truth to be brought down into life. But otherwise. Part 5. Questions of Spiritual and Occult Knowledge. Section 1. The Divine and the Hostile Powers. Chapter 1. Terminology. The dynamic divine, the gods, the asuras. The dynamic aspect of the divine is the supreme Brahman, not the gods. The gods are personalities and powers of the dynamic divine. You speak as if the evolution were the sole creation. The creation or manifestation is very vast and contains many planes and worlds that existed before the evolution, all different in character and with different kinds of beings. The fact of being prior to the evolution does not make them undifferentiated. The world of the asuras is prior to the evolution. So are the worlds of the mental, vital, or subtle physical devas. But these beings are all different from each other. The great gods belong to the overmind plane. In the supermind, they are unified as aspects of the divine. In the overmind, they appear as separate personalities. Any godhead can descend by emanation to the physical plane and associate himself with the evolution of a human being with whose line of manifestation he is in affinity. But these are things which cannot be very easily understood by the mind, because the mind has too rigid an idea of personality. The difficulty only disappears when one enters into a more flexible consciousness, above where one is nearer to the experience of one in all and all in one. The soul, the divine, the gods, the asuras. The word soul has various meanings according to the context. It may mean the purusha supporting the formation of prakriti, which we call a being, though the proper word would be rather a becoming. It may mean, on the other hand, specifically, the psychic being in an evolutionary creature like man. It may mean the spark of the divine which has been put into matter by the descent of the divine into the material world and which upholds all evolving formations here. There is and can be no psychic being in a non-evolutionary creature like the asura. There can be none in a god who does not need one for his existence. But what the god has is a purusha and a prakriti, or energy of nature of that purusha. If any being of the typal worlds wants to evolve, he has to come down to earth and take a human body and accept to share in the evolution. It is because they do not want to do this that the vital beings try to possess men so that they may enjoy the materialities of physical life without bearing the burden of the evolution or the process of conversion in which it culminates. I hope this is clear and solves the difficulty. The 3 stages you speak of are stages not of evolution, but of the involution of the divine in matter. The devas and asuras are not evolved in matter. For the typal being, only a purusha with its prakriti is necessary. This purusha may put out a mental and vital purusha to represent it, and according as it is centered in one or another, it belongs to the mental or vital world. That is all. There is no essential difference anywhere, for all is fundamentally the essential divine. The difference is in the manifestation. Practically, we may say that the Jivatman is one of the divine many and dependent on the one. The Atman is the one supporting the many. The psychic being does not merge in the Jivatman. It becomes united with it, so that there is no difference between the central being supporting the manifestation from above and the same being supporting the manifestation from within it, because the psychic being has become fully aware of the play of the divine through it. What is called merging takes place in the divine consciousness, when the Jivatman feels itself so one with the divine that there is nothing else. Terms in the Mother. 1. Falsehood and ignorance. Ignorance means avidya, the separative consciousness and the egoistic mind and life that flows from it, and all that is natural to the separative consciousness and the egoistic mind and life. This ignorance is the result of a movement by which the cosmic intelligence separated itself from the light of supermind, the divine gnosis, and lost the truth of being, truth of divine consciousness, truth of force and action, truth of Ananda. As a result, instead of a world of integral truth and divine harmony created in the light of the divine gnosis, we have a world founded on the truths of an inferior cosmic intelligence in which all is half truth, half error. It is this that some of the ancient thinkers like Shankara, not perceiving the greater truth force behind, stigmatized as Maya and thought to be the highest creative power of the divine. All in the consciousness of this creation is either limited or else perverted by separation from the integral light. Even the truth it perceives is only a half-knowledge. Therefore, it is called the ignorance. Falsehood, on the other hand, is not this avidya, but an extreme result of it. It is created by an asuric power which intervenes in this creation and is not only separated from the truth and therefore limited in knowledge and open to error, but in revolt against the truth, or in the habit of seizing the truth only to pervert it. This power, the dark asuric Shakti, or Rakshasic Maya, puts forward its own perverted consciousness as true knowledge and its willful distortions or reversals of the truth as the verity of things. It is the powers and personalities of this perverted and perverting consciousness that we call hostile beings, hostile forces. Whenever these perversions created by them out of the stuff of the ignorance are put forward as the truth of things, that is the falsehood, in the yogic sense, mithya, moha. 2. Powers and appearances. These are the forces and beings that are interested in maintaining the falsehoods they have created in the world of the ignorance and in putting them forward as the truth which men must follow. In India, they are termed asuras, rakshasas, pisachas, beings respectively of the mentalized vital, middle vital, and lower vital planes, who are in opposition to the gods, the powers of light. These too are powers, for they too have their cosmic field in which they exercise their function and authority, and some of them were once divine powers, the former gods, Purve Deva, as they are called somewhere in the Mahabharata, who have fallen towards the darkness by revolt against the divine will behind the cosmos. The word appearances refers to the forms they take in order to rule the world, forms often false and always incarnating falsehood, sometimes pseudo-divine. 3. Powers and personalities. The use of the word power has already been explained. It can be applied to whatever or whoever exercises a conscious power in the cosmic field and has authority over the world movement or some part of it or some movement in it. But the four of whom you speak are also Shaktis, manifestations of different powers of the supreme consciousness and force, the Divine Mother, by which she rules or acts in the universe. And they are at the same time divine personalities, for each is a being who manifests different qualities and personal consciousness forms of her Godhead. All the greater gods are in this way personalities of the divine, one consciousness playing in many personalities, Ekam Sat Bahuda. Even in the human being, there are many personalities and not only one, as used formerly to be imagined, for all consciousness can be at once one and multiple. Powers and personalities simply describe different aspects of the same being. A power is not necessarily impersonal, and certainly it is not avyaktam, as you suggest. On the contrary, it is a manifestation acting in the worlds of the divine manifestation. 4. Emanations. Emanations correspond to your description of the matrikas of whom you speak in your letter. An emanation of the mother is something of her consciousness and power put forth from her, which so long as it is in play is held in close connection with her and, when its play is no longer required, is withdrawn back into its source, but can always be put out and brought into play once more. But also the detaining thread of connection can be severed or loosened, and that which came forth as an emanation can proceed on its way as an independent divine being with its own play in the world. All the gods can put forth such emanations from their being, identical with them in essence of consciousness and power, though not commensurate. In a certain sense, the universe itself can be said to be an emanation from the Supreme. In the consciousness of the sadhaka, An emanation of the mother will ordinarily wear the appearance, form, and characteristics with which he is familiar. In a sense, the four powers of the mother may be called, because of their origin, her emanations, just as the gods may be called emanations of the divine. But they have a more permanent and fixed character. They are at once independent beings, allowed their play by the Adya Shakti, and yet portions of the mother, the Mahashakti, and she can always either manifest through them as separate beings or draw them together as her own various personalities and hold them in herself, sometimes drawn back, sometimes at play, according to her will. In the supramental plane, they are always in her and do not act independently, but as intimate portions of the original Mahashakti and in close union and harmony with each other. 5. Gods. These four powers are the mother's cosmic godheads, permanent in the world play. They stand among the greater cosmic godheads, to whom allusion is made when it is said, the mother as the Mahashakti of this triple world stands there, in the overmind plane, above the gods. The gods, as has been already said, are in origin and essence permanent emanations of the divine, put forth from the Supreme by the transcendent Mother, the Adya Shakti. In their cosmic action, they are powers and personalities of the divine, each with his independent cosmic standing, function, and work in the universe. They are not impersonal entities, but cosmic personalities, although they can and do ordinarily veil themselves behind the movement of impersonal forces. But while in the overmind and the triple world they appear as independent beings, they return in the supermind into the one and stand there united in a single harmonious action as multiple personalities of the one person, the divine Purushottama. 6. Presence. It is intended by the word presence to indicate the sense and perception of the divine as a being, felt as present in one's existence and consciousness or in relation with it, without the necessity of any farther qualification or description. Thus, of the ineffable presence, it can only be said that it is there and nothing more can or need be said about it, although at the same time one knows that all is there, personality and impersonality, power and light and ananda and everything else, and that all these flow from that indescribable presence. The word may be used sometimes in a less absolute sense, but that is always the fundamental significance, the essential perception of the essential presence supporting everything else. 7. The Transcendent Mother. This is what is termed the Adya Shakti. She is the supreme consciousness and power above the universe, and it is by her that all the gods are manifested, and even the supramental Ishwara comes into manifestation through her, the supramental Purushottama, of whom the gods are powers and personalities. Chapter 2. The Gods. The gods or divine powers. The gods are personalities or powers put forth by the divine. They are therefore in front limited emanations, although the full divine is behind each of them. Of course, the gods exist. That is to say, there are powers that stand above the world and transmit the divine workings. It is the physical mind which believes only in what is physical that denies them. There are also beings of other worlds, gods and asuras, etc. There are gods everywhere on all the planes. The gods are in the universal self. If identified with the universal self, one can feel their presence there. While the gods cannot be transformed, for they are typal and not evolutionary beings, they can come for conversion. That is to say, to give up their own ideas and outlook on things and conform themselves to the higher will and supramental truth of the divine. The higher beings are not likely to be in disharmony with each other, as they are not subject to the lower ignorance. The gods have their own enjoyments, though they may not be of a material character. There are no planes of manifestation without forms, for without form, creation or manifestation cannot be complete. But the supraphysical planes are not bound to the forms like the physical. The forms there are expressive, not determinative. What is important on the vital plane is the force or feeling, and the form expresses it. A vital being has a characteristic form, but he can vary it or mask his true form under others. What is primary on the mental plane is the perception, the idea, the mental significance, and the form expresses that, and these mental forms, too, can vary. There can be many forms expressing an idea in different ways or on different sides of the idea. Form exists, but it is more plastic and variable than in physical nature. As to the gods, man can build forms which they will accept, but these forms, too, are inspired into man's mind from the planes to which the god belongs. All creation has the two sides, the formed and the formless. The gods, too, are formless, and yet have forms, but a godhead can take many forms. Here, Maheshwari, there Pallas Athene. Maheshwari herself has many forms in her lesser manifestations, Durga, Uma, Parvati, Chandi, etc. The gods are not limited to human forms. Man also has not always seen them in human forms only. The gods and the overmind, the natives of the overmind, are gods. Naturally, the gods rule the cosmos. The overmind is the world of the gods, and the gods are not merely powers, but have forms also. In the overmind, the gods are still separated existences. Beyond the overmind, in the supramental nearest the overmind for instance, the gods are eternal in their principle, but not in their forms and separate activities. They are there simply aspects of the one. If you meet a godhead there, it is not as a separate person. You feel only the divine having a particular face, as it were, and relation with you for a certain purpose. The formateurs of the overmind have shaped nothing evil. It is the lower forces that receive from the overmind and distort its forces. Vedic gods of the Indian tradition. There are many forms of Agni. The solar fire, the Vibhuta fire, and the nether fire are one trinity. The fivefold fire is part of the Vedic symbolism of sacrifice. Vayu and Indra are cosmic godheads presiding over the action of cosmic principles. They are not the Manomaya Purusha or Pranamaya Purusha in each man. You have a mental being or Purusha in you, and a vital being or Purusha, but you cannot say that you are in your mind Indra or in your vital Vayu. The Purusha is an essential being supporting the play of Prakriti. The Godhead, Indra, Vayu, is a dynamic being manifested in Prakriti for the works of the plane to which he belongs. There is an immense difference. Yes, Mitra is rather a combination of the two powers, Mahalakshmi and Mahasaraswati. I indicate the psychological powers which they, 6 Vedic gods, bring with them: Mitra, harmony; Varuna, wideness; Aryaman, power; Tapasya; Brihaspati, wisdom, word and knowledge; Vishnu, cosmic consciousness; Vayu, life, post-Vedic gods of the Indian tradition. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva are only 3 powers and personalities of the one cosmic Godhead. Brahma is the power of the divine that stands behind formation and creation. As for Vishnu being the creator, all the 3 gods are often spoken of as creating the universe. Even Shiva, who is by tradition the destroyer. There is no particular connection between Shiva and the overmind. The overmind is the higher station of all the gods. Mahashiva means a greater manifestation than that ordinarily worshipped as Shiva, the creative dance of a greater divine manifesting power. At X's conscientious hesitations between Krishna and Shakti and Shiva, I could not help indulging in a smile. If a man is attracted by one form or 2 forms only of the divine, it is all right. But if he is drawn to several at a time, he need not torment himself over it. A man of some development has necessarily several sides in his nature, and it is quite natural that different aspects should draw or govern different personalities in him. He can very well accept them all and harmonize them in the one divine and the one Adya Shakti, of whom all are the manifestations. Shiva is the Lord of tapas. The power is the power of tapas. Krishna, as a godhead, is the Lord of Ananda, love and bhakti. As an incarnation, He manifests the union of wisdom, jnana, and works and leads the earth evolution through this towards union with the divine by Ananda, love, and bhakti. The Devi is the divine Shakti, the consciousness and power of the divine, the mother and energy of the worlds. All powers are hers. Sometimes Devi power may mean the power of the universal world force, but this is only one side of the Shakti. Mahakali and Kali are not the same. Kali is a lesser form. Mahakali in the higher planes appears usually with the golden color. Ganesh is the power that removes obstacles by the force of knowledge. Kartikeya represents victory over the hostile powers. Of course, the names given are human, but the gods exist. Ganesh, among other things, is the devata of spiritual knowledge. So as you are getting this knowledge, you saw yourself in this form, identified with Ganesh. Chapter 3. The hostile forces and hostile beings. The existence of the hostile forces. The hostile forces exist and have been known to yogic experience ever since the days of the Veda and Zoroaster in Asia, and the mysteries of Egypt and Chaldea and the Kabbalah, and in Europe also from old times. These things, of course, cannot be felt or known so long as one lives in the ordinary mind and its ideas and perceptions. For there are only two categories of influences recognizable: the ideas and feelings and actions of oneself and others, and the play of environment and physical forces. But once one begins to get the inner view of things, it is different. One begins to experience that all is an action of forces, forces of prakriti, psychological as well as physical, which play upon our nature, and these are conscious forces or are supported by a consciousness or consciousnesses behind. One is in the midst of a big universal working, and it is impossible any longer to explain everything as the result of one's own soul and independent personality. You yourself have at one time written that your crises of despair, etc., came upon you as if thrown on you and worked themselves out without your being able to determine or put an end to them. That means an action of universal forces and not merely an independent action of your own personality, though it is something in your nature of which they make use. But you are not conscious, and others also, of this intervention and pressure at its source for the reason I state. Those in the ashram who have developed the inner view of things on the vital plane have plenty of experience of the hostile forces. However, you need not personally concern yourself with them, so long as they remain incognito. It is true that all comes from the divine, and it is true also that a divine presence and a divine will is behind all that happens and leads the world towards a divine goal. At the same time, it is also taught in the Gita that this world is a world of obscurity and ignorance, and to attain to the divine, one must overcome certain forces of nature, such as desire, which the Gita calls the enemy, difficult to overcome. It is in this sense that we speak of hostile forces, those which stand in the way of coming out of the ignorance and attaining to the consciousness of the divine. It is again true that those who have a complete and living faith in the divine and a perfect sincerity in their vision of the divine everywhere, and a pure sattvic nature, need not trouble themselves about the hostile forces, for from them the forces of the ignorance fall back and cannot take possession of their nature. The teaching about the hostile forces, Asuri Rakshasi forces, is necessary for those who have a divided consciousness or a more rajasic temperament, for if they are not on their guard, they may fall into the control of undesirable forces of desire and ego. Raksasum asuram gaiva prakritim mohinam shrita. Yes, they, the hostile forces, have their own world, and if they kept to it, there could be no objection to their existence. There is a world that is natural to them and has its own rhythm, its own dharma, just as the lesser gods have theirs. But they want to dominate the evolution, and for that purpose they have taken their station in the vital worlds which influence the earth nature and give it its materials for life. They were created, or rather manifested, like other orders of being as a type or several types, expressing some cosmic stress, some possibility in the infinite. the expression of a certain kind of consciousness and force. When the work that they are permitted to do on earth, the work of negation, perversion, miscreation, is finished, they will be destroyed here. But there is no reason to suppose that they may not exist in their own universe, as it were, outside the system here. For here their presence is an adharma, a disturbance of the true harmony and natural evolution there should be on the earth plane. It is an intrusion and not a natural presence. How did the ignorance come into being out of Satchidananda, or ego? The hostile forces in their own world embody ego self-fulfilled and having its own free play. Ego on earth is not self-fulfilled and not meant to be. It is in conflict with a cosmic force greater than itself and is only a temporary expedient for bringing forth individuality out of the indeterminateness of just conscient life and inconscient matter. If there were no hostile forces and there were still the evolutionary world, there could be ignorance still, but not perversity in the ignorance. All would be a partial truth acting through imperfect instruments, but for the best purposes of this or that stage in a progressive manifestation. The nature of the hostile forces. The mere intensity of the force does not show that it is a bad power. The divine force often works with a great intensity. Everything depends on the nature of the force and its working. What does it do? What seems to be its purpose? If it works to purify or open the system, or brings with it light or peace, or prepares the change of the thought, ideas, feelings, character, in the sense of a turning towards a higher consciousness, then it is the right force. If it is dark or obscure, or perturbs the being with rajasic or egoistic suggestions, or excites the lower nature, then it is an adverse force. The hostiles have themselves bodies, though not of a gross physical kind. They see, but with a subtle seeing that includes not only bodies, but movements of forces, thoughts, feelings. Very great are the occult powers of the hostile beings. It is their occult powers and knowledge of occult processes that make them so strong and effective. The lesser forces of light are usually too much insistent on seeking for truth to make effectivity their logic or their rule. The hostiles are too pragmatic to care for truth. They want only success. As for the greater forces, e.g. overmind, they are dynamic and try always to make consciousness effective, but they insist on consciousness, while the hostiles care nothing for that. The more unconscious you are and their automatic tool, the better they are pleased, for it is unconsciousness that gives them their chance. The conquest of the hostile forces. The universe is certainly, or has been up to now in appearance, a rough and wasteful game with the dice of chance loaded in favor of the powers of darkness, the lords of obscurity, falsehood, death, and suffering. But we have to take it as it is and find out, if we reject the way out of the old sages, the way to conquer. Spiritual experience shows that there is behind it all a wide terrain of equality, peace, calm, freedom, and it is only by getting into it that we can have the eye that sees and hope to gain the power that conquers. It, the adverse force, is the power that keeps up ignorance and darkness in the world. It can only be destroyed when mankind is no longer in love with ignorance and darkness. Each sadhak has to push it out of contact with his being. When it has gone from him, then there will be no longer any serious difficulties in his sadhana. The hostile forces are powers of darkness, who are in revolt against the light and the truth, and want to keep this world under their rule in darkness and ignorance. Whenever anyone wants to reach the truth, to realize the divine, they stand in the way as much as possible. But what they are specially against is the work the Mother and myself are doing, to bring down the light here into the earth and establish the truth. That would mean their own expulsion, so they always try to destroy the work as a whole and to spoil the sadhana of each sadhak. It is not only you who are attacked. All are attacked, more or less. Especially when there is a great progress, these forces try to interfere. The only way to avoid it is to be entirely turned towards the Mother and to refuse any opportunity to these forces. The evil forces are perversions of the truth by the ignorance. In any complete transformation they must disappear, and the truth behind them be delivered. In this way they can be said to be transformed by destruction. Asuras, Rakshasas, and other vital beings. The Asuras and Rakshasas, etc., do not belong to the earth, but to supraphysical worlds. But they act upon the earth life and dispute the control of human life and character and action with the gods. They are the powers of darkness, combating the powers of light. Sometimes they possess men in order to act through them. Sometimes they take birth in a human body. When their use in the play is over, they will either change or disappear, or no longer seek to intervene in the earth play. These things, such as temptation by Apsaras, are possible, but they do not usually happen, because it is difficult for beings of the subtle worlds to materialize to such an extent or for a long time. They prefer to act by influencing human beings, using them as instruments or taking possession of a human mind and body. There are two kinds of asuras. One kind were divine in their origin, but have fallen from their divinity by self-will and opposition to the intention of the divine. They are spoken of in the Hindu scriptures as the former or earlier gods. These can be converted, and their conversion is indeed necessary for the ultimate purposes of the universe. But the ordinary asura is not of this character, is not an evolutionary, but a typal being, and represents a fixed principle of the creation which does not evolve or change and is not intended to do so. These asuras, as also the other hostile beings, Rakshasas, Pisachas, and others, resemble the devils of the Christian tradition and oppose the divine intention and the evolutionary purpose in the human being. They don't change the purpose in them for which they exist, which is evil, but have to be destroyed like the evil. The asura has no soul, no psychic being which has to evolve to a higher state. He has only an ego, and usually a very powerful ego. He has a mind, sometimes even a highly intellectualized mind, but the basis of his thinking and feeling is vital and not mental, at the service of his desire and not of truth. He is a formation assumed by the life principle for a particular kind of work, and not a divine formation or a soul. Yes. Some kinds of asuras are very religious, very fanatical about their religion, very strict about rules of ethical conduct. Others, of course, are just the opposite. There are others who use spiritual ideas without believing in them to give them a perverted twist and delude the sadhaka. It is what Shakespeare described as the devil quoting scripture for his own purpose. At present, what they are most doing is to try to raise up the obscurity and weakness of the most physical mind, vital, material parts, to prevent the progress or fulfillment of the sadhana. As to asuras, not many of them have shown signs of repentance or possibility of conversion up to now. It is not surprising that they should be powerful in a world of ignorance, for they have only to persuade people to follow the established bent of their lower nature, while the divine calls always for a change of nature. It is not to be wondered at that the asura has an easier task and more momentary success in his combinations, but that temporary success does not bind the future. It is the movements of the lower nature that get purified. The asuras themselves are not so easily transformed. The asuras are really the dark side of the mental, or more strictly, of the vital mind plane. This mind is the very field of the asuras. Their main characteristic is egoistic strength and struggle, which refuse the higher law. The asura has self-control, tapas, and intelligence, but all that for the sake of his ego. On the lower vital plane, the corresponding forces we call the rakshasas, which represent violent passions and influences. There are also other kinds of beings on the vital plane which are called the pisachas and pramathas. They manifest more or less in the physico-vital. On the physical plane, the corresponding forces are obscure beings, more forces than beings, what the theosophists call the elementals. They are not strongly individualized beings like the rakshasas and asuras, but ignorant and obscure forces working in the subtle physical plane. What we in Sanskrit call the Bhutas mostly come under this class. But there are two kinds of elementals, the one mischievous and the other not. There are no asuras on the higher planes where the truth prevails, except in the Vedic sense, the divine in its strength. The mental and vital asuras are only a deviation of that power. The Gandharvas are of the vital plane, but they are vital gods, not asuras. Many asuras are beautiful in appearance and can carry even a splendor or light with them. It is the Rakshasas, Pisachas, etc., who are ugly or evil in appearance. Some of the vital beings are very intelligent, but they do not make friends with the light. They only try to avoid destruction and wait their time. Very few vital beings come upon Earth. They prefer to get hold of human beings and make them their instruments. They do not evolve. They have no evolved or evolving psychic being, and they dread to incarnate just because they would then be obliged to progress and evolve the psychic. There is no particular number of vital beings that surround a person, but sometimes there are particular vital beings that attach themselves to a man, if he accepts them. Section 2. The Avatar and the Vibhuti. Chapter 1. The meaning and purpose of Avatarhood. The Avatar or Incarnation. Surely, for the earth consciousness, it is so, the very fact that the divine manifests himself is the greatest of all splendors. Consider the obscurity here and what it would be if the divine did not directly intervene and the light of lights did not break out of the obscurity, for that is the meaning of the manifestation. An incarnation is the divine consciousness and being manifesting through a physical body. It is possible from any plane. It is the omnipresent cosmic divine who supports the action of the universe. If there is an incarnation, it does not in the least diminish the cosmic presence and the cosmic action in the 3 or 30 million universes. The descending power chooses its own place, body, time for the manifestation. Something of that is foreseen by those who have vision, but not the whole. An avatar is supposed to be from birth. Each soul at its birth takes from the cosmic mind, life, and matter to shape a new external personality for himself. What prevents the divine from doing the same? What is continued from birth to birth is the inner being. Each being in a new birth prepares a new mind, life, and body. Otherwise, John Smith would always be John Smith and would have no chance of being Piyush Kanti Ghose. Of course, inside, there are old personalities contributing to the new Lila. But I am speaking of the new visible personality, the outer man, mental, vital, physical. It is the psychic being that keeps the link from birth to birth and makes all the manifestations of the same person. It is therefore to be expected that the avatar should take on a new personality each time, a personality suited for the new times, work, surroundings. In my own view of things, however, the new personality has a series of non-avatar births behind him, births in which the intermediate evolution has been followed and assisted from age to age. If the difficulties and struggles of the avatar, are shams, they have no value for others or for any true effect. If they have no value for others or for any true effect, they are perfectly irrational and unreal and meaningless. The divine does not need to suffer or struggle for himself. If he takes on these things, it is in order to bear the world burden and help the world and men. And if the sufferings and struggles are to be of any help, they must be real. A sham or falsehood cannot help. They must be as real as the struggles and sufferings of men themselves. The divine bears them and at the same time shows the way out of them. Otherwise, his assumption of human nature has no meaning, and no utility, and no value. It is strange that you cannot understand or refuse to admit so simple and crucial a point. What is the use of admitting avatarhood if you take all the meaning out of it? The divine and human sides of the avatar. There are two sides of the phenomenon of avatarhood, the divine consciousness behind, and the instrumental personality. The divine consciousness is omnipotent, but it has put forth the instrumental personality in nature, under the conditions of nature, and it uses it according to the rules of the game, though also sometimes to change the rules of the game. If Avatarhood is only a flashing miracle, then I have no use for it. If it is a coherent part of the arrangement of the omnipresent divine in nature, then I can understand and accept it. As for the divine and human, that also is a mind-made difficulty. The divine is there in the human, and the human fulfilling and exceeding its highest aspirations and tendencies becomes the divine. That is what your silly X could not understand, that when the divine descends, he takes upon himself the burden of humanity in order to exceed it. He becomes human in order to show humanity how to become divine. But that cannot be if there is only a weakling without any divine presence within or divine force behind him. He has to be strong in order to put his strength into all who are willing to receive it. There is therefore in him a double element, human in front, divine behind, and it is that which gives the impression of unfathomableness of which X complained. If you look upon the human alone, looking with the external eye only, and are not willing or ready to see anything else, you will see a human being only. If you look for the divine, you will find the divine. The avatar is not supposed to act in a non-human way. He takes up human action and uses human methods with the human consciousness in front and the divine behind. If he did not, his taking a human body would have no meaning and would be of no use to anybody. He could just as well have stayed above and done things from there. What do you mean by lust? Avatars can be married and have children, and that is not possible without sex. They can have friendships, enmities, family feelings, etc., etc. These are vital things. I think you are under the impression that an avatar must be a saint or a yogi. One can be the head of a spiritual organization or the messiah of a religion or an avatar without in this life reaching the supermind and beyond. Human judgments of the divine. It is true that it is impossible for the limited human reason to judge the way or purpose of the divine, which is the way of the infinite dealing with the finite. It is not by your mind that you can hope to understand the divine and its action, but by the growth of the true and divine consciousness within you. If the divine were to unveil and reveal itself in all its glory, the mind might feel a presence, but it would not understand its action or its nature. It is in the measure of your own realization, and by the birth and growth of that greater consciousness in yourself, that you will see the divine and understand its action even behind its terrestrial disguises. Men's way of doing things is a mental convention. They see things and do things with the mind, and what they want is a mental and human perfection. When they think of a manifestation of divinity, they think it must be an extraordinary perfection in doing the ordinary human things, an extraordinary business faculty, political, poetic, or artistic faculty, an accurate memory, not making any mental mistakes, not undergoing any defeat or failure. Or else they think of things which they call superhuman, like the people who expected me not to eat food at all, or wanted me to know and tell them what will be the value of the cotton shares in Bombay from day to day. Or like those who think great yogis are those who sleep on nails or eat them. All that has nothing to do with manifesting the divine. At that rate, Rama would be undivine, because he followed the Mayamriga as if it were a natural deer, and Krishna would be undivine because he was forced by Jarasandha to take refuge in distant Dwaraka. These human ideas are false. The divinity acts according to another consciousness, the consciousness of the truth above and the lila below, and it acts according to the need of the lila, not according to men's ideas of what it should or should not do. This is the first thing one must grasp, otherwise one can understand nothing about the manifestation of the divine. I do not know why you should be suddenly bewildered by what I wrote. It is nothing new, and we have been saying it since a whole eternity. I wrote this short answer in reference to a question which supposed that certain perfections must be demanded of the divine manifestation which seemed to me quite irrelevant to the reality. I put forward two propositions which appear to me indisputable unless we are to revise all spiritual knowledge in favor of modern European ideas about things. First, the divine manifestation, even when it manifests in mental and human ways, has behind it a consciousness greater than the mind and not bound by the petty mental and moral conventions of this very ignorant human race, so that to impose these standards on the divine is to try to do what is irrational and impossible. Secondly, this divine consciousness behind the apparent personality is concerned with only two things in a fundamental way: the truth above and here below the lila, and the purpose of the incarnation or manifestation, and it does what is necessary for that in the way its greater than human consciousness sees to be the necessary and intended way. I shall try if I can develop that when I write about it. Perhaps I shall take your remarks about Rama and Krishna as the starting point. But that I shall see hereafter. But I do not understand how all that can prevent me from answering mental questions. On my own showing, if it is necessary for the divine purpose, it has to be done. Ramakrishna himself, whom you quote for the futility of asking questions, answered thousands of questions, I believe. But the answers must be such as Ramakrishna gave and such as I try to give, answers from a higher spiritual experience, from a deeper source of knowledge, and not lucubrations of the logical intellect trying to coordinate its ignorance. Still less can they be a placing of the divine or the divine truth before the judgment of the intellect to be condemned or acquitted by that authority. For the authority here has no sufficient jurisdiction or competence. The work of the Avatar. I have said that the Avatar is one who comes to open the way for humanity to a higher consciousness. If nobody can follow the way, then either our conception of the thing, which is also that of Christ and Krishna and Buddha, is all wrong, or the whole life and action of the Avatar is quite futile. X seems to say that there is no way and no possibility of following, that the struggles and sufferings of the Avatar are unreal and all humbug. There is no possibility of struggle for one who represents the divine. Such a conception makes nonsense of the whole idea of Avatarhood. There is then no reason in it, no necessity for it, no meaning in it. The divine being all-powerful can lift people up without bothering to come down on earth. It is only if it is part of the world arrangement that he should take upon himself the burden of humanity and open the way that Avatarhood has any meaning. If the divine were not in essence omnipotent, he could not be omnipotent anywhere, whether in the supramental or anywhere else. Because he chooses to limit or determine his action by conditions, it does not make him less omnipotent. His self-limitation is itself an act of omnipotence. Why the immortal hell should the divine be tied down to succeed in all his operations? What if failure suits him better and serves better the ultimate purpose? What if the gentleman in question had to be given his chance as Duryodhan was given his chance when Krishna went to him as ambassador in a last effort to avoid the massacre of Kurukshetra? What rigid primitive notions are these about the divine? And what about my explanation of how the divine acts through the Avatar? It seems all to have gone into water. By the way, about the ass becoming an elephant, what I meant to say was that the only reason why it can't be done is because there is no recognizable process for it. But if a process can be discovered, whether by a scientist, let us say transformation or redistribution of the said ass's atoms or molecules, or what not, or by an occultist, or by a yogi, then there is no reason why it should not be done. In other words, certain conditions have been established for the game, and so long as those conditions remain unchanged, certain things are not done. So we say they are impossible, can't be done. If the conditions are changed, then the same things are done, or at least become licit, allowable, legal, according to the so-called laws of nature, and then we say they can be done. The divine also acts according to the conditions of the game. He may change them, but he has to change them first. not proceed while maintaining the conditions to act by a series of miracles. If your argument is that the life, actions, struggles of the avatar, e.g. Rama's, Krishna's, are unreal because the divine is there and knows it is all a maya, in man also there is a self, a spirit that is immortal, untouched, divine. You can say that man's sufferings and ignorance are only put on shams, unreal. But if man feels them as real, and if the avatar feels his work and the difficulties to be serious and real? If the existence of the divinity is of no practical effect, what is the use of a theoretical admission? The manifestation of the divinity in the avatar is of help to man because it helps him to discover his own divinity, find the way to realize it. If the difference is so great that the humanity by its very nature prevents all possibility of following the way opened by the avatar, it merely means that there is no divinity in man that can respond to the divinity in the avatar. I repeat, the divine, when he takes on the burden of terrestrial nature, takes it fully, sincerely, and without any conjuring tricks or pretense. If he has something behind him which emerges always out of the coverings, it is the same thing in essence, even if greater in degree, that there is behind others, and it is to awaken that he is there. The psychic being does the same for all who are intended for the spiritual way. Men need not be extraordinary beings to follow yoga. That is the mistake you are making, to harp on greatness as if only the great can be spiritual. An avatar or Vibhuti have the knowledge that is necessary for their work. They need not have more. There was absolutely no reason why Buddha should know what was going on in Rome. An avatar even does not manifest all the divine omniscience and omnipotence. He has not come for any such unnecessary display. All that is behind him, but not in the front of his consciousness. As for the Vibhuti need not even know that he is a power of the divine. Some Vibhutis, like Julius Caesar for instance, have been atheists. Buddha himself did not believe in a personal God, only in some impersonal and indescribable permanent. The avatar, historicity, and symbols. Then as to the avatar and the symbols. There is, it seems to me, a cardinal error in the modern insistence on the biographical and historical, that is to say, the external factuality of the avatar, the incidents of his outward life. What matters is the spiritual reality, the power, the influence that came with him, or that he brought down by his action and his existence. First of all, what matters in a spiritual man's life is not what he did or what he was outside to the view of the men of his time. That is what historicity or biography comes to, does it not? But what he was and did within. It is only that gives any value to his outer life at all. It is the inner life that gives to the outer any power it may have, and the inner life of a spiritual man is something vast and full and, at least in the great figures, so crowded and teeming with significant things that no biographer or historian could ever hope to seize it all or tell it. Whatever is significant in the outward life is so because it is a symbol of what has been realized within himself, and one may go on and say that the inner life also is only significant as an expression, a living representation of the movement of the divinity behind it. That is why we need not inquire whether the stories about Krishna were transcripts, however loose, of his acts on earth or are symbol representations of what Krishna was and is for men, of the divinity expressing itself in the figure of Krishna. Buddha's renunciation, his temptation by Mara, his enlightenment under the bo tree are such symbols, so too the virgin birth, the temptation in the desert, the crucifixion of Christ are such symbols true by what they signify, even if they are not scrupulously recorded historical events. The outward facts as related of Christ or Buddha come to not much more than what has happened in many other lives. What is it that gives Buddha or Christ their enormous place in the spiritual world? It was because something manifested through them that was more than any outward event or any teaching. The verifiable historicity gives us very little of that, yet it is that only that matters. So it seems to me that Krishna Prem is fundamentally right in what he says of the symbols. To the physical mind, only the words and facts and acts of a man matter. To the inner mind, it is the spiritual happenings in him that matter. Even the teachings of Christ and Buddha are spiritually true, not as mere mental teachings, but as the expression of spiritual states or happenings in them, which by their life on earth they made possible, or at any rate more dynamically potential, in others. Also, evidently, sectarian walls are a mistake, an accretion, a mental limiting of the truth which may serve a mental, but not a spiritual purpose. The avatar, the guru, have no meaning if they do not stand for the eternal. It is that makes them what they are for the worshipper or the disciple. It is also a fact that nobody can give you any spiritual revelation which does not come from something in one's own true self. It is always the divine who reveals himself, and the divine is within you. So he who reveals must be felt in your own heart. Your query here simply suggests that this is a truth which can be misinterpreted or misused, but so can every spiritual truth if it is taken hold of in the wrong way. And the human mind has a great penchant for taking truth by the wrong end and arriving at falsehood. All statements about these things are, after all, mental statements, and at the mercy of any mind that interprets them. There is a snag in every such statement created not by the truth that it expresses, but by the mind's interpretation. The snag here, what you call the slip, lies not in the statement itself, which is quite correct, but in the deflected sense in which it may be taken by ignorant or self-sufficient minds enamored of their ego. Many have put forward the own self gospel without taking the trouble to see whether it is the true self, have pitted the ignorance of their own self, in fact, their ego, against the knowledge of the guru, or made their ego, or something that flattered and fostered it, the Ishta Devata. The snag in the worship of guru or avatar is a sectarian bias which insists on the representative or the manifestation, but loses sight of the manifested. The snag in the emphasis on the other side is the ignoring of the need or belittling of the value of the representative or manifestation, and the substitution not of the true self, one in all but of one's own self, as the guide and light. How many have done that here and lost the way through the pull of the magnified ego, which is one of the great perils on the way? However, that does not lessen the truth of the things said by Krishna Prem. Only in looking at the many sides of truth, one must put each thing in its place, in the harmony of the all, which is for us the expression of the Supreme. The answer to the question, whether the Krishna of Vrindavan and the stories of his Lila are literally true or merely symbols of deep spiritual realities, depends on what value one attaches to spiritual experience and to mystic and occult experience, that is to say, to the data of other planes of consciousness than the physical, as also on the nature of the relations between the cosmic consciousness and the individual and collective consciousness of man. From the point of view of spiritual and occult truth, what takes shape in the consciousness of man is a reflection and particular kind of formation, in a difficult medium, of things much greater in their light, power, and beauty, or in their force and range, which come to it from the cosmic consciousness of which man is a limited and, in his present state of evolution, a still ignorant part. All this explanation about the genius of the race, of the consciousness of a nation creating the gods and their forms, is a very partial, somewhat superficial, and in itself a misleading truth. Man's mind is not an original creator, it is an intermediary. To start creating, it must receive an initiating inspiration, a transmission or a suggestion from the cosmic consciousness, and with that, it does what it can. God is, but man's conceptions of God are reflections in his own mentality, sometimes of the divine, sometimes of other beings and powers, and they are what his mentality can make of the suggestions that come to him, generally very partial and imperfect so long as they are still mental, so long as he has not arrived at a higher and truer, a spiritual or mystic knowledge. The gods already exist. They are not created by man, even though he does seem to conceive them in his own image. Fundamentally, he formulates as best he can what truth about them he receives from the cosmic reality. An artist or a bhakta may have a vision of the gods, and it may get stabilized and generalized in the consciousness of the race, and in that sense, it may be true that man gives their forms to the gods. But he does not invent these forms. He records what he sees. The forms that he gives are given to him. In the conventional form of Krishna, men have embodied what they could see of his eternal beauty, and what they have seen may be true as well as beautiful. It conveys something of the form, but it is fairly certain that if there is an eternal form of that eternal beauty, it is 1,000 times more beautiful than what man had as yet been able to see of it. Mother India is not a piece of earth. She is a power, a godhead, for all nations have such a Devi supporting their separate existence and keeping it in being. Such beings are as real and more permanently real than the men they influence, but they belong to a higher plane, are part of the cosmic consciousness and being and act here on earth by shaping the human consciousness on which they exercise their influence. It is natural for man who only sees his own consciousness, individual, national, or racial at work, and does not see what works upon it and shapes it, to think that all is created by him, and there is nothing cosmic and greater behind it. The Krishna consciousness is a reality, but if there were no Krishna, there could be no Krishna consciousness. Except in arbitrary metaphysical abstractions, there can be no consciousness without a being who is conscious. It is the person who gives value and reality to the personality. He expresses himself in it and is not constituted by it. Krishna is a being, a person, and it is as the divine person that we meet him, hear his voice, speak with him, and feel his presence. To speak of the consciousness of Krishna as something separate from Krishna is an error of the mind, which is always separating the inseparable, and which also tends to regard the impersonal, because it is abstract, as greater, more real, and more enduring than the person. Such divisions may be useful to the mind for its own purposes, but it is not the real truth. In the real truth, the being or person and its impersonality or state of being are one reality. The historicity of Krishna is of less spiritual importance and is not essential, but it has still a considerable value. It does not seem to me that there can be any reasonable doubt that Krishna, the man, was not a legend or a poetic invention, but actually existed upon earth and played a part in the Indian past. Two facts emerge clearly: that he was regarded as an important spiritual figure, one whose spiritual illumination was recorded in one of the Upanishads, and that he was traditionally regarded as a divine man, one worshipped after his death as a deity. This is apart from the story in the Mahabharata and the Puranas. There is no reason to suppose that the connection of his name with the development of the Bhagavata religion, an important current in the stream of Indian spirituality, was founded on a mere legend or poetic invention. The Mahabharata is a poem and not history, but it is clearly a poem founded on a great historical event, traditionally preserved in memory. Some of the figures connected with it, Dhritarashtra, Parikshit, for instance, certainly existed, and the story of the part played by Krishna as leader, warrior, and statesman can be accepted as probable in itself, and to all appearance founded on a tradition which can be given a historical value, and has not the air of a myth or a sheer poetical invention. That is, as much as can be positively said from the point of view of the theoretical reason as to the historical figure of the man Krishna. But in my view, there is much more than that in it, and I have always regarded the incarnation as a fact and accepted the historicity of Krishna as I accept the historicity of Christ. The story of Vrindavan is another matter. It does not enter into the main story of the Mahabharata and has a Puranic origin, and it could be maintained that it was intended all along to have a symbolic character. At one time I accepted that explanation, but I had to abandon it afterwards. There is nothing in the Puranas that betrays any such intention. It seems to me that it is related as something that actually occurred or occurs somewhere. The gopis are to them realities and not symbols. It was for them at the least an occult truth, and occult and symbolic are not the same thing. The symbol may be only a significant mental construction or only a fanciful invention, but the occult is a reality which is actual somewhere, behind the material scene as it were, and can have its truth for the terrestrial life and its influence upon it, may even embody itself there. The Lila of the gopis seems to be conceived as something which is always going on in a divine Gokul, and which projected itself in an earthly Brindavan, and can always be realized and its meaning made actual in the soul. It is to be presumed that the writers of the Puranas took it as having been actually projected on earth in the life of the incarnate Krishna, and it has always been so accepted by the religious mind of India. These questions and the speculations to which they have given rise have no indispensable connection with the spiritual life. There, what matters is the contact with Krishna and the growth towards the Krishna consciousness, the presence, the spiritual relation, the union in the soul, and, till that is reached, the aspiration, the growth in bhakti, and whatever illumination one can get on the way. To one who has had these things, lived in the presence, heard the voice, known Krishna as friend or lover, guide, teacher, master, or still more, has had his whole consciousness changed by the contact, or felt the presence within him, all such questions have only an outer and superficial interest. So also, to one who has had contact with the inner Brindavan and the Lila of the gopis, made the surrender and undergone the spell of the joy and the beauty, or even only turned to the sound of the flute, the rest hardly matters. But from another point of view, if one can accept the historical reality of the incarnation, there is this great spiritual gain, that one has a point d'appui for a more concrete realization in the conviction that once at least the divine has visibly touched the earth, made the complete manifestation possible, made it possible for the divine supernature to descend into this evolving but still very imperfect terrestrial nature. What he, Krishna Prem, says, the central thing, is very correct as always, the position of all who have any notion of spirituality, though the religionists seem to find it difficult to get to it. But though Christ and Krishna are the same, they are the same in difference. That is indeed the utility of so many manifestations instead of there being only one, as these missionaries would have it. But is it really because the historical Christ has been made too much, the foundation stone of the faith, that Christianity is failing? It may be something inadequate in the religion itself, perhaps in religion itself, for all religions are a little off color now. The need of a larger opening of the soul into the light is being felt, an opening through which the expanding human mind and heart can follow. The avatar and the Vibhuti. The avatar is necessary when a special work is to be done and in crises of the evolution. The avatar is a special manifestation, while for the rest of the time it is the divine working within the ordinary human limits as a Vibhuti. An avatar, roughly speaking, is one who is conscious of the presence and power of the divine born in him or descended into him and governing from within his will and life and action. He feels identified inwardly with this divine power and presence. A Vibhuti is supposed to embody some power of the divine and is enabled by it to act with great force in the world, but that is all that is necessary to make him a Vibhuti. The power may be very great, but the consciousness is not that of an inborn or indwelling divinity. This is the distinction we can gather from the Gita, which is the main authority on this subject. If we follow this distinction, we can confidently say, from what is related of them, that Rama and Krishna can be accepted as avatars. Buddha figures as such, although with a more impersonal consciousness of the power within him. Ramakrishna voiced the same consciousness when he spoke of him who was Rama and who was Krishna being within him. But Chaitanya's case is peculiar, for according to the accounts he ordinarily felt, and declared himself a bhakta of Krishna, and nothing more. But in great moments, he manifested Krishna, grew luminous in mind and body, and was Krishna himself, and spoke and acted as the Lord. His contemporaries saw in him an avatar of Krishna, a manifestation of the divine love. Shankara and Vivekananda were certainly Vibhutis. They cannot be reckoned as more, though as Vibhutis they were very great. It was not my intention to question in any degree Chaitanya's position as an avatar of Krishna and the divine love. That character of the manifestation appears very clearly from all the accounts about him, and even if what is related about the appearance of Krishna in him from time to time is accepted, these outbursts of the splendor of the divine being are among the most remarkable in the story of the Avatar. As for Ramakrishna, the manifestation in him was not so intense but more many-sided, and fortunately there can be no doubt about the authenticity of the details of his talk and actions, since they have been recorded from day to day by so competent an observer as Mahendranath Gupta. I would not care to enter into any comparison as between these two great spiritual personalities. Both exercised an extraordinary influence and did something supreme in their own sphere. Chapter 2. Specific Avatars and Vibhutis. The 10 Avatars as a Parable of Evolution. Avatarhood would have little meaning if it were not connected with the evolution. The Hindu procession of the 10 avatars is itself, as it were, a parable of evolution. First the fish avatar, then the amphibious animal between land and water, then the land animal, then the man-lion avatar, bridging man and animal, then man as dwarf, small and undeveloped and physical, but containing in himself the Godhead and taking possession of existence, then the Rajasic, Sattvic, Nirguna avatars, leading the human development from the vital Rajasic to the Sattvic mental man, and again, the overmental Superman. Krishna, Buddha, and Kalki depict the last 3 stages, the stages of the spiritual development. Krishna opens the possibility of overmind. Buddha tries to shoot beyond to the supreme liberation, but that liberation is still negative, not returning upon earth to complete positively the evolution. Kalki is to correct this by bringing the kingdom of the divine upon earth, destroying the opposing asura forces. The progression is striking and unmistakable. As for the lives in between the avatar lives, it must be remembered that Krishna speaks of many lives in the past, not only a few supreme ones, and secondly, that while he speaks of himself as the divine, in one passage he describes himself as a Vibhuti, Vrishninam Vasudeva. We may therefore fairly assume that in many lives he manifested as the Vibhuti veiling the fuller divine consciousness. If we admit that the object of avatarhood is to lead the evolution, this is quite reasonable, the divine appearing as avatar in the great transitional stages and as Vibhutis to aid the lesser transitions. In speaking of supreme liberation in the previous letter, I was simply taking the Buddhist Advaita view for granted and correcting it by saying that this nirvana view is too negative. Krishna opened the possibility of overmind with its 2 sides of realization, static and dynamic. Buddha tried to shoot from mind to nirvana in the supreme, just as Shankara did in another way after him. Both agree in overleaping the other stages and trying to get at a nameless and featureless absolute. Krishna, on the other hand, was leading by the normal course of evolution. The next normal step is not a featureless absolute, but the supermind. I consider that in trying to overshoot, Buddha, like Shankara, made a mistake, cutting away the dynamic side of the liberation. Therefore, there has to be a correction by Kalki. I was, of course, dealing with the 10 avatars as a parable of the evolution, and only explaining the interpretation we can put on it from that point of view. It was not my own view of the thing that I was giving. I only took the Puranic list of avatars and interpreted it as a parable of evolution, so as to show that the idea of evolution is implicit behind the theory of avatarhood. As to whether one accepts Buddha as an avatar or prefers to put others in his place, in some lists Balaram replaces Buddha, is a matter of individual feeling. The Buddhist Jatakas are legends about the past incarnations of the Buddha, often with a teaching implied in them, and are not a part of the Hindu system. To the Buddhists, Buddha was not an avatar at all. He was the soul climbing up the ladder of spiritual evolution till it reached the final stage of emancipation. Although Hindu influence did make Buddhism develop the idea of an eternal Buddha above, that was not a universal or fundamental Buddhistic idea. Whether the divine in manifesting his avatarhood could choose to follow the line of evolution from the lowest scale, manifesting on each scale as a Vibhuti, is a question again to which the answer is not inevitably in the negative. If we accept the evolutionary idea, such a thing may have its place. If Buddha taught something different from Krishna, that does not prevent his advent from being necessary in the spiritual evolution. The only question is whether the attempt to scale the heights of an absolute nirvana through negation of cosmic existence was a necessary step or not, having a view to the fact that one can make the attempt to reach the highest on the neti-neti as well as the eti-eti line. Too much importance need not be attached to the details about Kalki. They are rather symbolic than an attempt to prophesy details of future history. What is expressed is something that has to come, but it is symbolically indicated, no more. So too much weight need not be put on the exact figures about the yugas in the Purana. Here again, the Kala and the yugas indicate successive periods in the cyclic wheel of evolution, the perfect state, decline and disintegration of successive ages of humanity followed by a new birth. The mathematical calculations are not the important element. The argument of the end of the Kali Yuga already come or coming, and a new Satya Yuga coming is a very familiar one, and there have been many who have upheld it. Rama as an avatar. I have no intention of entering into a supreme defense of Rama. I only entered into the points about Bali, etc., because these are usually employed nowadays to belittle him as a great personality on the usual level. But from the point of view of avatarhood, I would no more think of defending his moral perfection according to modern standards than I would think of defending Napoleon or Caesar against the moralists or the democratic critics or the debunkers in order to prove that they were Vibhutis. Vibhuti, avatar, are terms which have their own meaning and scope, and they are not concerned with morality or immorality, perfection or imperfection, according to small human standards, or setting an example to men, or showing new moral attitudes, or giving new spiritual teachings. These things may or may not be done, but they are not at all the essence of the matter. Also, I do not consider your method of dealing with Rama's personality to be the right one. It has to be taken as a whole in the setting that Valmiki gave it, not treated as if it were the story of a modern man, and with the significance that he gave to his hero's personality, deeds, and works. If it is pulled out of its setting and analyzed under the dissecting knife of a modern ethical mind, it loses all its significance at once. Krishna so treated becomes a mere debauchee and trickster who no doubt did great things in politics. But so did Rama in war. Achilles and Odysseus, pulled out of their setting, become one a furious, egoistic savage, and the other a cruel and cunning savage. I consider myself under an obligation to enter into the spirit, significance, atmosphere of the Mahabharata, Iliad, Ramayana, and identify myself with their time spirit before I can feel what their heroes were in themselves apart from the details of their outer action. As for the avatarhood, I accept it for Rama first, because he fills a place in the scheme and seems to me to fill it rightly. And because when I read the Ramayana, I feel a great afflatus, which I recognize, and which makes of its story, mere fairy tale though it seems, a parable of a great critical transitional event that happened in the terrestrial evolution, and gives to the main character's personality and actions a significance of the large typical cosmic kind, which these actions would not have had if they had been done by another man in another scheme of events. The avatar is not bound to do extraordinary actions, but he is bound to give his acts, or his work, or what he is, any of these or all, a significance and an effective power that are part of something essential to be done in the history of the earth and its races. All the same, if anybody does not see as I do and wants to eject Rama from his place, I have no objection. I have no particular partiality for Rama, provided somebody is put in who can more worthily fill up the gap his absence leaves. There was somebody there, Valmiki's Rama or another Rama or somebody else, not Rama. Also, I do not mean that I admit the validity of your remarks about Rama, even taken as a piecemeal criticism, but that I have no time for today. I maintain my position about the killing of Bali and the banishment of Sita in spite of Bali's preliminary objection to the procedure, afterwards retracted, and in spite of the opinions of Rama's relatives. Necessarily from the point of view of the antique Dharma, not from that of any universal moral standard, which besides does not exist, since the standard changes according to clime or age. No, certainly not. An avatar is not at all bound to be a spiritual prophet. He is never in fact merely a prophet. He is a realizer, an establisher, not of outward things only, though he does realize something in the outward also, but, as I have said, of something essential and radical needed for the terrestrial evolution, which is the evolution of the embodied spirit through successive stages towards the divine. It was not at all Rama's business to establish the spiritual stage of that evolution, so he did not at all concern himself with that. His business was to destroy Ravana and to establish the Ramarajya, in other words, to fix for the future the possibility of an order proper to the sattvic civilized human being who governs his life by the reason, the finer emotions, morality or at least moral ideals, such as truth, obedience, cooperation, and harmony, the sense of humor, the sense of domestic and public order, to establish this in a world still occupied by anarchic forces, the animal mind and the powers of the vital ego making its own satisfaction the rule of life, in other words, the Vanara and the Rakshasa. This is the meaning of Rama and his life work, and it is, according as he fulfilled it or not, that he must be judged as avatar or no avatar. It was not his business to play the comedy of the chivalrous Kshatriya with the formidable brute beast that was Bali. It was his business to kill him and get the animal mind under his control. It was his business to be not necessarily a perfect, but a largely representative sattvic man, a faithful husband and lover, a loving and obedient son, a tender and perfect brother, father, friend. He is friend of all kinds of people, friend of the outcast Guhaka, friend of the animal leaders, Sugriva, Hanuman, friend of the vulture Jatayu, friend even of the Rakshasa Vibhishan. All that he was in a brilliant, striking, but above all spontaneous and inevitable way, not with a forcing of this note or that like Harishchandra or Shivi, but with a certain harmonious completeness. But most of all, it was his business to typify and establish the things on which the social idea and its stability depend: truth and honor, the sense of the Dharma, public spirit, and the sense of order. To the first, to truth and honor, much more even than to his filial love and obedience to his father, though to that also, he sacrificed his personal rights as the elect of the king and the assembly and 14 of the best years of his life and went into exile in the forests. To his public spirit and his sense of public order, the great and supreme civic virtue in the eyes of the ancient Indians, Greeks, Romans, for at that time the maintenance of the ordered community, not the separate development and satisfaction of the individual, was the pressing need of human evolution. He sacrificed his own happiness and domestic life and the happiness of Sita. In that he was at one with the moral sense of all the antique races, though at variance with the later romantic individualistic sentimental morality of the modern man who can afford to have that less stern morality just because the ancients sacrificed the individual in order to make the world safe for the spirit of social order. Finally, it was Rama's business to make the world safe for the ideal of the sattvic human being by destroying the sovereignty of Ravana, the Rakshasa menace. All this he did with such a divine afflatus in his personality and action that his figure has been stamped for more than 2 millenniums on the mind of Indian culture, and what he stood for has dominated the reason and idealizing mind of man in all countries, and in spite of the constant revolt of the human vital, is likely to continue to do so until a greater ideal arises. And you say, in spite of all this, that he was no avatar? If you like, but at any rate, he stands among the few greatest of the great Vibhutis. You may dethrone him now, for man is no longer satisfied with the Sattvic ideal and is seeking for something more. But his work and meaning remain stamped on the past of the Earth's evolving race. When I spoke of the gap that would be left by his absence, I did not mean a gap among the prophets and intellectuals, but a gap in the scheme of Avatarhood. There was somebody who was the avatar of the Sattvic human, as Krishna was the avatar of the overmental superhuman. I see no one but Rama who can fill the place. Spiritual teachers and prophets, as also intellectuals, scientists, artists, poets, etc. These are at the greatest Vibhutis, but they are not avatars. For at that rate all religious founders would be avatars. Joseph Smith, I think that is his name, of the Mormons, St. Francis of Assisi, Calvin, Loyola, and a host of others, as well as Christ, Chaitanya, or Ramakrishna. For faith, miracles, Bijoy Goswami, another occasion. I wanted to say this much more about Rama, which is still only a hint and is not the thing I was going to write about the general principle of avatarhood. I am rather perplexed by your strictures on Rama. Cowardice is the last thing that can be charged against Valmiki's Rama. He has always been considered as a warrior, and it is the martial races of India who have made him their god. Valmiki everywhere paints him as a great warrior. His employment of ruse against an infrahuman enemy does not prove the opposite, for that is always how the human, even great warriors and hunters, has dealt with the infrahuman. I think it is Madhusudan who has darkened Valmiki's hero in Bengali eyes and turned him into a poor puppet, but that is not the authentic Rama who, say what one will, was a great epic figure, avatar or no avatar. As for conventional morality, all morality is a convention. Man cannot live without conventions, mental and moral. Otherwise, he feels himself lost in the rolling sea of the anarchic forces of vital nature. Even the Russells and Bernard Shaws can only end by setting up another set of conventions in the place of those they have skittled over. Only by rising above mind can one really get beyond conventions. Krishna was able to do it because he was not a mental human being, but an overmental godhead acting freely out of a greater consciousness than man's. Rama was not that. He was the avatar of the Sattvic human mind, mental, emotional, moral, and he followed the dharma of the age and race. That may make him temperamentally congenial to Gandhi and the reverse to you. But just as Gandhi's temperamental recoil from Krishna does not prove Krishna to be no avatar, so your temperamental recoil from Rama does not establish that he was not an avatar. However, my main point will be that avatarhood does not depend upon these questions at all, but has another basis, meaning and purpose. No time for a full answer to your renewed remarks on Rama tonight. You are intrigued only because you stick to the standard modern measuring rods of moral and spiritual perfection, introduced by Seeley and Bankham, for the avatar, while I start from another standpoint altogether and resolutely refuse these standard human measures. The ancient avatars except Buddha were not either standards of perfection or spiritual teachers. In spite of the Gita, which was spoken, says Krishna, in a moment of supernormal consciousness, which he lost immediately afterwards. They were, if I may say so, representative cosmic men who were instruments of a divine intervention for fixing certain things in the evolution of the Earth race. I stick to that and refuse to submit myself in this argument to any other standard whatever. I did not admit that Rama was a blind avatar, but offered you two alternatives, of which the latter represents my real view, founded on the impression made on me by the Ramayana that Rama knew very well, but refused to be talkative about it. His business being not to disclose the divine, but to fix mental, moral, and emotional man, not to originate him, for he was there already, on the earth as against the animal and the Rakshasa forces. My argument from Chaitanya, who was for most of the time first a pandit and then a bhakta, but only occasionally the divine himself, is perfectly rational and logical, if you follow my line and don't insist on a high, specifically spiritual consciousness for the avatar. I shall point out what I mean in my next. By Sattvic man, I do not mean a moral or an always self-controlled one, but a predominantly mental, as opposed to a vital or merely physical man, who has rajasic emotions and passions, but lives predominantly according to his mind and its will and ideas. There is no such thing, I suppose, as a purely Sattvic man, since the three gunas go always together in a state of unstable equilibrium, but a predominantly Sattvic man is what I have described. My impression of Rama from Valmiki is such. It is quite different from yours. I am afraid your picture of him is quite out of focus. You efface the main lines of the character, belittle and brush out all the lights to which Valmiki gave so much value and prominence, and hammer always at some details and some parts of shadow, which you turn into the larger part of Rama. That is what the debunkers do. But a debunked figure is not the true figure. By the way, a Sattvic man can have strong passion and strong anger, and when he lets the latter loose, the normally violent fellow is simply nowhere. Witness the outbursts of anger of Christ, the indignation of Chaitanya, and the general evidence of experience and psychology on that point. All this, however, by the way, I shall try to develop later. P.S. The trait of Rama, which you give as that of an undeveloped man, viz., his decisive, spontaneous action according to the will and the idea that came to him, is a trait of the cosmic man and many Vibhutis, men of action of the large Caesarean or Napoleonic type. That also I hope to develop sometime. Why should Rama not have Kama as well as Prema? They were supposed to go together as between husband and wife in ancient India. The performances of Rama in the Viraha of Sita are due to Valmiki's poetic idea, which was also Kalidasa's and everybody else's in those far-off times, about how a complete lover should behave in such a quandary. Whether the actual Rama bothered himself to do all that is another matter. As for the unconscious avatar, why not? Chaitanya is supposed to be an avatar by the Vaishnavas, yet he was conscious of the Godhead behind only when that Godhead came in front and possessed him on rare occasions. Christ said, "I and my Father are one," but yet he always spoke and behaved as if there were a difference. Ramakrishna's earlier period was that of one seeking God, not aware from the first of his identity. These are the reputed religious avatars who ought to be more conscious than a man of action like Rama. And supposing the full and permanent consciousness, why should the avatar proclaim himself except on rare occasions to an Arjuna or to a few bhaktas or disciples? It is for others to find out what he is, though he does not deny when others speak of him as that. He is not always saying, and perhaps never may say, or only in moments like that of the Gita, "I am he." When I said, "Why not an unconscious avatar?" I was taking your statement, not mine, that Rama was unconscious, and how could there be an unconscious avatar? My own view is that Rama was not blind, not unconscious of his avatarhood, only uncommunicative about it. But I said that even taking your statement to be correct, the objection was not insuperable. I instanced the case of Chaitanya and the others, because there the facts are hardly disputable. Chaitanya, for the first part of his life, was simply Nimai Pandit and had no consciousness of being anything else. Then he had his conversion and became the Bhakta, Chaitanya. This Bhakta at times seemed to be possessed by the presence of Krishna, knew himself to be Krishna, spoke, moved, and appeared with the light of the Godhead. None around him could think of or see him as anything else when he was in this glorified and transfigured condition. But from that, he fell back to the ordinary consciousness of the Bhakta, and as I have read in his biography, refused then to consider himself as anything more. These, I think, are the facts. Well then, what do they signify? Was he only Nimai Pandit at first? It is quite conceivable that he was so, and the descent of the Godhead into him only took place after his conversion and spiritual change. But also afterwards, when he was in his normal Bhakta consciousness, was he then no longer the avatar? An intermittent avatarhood? Krishna coming down for an afternoon call into Chaitanya, and then going up again till the time came for the next visit? I find it difficult to believe in this phenomenon. The rational explanation is that in the phenomenon of avatarhood there is a consciousness behind, at first veiled or sometimes perhaps only half-veiled, which is that of the Godhead, and a frontal consciousness, man or apparently human, or at any rate, with all the appearance of terrestriality, which is the instrumental personality. In that case, it is possible that the secret consciousness was all along there, but waited to manifest until after the conversion, and it manifested intermittently because the main work of Chaitanya was to establish the type of a spiritual and psychic bhakti and love in the emotional vital part of man, preparing the vital in us in that way to turn towards the divine, at any rate, to fix that possibility in the earth nature. It was not that there had not been the emotional type of bhakti before, but the completeness of it, the elan, the vital's rapture in it, had never manifested as it manifested in Chaitanya. But for that work, it would never have done if he had always been in the Krishna consciousness. He would have been the Lord to whom all gave bhakti, but not the supreme example of the divine ecstatic bhakta. At the same time, the occasional manifestation showed who he was, and at the same time evidenced the mystic law of the immanence. Voila, for Chaitanya. But if Chaitanya, the frontal consciousness, the instrumental personality, was all the time the avatar, yet except in his highest moments, was unconscious of it, and even denied it, that pushed a little farther would establish the possibility of what you call an unconscious avatar, that is to say, of one in which the veiled consciousness might not come in front, but always move the instrumental personality from behind. The frontal consciousness might be aware in the inner parts of its being that it was only an instrument of something divine, which was its real self, but outwardly would think, speak, and behave as if it were only the human being doing a given work with a peculiar power and splendor. Whether there was such an avatar or not is another matter, but logically it is quite possible. What is all this obsession of greater or less? In our yoga, we do not strive after greatness. It is not a question of Sri Krishna's disciples, but of the earth consciousness. Rama was a mental man. There is no touch of the overmind consciousness, direct, in anything he said or did. But what he did was done with the greatness of the avatar. But there have since been men who did live in touch with the planes above mind, higher mind, illumined mind, intuition. There is no question of asking whether they were greater than Rama. They might have been less great, but they were able to live from a new plane of consciousness. And Krishna's opening the overmind certainly made it possible for the attempt at bringing supermind to the earth to be made. About greater and less, one point. Is Captain John Higgins of SS Mauritania a greater man than Christopher Columbus be, 'cause he can reach America without trouble in a few days? Is a university graduate in philosophy greater than Plato, because he can reason about problems and systems which had never even occurred to Plato? No, only humanity has acquired greater scientific power which any good navigator can use, or a wider intellectual knowledge which anyone with a philosophic training can use. You will say greater scientific power and wider knowledge is not a change of consciousness. Very well. But there are Rama and Ramakrishna. Rama spoke always from the thinking intelligence, the common property of developed men. Ramakrishna spoke constantly from a swift and luminous spiritual intuition. Can you tell me which is the greater? The avatar recognized by all India, or the saint and yogi recognized as an avatar only by his disciples and some others who follow them? Krishna as an avatar. Krishna is not the supramental light. The descent of Krishna would mean the descent of the overmind Godhead preparing, though not itself actually bringing, the descent of supermind and Ananda. Krishna is the Anandamaya. He supports the evolution through the overmind, leading it towards his Ananda. What Krishna worked for was the overmind consciousness acting in the mind and vital. What was said was that Krishna, as a manifestation on earth, opened the possibility of the overmind consciousness here to men, and stood for that, as Rama was the incarnation in mental man. If Krishna was an overmind god, that means he was not an incarnation, not the divine, but somebody else who claimed to be the divine, i.e., he was a god who somehow thought he was God. I suppose very few recognized him, Krishna, as an avatar. Certainly it was not at all a general recognition. Among the few those nearest him do not seem to have counted. It was less prominent people like Vidura, etc. Those who were with Krishna were in all appearance men like other men. They spoke and acted with each other as men with men, and were not thought of by those around them as gods. Krishna himself was known by most as a man. Only a few worshipped him as the divine. Yuga Yuga may be used in a general sense, as in English from age to age, and not refer technically to the yuga proper according to the Puranic computation. But the Bahuni has an air of referring to very numerous lives, especially when coupled with Tavaka. In that case, all these many births could not be full incarnations. Many may have been merely Vibhuti births, carrying on the thread from incarnation to incarnation. About Arjuna's accompanying him in each and every birth, nothing is said, but it would not be likely. Many, of course. Buddha as an avatar. He, Buddha, affirmed practically something unknowable that was permanent and unmanifested. Advaita does the same. Buddha never said he was an avatar of a personal god, but that he was the Buddha. It is the Hindus who made him an avatar. If Buddha had looked upon himself as an avatar at all, it would have been as an avatar of the impersonal truth. If a divine consciousness and force descended, and through the personality we call Buddha, did a great work for the world, then Buddha can be called an avatar. The tapasya and arriving at knowledge are only an incident of the manifestation. If, on the other hand, Buddha was only a human being like many others who arrived at some knowledge and preached it, then he was not an avatar. For of that kind, there have been thousands, and they cannot be all avatars. I don't know that historically there could have been any other Buddha. It is the Vaishnava Puranas, I think, that settled the list of avatars, for they are all avatars of Vishnu, according to the Purana. The final acceptance by all may have come later than Shankara, after the Buddhist Brahminic controversy had ceased to be an actuality. For some time there was a tendency to substitute Balarama's name for Buddha's, or to say that Buddha was an avatar of Vishnu, but that he came to mislead the Asuras. He is evidently aimed at in the story of Maya Moha in the Vishnu Purana. He, Buddha, had a more powerful vital than Ramakrishna, a stupendous will and an invincible mind of thought. If he had led the ordinary life, he would have been a great organizer, conqueror, and creator, Mahomed and Christ. Muhammad would himself have rejected the idea of being an avatara, so we have to regard him only as the prophet, the instrument, the Vibhuti. Christ realized himself as the Son who is one with the Father. He must therefore be an Amsha avatara, a partial incarnation. Ramakrishna. He, Ramakrishna, never wrote an autobiography. What he said was in conversation with his disciples and others. He was certainly quite as much an avatar as Christ or Chaitanya, Augustus Caesar, and Leonardo da Vinci. Augustus Caesar organized the life of the Roman Empire, and it was this that made the framework of the first transmission of the Greco-Roman civilization to Europe. He came for that work, and the writings of Virgil and Horace and others helped greatly towards the success of his mission. After the interlude of the Middle Ages, This civilization was reborn in a new mold in what is called the Renaissance, not in its life aspects, but in its intellectual aspects. It was therefore a supreme intellectual, Leonardo da Vinci, who took up again the work and summarized in himself the seeds of modern Europe. Never heard before of my declaring, or anybody declaring such a thing, that a divine descent was attempted during the Renaissance with Leonardo da Vinci as its center. What Leonardo da Vinci held in himself was all the new age of Europe on its many sides, but there was no question of avatarhood or consciousness of a descent or pressure of spiritual planes. Mysticism was no part of what he had to manifest. Napoleon. I don't think it can be said that Napoleon had little of ego. He was exceedingly egocentric. He made himself a dictator from Brumaire, and as a dictator he should always have acted, but he felt the need of support and made the error of seeking it in the democratic way, a way for which he was utterly unfit. He had the capacities of a ruler, but not of a politician. As a politician, he would have been an entire failure. His hesitations were due to this defect, if it can be called one. He could not have dealt successfully with parties or a parliamentary assembly. I never heard that Napoleon failed at Waterloo for want of self-confidence. I have always read that he failed because he was, owing to his recent malady, no longer so quick and self-confident in decision and so supple in mental resource as before. Please don't rewrite history unless you have data for your novel version. Chapter 3. Human Greatness. Greatness. Why should the divine not care for the outer greatness? He cares for everything in the universe. All greatness is the Vibhuti of the divine, says the Gita. Obviously, outer greatness is not the aim of yoga, but that is no reason why one should not recognize the part played by greatness in the order of the universe or the place of great men of action, great poets and artists, etc. People have begun to try to prove that great men were not great, which is a very big mistake. If greatness is not appreciated by men, the world will become mean, small, dull, narrow, and tamasic. By greatness is meant an exceptional capacity of one kind or another, which makes a man eminent among his fellows. That kind of greatness, scientific, literary, political, has nothing to do with the psychic. It consists in a special mental capacity, Raman, Tagore, or in a great vital force, which enables them to lead men and dominate them. These faculties are often, but not always, accompanied by something in the personality, daivic or asuric, which supports their action, and gives to men an impression of greatness, apart even from the special capacity, the sense of a great personality. Most great men know perfectly well that they are great. It is the power in them, great men, that is great, and that power comes from the divine. By their actions and greatness, they help the world and aid the cosmic purpose. It does not matter whether they have ego or not. They are not doing yoga. If a man rises to a higher plane of consciousness, it does not necessarily follow that he will be a greater man of action or a greater creator. One may rise to spiritual planes of inspiration undreamed of by Shakespeare and yet not be as great a poetic creator as Shakespeare. Greatness is not the object of spiritual realization any more than fame or success in the world. How are these things the standard of spiritual realization? Of course, you can do yoga without being great. There is no need of being great. On the contrary, humility is the first necessity, for one who has ego and pride cannot realize the highest. Each one can be truly great only in the measure in which he feels and opens to the source of all greatness, the divine. Greatness and vices. It is not only the very, very, very big people who are of importance to the divine. All energy, strong capacity, power of effectuation are of importance. As for Napoleon, Caesar, and Shakespeare, not one of them was a virtuous man, but they were great men. And that was your contention, that only virtuous men are great men and those who have vices are not great, which is an absurd contention. All of them went after women. Two were ambitious, unscrupulous. Napoleon was most arrogant and violent. Shakespeare stole deer, Napoleon lied freely, Caesar was without scruples. But do you really believe that men like Napoleon, Caesar, Shakespeare were not great men and did nothing for the world or for the cosmic purpose? That God was deterred from using them for his purpose because they had defects of character and vices? What a singular idea. Why should the divine, care about the vices of great men? Is he a policeman? So long as one is in the ordinary nature, one has qualities and defects, virtues and vices. When one goes beyond, there are no virtues and vices, for these things do not belong to the divine nature. Yes, certainly. Many great men even have often very great vices, and many of them. Great men are not usually model characters. They, great men, have more energy, and the energy comes out in what men call vices as well as in what men call virtues. Men with great capacities or a powerful mind or a powerful vital have very often more glaring defects of character than ordinary men, or at least the defects of the latter do not show so much, being like themselves, smaller in scale. Great or dazzling, or small in their field, ambition is ambition, and it is necessary for most for an energetic action. What is the use of calling a thing a vice when it is small and glorifying it when it is big? Section 3. Destiny, Karma, Death and Rebirth. Chapter 1. Fate, Free Will and Prediction. Destiny. Each follows in the world his own line of destiny, which is determined by his own nature and actions. The meaning and necessity of what happens in a particular life cannot be understood except in the light of the whole course of many lives. But this can be seen by those who can get beyond the ordinary mind and feelings and see things as a whole, that even errors, misfortunes, calamities are steps in the journey, the soul gathering experience as it passes through and beyond them, until it is ripe for the transition which will carry it beyond these things to a higher consciousness and higher life. When one comes to that line of crossing, one has to leave behind one the old mind and feelings. One looks then on those who are still fixed in the pleasures and sorrows of the ordinary world with sympathy and, wherever it is possible, with spiritual helpfulness, but no longer with attachment. One learns that they are being led through all their stumblings and trusts to the universal power that is watching and supporting their existence to do for them whatever for them is the best. But the one thing that is really important for us is to get into the greater light and the divine union, to turn to the divine alone, to put our trust there alone, whether for ourselves or for others. Destiny in the rigid sense applies only to the outer being, so long as it lives in the ignorance. What we call destiny is only in fact the result of the present condition of the being and the nature and energies it has accumulated in the past, acting on each other and determining the present attempts and their future results. But as soon as one enters the path of spiritual life, this old, predetermined destiny begins to recede. There comes in a new factor, the divine grace, the help of a higher divine force other than the force of karma, which can lift the sadhak beyond the present possibilities of his nature. One's spiritual destiny is then the divine election, which ensures the future. The only doubt is about the vicissitudes of the path and the time to be taken by the passage. It is here that the hostile forces playing on the weaknesses of the past nature strive to prevent the rapidity of the progress and to postpone the fulfillment. Those who fell not because of the attacks of the vital forces, but because they put themselves on the side of the hostile force and preferred a vital ambition or desire, ambition, vanity, lust, etc., to the spiritual siddhi. Each has his own destiny which he brings with him into the world. Each has his own destiny, and his entering into a particular family in one life is only an incident. Obviously, neither nature nor destiny nor the divine work in the mental way or by the law of the mind or according to its standards. That is why even to the scientist and the philosopher, nature, destiny, the way of the divine, all remain a mystery. Nature is very largely what you make of her, or can make of her. Destiny is not an absolute, it is a relative. One can alter it for the better or the worse. Free will and determinism. It is difficult indeed to make out what Planck means in these pages. What is his conclusion and how he arrives at it? He has probably so condensed his arguments that the necessary explanatory links are missing. The free will affair, I see by glancing through the previous pages, arises only incidentally from his position that the new discoveries grouped round the quantum theory do not make a radical difference in physics. If there is a tendency to regard laws as statistical, in which case there is no strict causality and no determinism, still there is nothing to prove that they cannot be treated and may not be advantageously treated as dynamical also, in which case determinism can stand. The uncertainty of individual behavior, electrons, quanta, does not really undermine determinism, but only brings a new feature into it. That seems from a hasty glance to be his position. Certain scientific thinkers consider this uncertainty of individual behavior to be a physical factor correspondent to the element of free will in individual human beings. It is here that Planck brings in the question of free will to refute the conclusion that it affects strict causality and the law of determinism. His argument, as far as I can make it out, is this. 1. The law of strict causality stands because any given action or inner happening of the individual human being is in effect determined completely by two causes. A. The previous state of his mind taken as a whole. B. External influences. 2. The will is a mental process completely determined by these two factors. Therefore, it is not free, it is part of the chain of strict causality, as are also the results of the free will. 3. What is important is not the actual freedom of the will, but the man's consciousness of freedom. This creates an inner experience of conscious motive, which again creates fresh motives and so on indefinitely. For this reason, it is impossible for a man to predict his future action, for at any moment a fresh motive may arise. But when we look back at the past, then the concatenation of cause and effect becomes apparent. 4. The fact of strict causality, or at least the theory of it, stands therefore unshaken by the consciousness of free will of the individual. It is only obscured by the fact that a man cannot predict his own actions or grasp the causes of his present state. But that is because here the subject and object are the same, and this subject-object is in a state of constant alterative motion, unlike an object outside, which is supposed not to change as a result of the inner movements of the knower. There is a reference to causal law and ethical law which baffles me. Is the ethical law something outside the strict chain of effects and causes? Is there such a thing at all? If strict causality rules all, what is such an ethical law doing there? That is the argument so far as I can follow it, but it does not seem to me very conclusive. If a man's conduct cannot be predicted by himself, neither can it be predicted by anyone else, though here the subject and object are not the same. If not predictable, then it must be for the same reason, the element of free will and the mobility created by the possible indefinite intrusion of fresh motives. If that is so, strict causality cannot be affirmed, though a plastic causality in which the power of choice, called by us free will, is an element, either as one among many contributory causes or as an instrument of a cause beyond itself, can still be asserted as possible. The statement that the action of the individual is strictly determined by his total mental state, plus external influences, is doubtful and does not lead very far. It is possible to undermine the whole idea of inevitable causality by holding that the total existing state before a happening is only the condition under which it happens. There are a mass of antecedents, and there is a sequent, if it may be so called, or a mass of sequences, but nothing proves that the latter are inevitable consequences of the mass of antecedents. Possibly this total existing state is a matrix into which some seed of happening is thrown or becomes active, so that there may be many possible results. And in the case of human action, it is conceivable that free will is or at least a determining factor. I do not think, therefore, that these arguments of Planck carry us very far. There is also, of course, the question raised in the book itself, whether, granting determinism, a local state of things is an independent field of causality, or all is so bound together that it is the whole that determines the local result. A man's action, then, would be determined by universal forces, and his state of mind and apparent choice would be only part of the instrumentation of universal force. In the case of Socrates and that of the habitual drunkard raised by you, the difference you make is correct. The weak-willed man is governed by his vital and physical impulsions. His mental being is not dynamic enough to make its will prevail over them. His will is not free because it is not strong enough to be free. It is the slave of the forces that act on or in his vital and physical nature. In the case of Socrates, the will is so far free that it stands above the play of these forces, and he determines by his mental idea and resolve what he shall or shall not do. The question remains whether the will of Socrates is only free in this sense, itself being actually determined by something larger than the mentality of Socrates, something of which it is the instrument, whether universal force or a being in him, of which his demon was the voice, and which not only gave his mind that decisive awareness of the mental ideal, but imposed on it the drive to act in obedience to the awareness. Or it may be subject to a nexus between the inner Purusha and the universal force. In the latter case, there would be an unstable balance between determinism of nature and a self-determination from within. If we start from the Sankhya view of things, that being would be the soul or Purusha, and both in the strong-willed Socrates and in the weak-willed slave of vital impulse, the action and its results would be determined by the assent or refusal of the Purusha. In the latter, the Purusha gives its assent to and undergoes the play of the forces of nature, the habit of the vital impulse, through a vital submission, while the mind looks on helpless. In Socrates, the Purusha has begun to emancipate itself and decide what it shall accept or shall not accept. The conscious being has begun to impose itself on the forces that act on it. This mastery has become so complete that he can largely determine his own actions and can even within certain limits not only forecast but fix the results, so that what he wants shall happen sooner or later. As for the Superman, that is the conscious being whose emancipation is complete by his rising to a station beyond the limits of mind. He can determine his action in complete accord with an awareness which perceives all the forces acting in and on and around him and is able, instead of undergoing, to use them and even to determine. After reading Krishna Prem's exposition on free will and determinism, I saw what might be said from the intellectual point of view on this question so as to link the reality of the supreme freedom with the phenomenon of the determinism of nature, in a different way from his, but to the same purpose. In reality, the freedom and the determination are only two sides of the same thing. For the fundamental truth is self-determination, a self-determination of the cosmos, and in it, a secret self-determination of the individual. The difficulty arises from the fact that we live in the surface mind of ignorance, do not know what is going on behind, and see only the phenomenal process of nature. There, the apparent fact is an overwhelming determinism of nature, and as our surface consciousness is part of that process, we are unable to see the other term of the Bayun reality. For practical purposes, on the surface there is an entire determinism in matter, though this is now disputed by the latest school of science. As life emerges, a certain plasticity sets in, so that it is difficult to predict anything exactly as one predicts material things that obey a rigid law. The plasticity increases with the growth of mind so that man can have at least a sense of free will, of a choice of his action, of a self-movement which at least helps to determine circumstances. But this freedom is dubious because it can be declared to be an illusion, a device of nature, part of its machinery of determination, only a seeming freedom, or at most, a restricted, relative, and subject independence. It is only when one goes behind away from Prakriti to Purusha and upward away from mind to spiritual self that the side of freedom comes to be first evident and then, by unison with the will which is above nature, complete. Well, the determination of human life and events is a mysterious thing. Can't help that, you know. Fate is composed of many things: cosmic will, plus individual self-determination, plus play of forces, plus karma, plus X, plus Y, plus Z, plus A, plus B, plus C ad infinitum, predictions and prophecy. I am afraid I have no great confidence in Cheiro's ideas and prophecies. Some prophecies are fulfilled, but most have gone wrong. The idea about the Jews is an old Jewish and Christian belief. Not much faith can be put in it. As for the numbers, it is true that according to occult science, numbers have a mystic meaning. It is also true that there are periods and cycles in life as well as in world life. But too exact a meaning cannot always be put in these things. Mother says Cheiro has always missed his predictions. They are, at best, half-truths, which you have to turn this way or that to get something out of them corresponding with the fact. Your extracts taken by themselves are very impressive, but when one reads the book, the impression made diminishes and fades away. You have quoted Cheiro's successes, but what about his failures? I have looked at the book and was rather staggered by the number of prophecies that have failed to come off. You can't deduce from a small number of predictions, however accurate, that all is predestined down to your putting the questions in the letter and my answer. It may be, but the evidence is not sufficient to prove it. What is evident is that there is an element of the predictable accurately and in detail as well as in large points, in the course of events. But that was already known. It leaves the question still unsolved whether all is so predictable, whether destiny is the sole factor in existence, or there are other factors also that can modify destiny, or, destiny being given, there are not different sources or powers or planes of destiny, and we can modify the one with which we started by calling in another destiny source, power, or plane, and making it active in our life. Metaphysical questions are not so simple that they can be trenchantly solved, either in one sense or in another contradictory to it. That is the popular way of settling things, but it is quite summary and inconclusive. All is free will, or else all is destiny. It is not so simple as that. This question of free will or determination is the most knotty of all metaphysical questions, and nobody has been able to solve it, for a good reason, that both destiny and will exist, and even a free will exists somewhere. The difficulty is only how to get at it and make it effective. Astrology? Many astrological predictions come true, quite a mass of them, if one takes all together. But it does not follow that the stars rule our destiny. The stars merely record a destiny that has been already formed. They are a hieroglyph, not a force, or if their action constitutes a force, it is a transmitting energy, not an originating power. Someone is there who has determined, or something is there which is fate, let us say. The stars are only indicators. The astrologers themselves say that there are two forces, Daiva and Purus, Artha, fate and individual energy, and the individual energy can modify and even frustrate fate. Moreover, the stars often indicate several fate possibilities, for example, that one may die in mid-age, but that if that determination can be overcome, one can live to a predictable old age. Finally, cases are seen in which the predictions of the horoscope fulfill themselves with great accuracy up to a certain age, then apply no more. This often happens when the subject turns away from the ordinary to the spiritual life. If the turn is very radical, the cessation of predictability may be immediate. Otherwise, certain results may still last on for a time, but there is no longer the same inevitability. This would seem to show that there is or can be a higher power or higher plane or higher source spiritual destiny, which can, if its hour has come, override the lower power, lower plane, or lower source, vital and material fate, of which the stars are indicators. I say vital, because character can also be indicated from the horoscope much more completely and satisfactorily than the events of the life. The Indian explanation of fate is karma. We ourselves are our own fate through our actions, but the fate created by us binds us. For what we have sown, we must reap in this life or another. Still, we are creating new fate for the future, even while undergoing old fate from the past in the present. That gives a meaning to our will and action and does not, as European critics wrongly believe, constitute a rigid and sterilizing fatalism. But again, our will and action can often annul or modify even the past karma. It is only certain strong effects, called utkata karma, that are non-modifiable. Here too, the achievement of the spiritual consciousness and life is supposed to annul or give the power to annul karma. For we enter into union with the will divine, cosmic or transcendent, which can annul what it had sanctioned for certain conditions, new create what it had created. The narrow, fixed lines disappear, there is a more plastic freedom and wideness. Neither karma nor astrology therefore points to a rigid and forever immutable fate. As for prophecy, I have never met or known of a prophet, however reputed, who was infallible. Some of their predictions come true to the letter, others do not. They half fulfill or misfire entirely. It does not follow that the power of prophecy is unreal or the accurate predictions can be all explained by probability, chance, or coincidence. The nature and number of those that cannot is too great. The variability of fulfillment may be explained either by an imperfect power in the prophet, sometimes active, sometimes failing, or by the fact that things are predictable in part only. They are determined in part only or else by different factors or lines of power, different series of potentials and actuals. So long as one is in touch with one line, one predicts accurately, otherwise not. Or, if the line of power changes, one's prophecy also goes off the rails. All the same, one may say, there must be, if things are predictable at all, some power or plane through which or on which all is foreseeable. If there is a divine omniscience and omnipotence, it must be so. Even then, what is foreseen has to be worked out, actually is worked out by a play of forces, spiritual, mental, vital, physical forces. And in that plane of forces, there is no absolute rigidity discoverable. Personal will or endeavor is one of those forces. Napoleon, when asked why he believed in fate, yet was always planning and acting, answered, "Because it is fated that I should work and plan." In other words, his planning and acting were part of fate, contributed to the results fate had in view. Even if I foresee an adverse result, I must work for the one that I consider should be, for it keeps alive the force, the principle of truth, which I serve, and gives it a possibility to triumph hereafter, so that it becomes part of the working of a future favorable fate, even if the fate of the hour is adverse. Men do not abandon a cause because they have seen it fail or foresee its failure, and they are spiritually right in their stubborn perseverance. Moreover, we do not live for material result alone. Far more, the object of life is the growth of the soul, not outward success of the hour or even of the near future. The soul can grow against, or even by a material destiny that is adverse. Finally, even if all is determined, why say that life is, in Shakespeare's phrase, or rather Macbeth's, a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing? Life would rather be that if it were all chance and random incertitude. But if it is something foreseen, planned in every detail, does it not rather mean that life does signify something, that there must be a secret purpose that is being worked up to, powerfully, persistently through the ages, and ourselves are a part of it and fellow workers in the fulfillment of that invincible purpose? Well, one of the greatest ecstasies possible is to feel oneself carried by the divine, not by the stars or karma, for the latter is a bad business, dry and uncomfortable, like being turned on a machine, yantra rudhani mayaya. Astrology and Yoga. Astrology is an occult science. It is not a part of the yoga, except as anything can be made part of the yoga, if done in the right spirit. That is not the question. The question is, what influence has the sadhak on the stars at his birth? Chapter 2. Karma and Heredity. Karma. Karma is not luck. It is the transmission of past energies into the present with their results. All energies put into activity, thought, speech, feeling, act, go to constitute karma. These things help to develop the nature in one direction or another, and the nature and its actions and reactions produce their consequences inward and outward. They also act on others and create movements in the general sum of forces which can return upon oneself sooner or later. Thoughts unexpressed can also go out as forces and produce their effects. It is a mistake to think that a thought or will can have effect only when it is expressed in speech or act. The unspoken thought, the unexpressed will, are also active energies and can produce their own vibrations, effects, or reactions. If the soul goes on with its karma, then it does not get liberation. If it wants only farther experience, it can just stay there in the ordinary nature. The aim of yoga is to transcend karma. Karma means subjection to lower nature. Through yoga, the soul goes towards freedom. The bondage to the effects of karma remains so long as one has not passed out of the ordinary human consciousness, which is its field to the higher spiritual consciousness, where all bonds are untied. As for peace, one can gain it by an entire reliance on the divine and surrender to the divine will. In life, all sorts of things offer themselves. One cannot take anything that comes with the idea that it is sent by the divine. There is a choice, and a wrong choice produces its consequence. Karma and heredity. Karma and heredity are the two main causes of one's temperament. According to some, heredity is also subject to karma, but that may be only in a general way, not in all the details. Many things in the body and some in the mind and vital are inherited from the father and mother or other ancestors, that everybody is supposed to know. There are other things that are not inherited, but peculiar to one's own nature or developed by the happenings of this life. You must realize that all human beings are made partly of what is given them by their ancestors, not only father and mother, but all the ancestors, partly of what they bring with them. The part they get from the ancestors is called hereditary. It is part, not the whole, of the physical and lower vital consciousness, sometimes a little of the external mind also. It is a small portion of the external being, but although small, it is sometimes very persistent and active. The rest of the being, inner, and a great part too of the external, is brought from past lives. This hereditary part has to be got rid of and replaced by the true individuality, spreading itself to the whole external nature. A very big stamp in most cases. It is in the physical vital and physical material that the stamp chiefly exists, and it is increased by education and upbringing. There is always a hereditary part of the nature, which is a large portion of the outward nature. There is also the educational influence of the father, which has put a stamp on you. Hereditary influence creates an affinity, and affinity is a living thing. It is only when the hereditary part is changed that the affinity ceases. It is your own being that seeks for the divine. The hereditary part is not your true being, but something you have taken up as part of this birth. It can be got rid of or changed. Evolution, karma, and ethics. The question as put in your letter seems to me to be too rigidly phrased and not to take into sufficient account the plasticity of the facts and forces of existence. It sounds like the problem which one might raise on the strength of the most recent scientific theories. If all is made up of protons and electrons, all exactly similar to each other, except for the group numbers, and why should a difference of quantity make such an extraordinary difference or any difference of quality? How does their action result in such stupendous differences of degree, kind, power, everything? But why should we assume that the psychic seeds or sparks all started in a race at the same time, equal in conditions, equal in power and nature? Granted that the one divine is the source of all and the self is the same in all, but in manifestation, why should not the infinite throw itself out in infinite variety? Why must it be in an innumerable sameness? How many of these psychic seeds started long before others and have a great past of development behind them, and how many are young and raw and half-grown only? And even among those who started together, why should not there be some who ran at a great speed and others who loitered and grew with difficulty or went about in circles? And then there is an evolution, and it is only at a certain stage in the evolution that the animal belt is passed, and there is a human beginning. What constitutes the human beginning, which represents a very considerable revolution or turnover? Up to the animal line, it is the vital and physical that have been developing. For the human to begin, is it not necessary that there should be the descent of a mental being to take up the vital and physical evolution? And may it not well be that the mental beings who descend are not all of the same power and stature and, besides, do not take up equally developed vital and physical consciousness material? There is also the occult tradition of a hierarchy of beings who stand above the present manifestation and put themselves into it with results which will obviously be just such a stupendous difference of degrees, and even intervene by descending into the play through the gates of birth in human nature. There are many complexities, and the problem cannot be put with the rigidity of a mathematical formula. A great part of the difficulty of these problems, I mean especially the appearance of inexplicable contradiction, arises from the problem itself being badly put. Take the popular account of reincarnation and karma. It is based on the mere mental assumption that the workings of nature ought to be moral and proceed according to an exact morality of equal justice, a scrupulous, even mathematical law of reward and punishment, or, at any rate, of results according to a human idea of right correspondences. But nature is non-moral. She uses forces and processes moral, immoral, and amoral pell-mell for working out her business. Nature in her outward aspect seems to care for nothing except to get things done, or else to make conditions for an ingenious variety of the play of life. Nature in her deeper aspect as a conscious spiritual power is concerned with the growth, by experience, the spiritual development of the souls she has in her charge, and these souls themselves have a say in the matter. All these good people lament and wonder that, unaccountably, they and other good people are visited with such meaningless sufferings and misfortunes. But are they really visited with them by an outside power or by a mechanical law of karma? Is it not possible that the soul itself, not the outward mind, but the spirit within, has accepted and chosen these things as part of its development in order to get through the necessary experience at a rapid rate, to hew through durchhauen, even at the risk or the cost of much damage to the outward life and the body, to the growing soul, to the spirit within us? May not difficulties, obstacles, attacks be a means of growth, added strength, enlarged experience, training for spiritual victory? The arrangement of things may be that, and not a mere question of the pounds, shillings, and pence of a distribution of rewards and retributory misfortunes. It is the same with the problem of the taking of animal life under the circumstances put forward by your friend in the letter. It is put on the basis of an invariable ethical right and wrong to be applied to all cases. Is it right to take animal life at all, under any circumstances? Is it right to allow an animal to suffer under your eyes when you can relieve it by an euthanasia? There can be no indubitable answer to a question put like that, because the answer depends on data which the mind has not before it. In fact, there are many other factors which make people inclined to this short and merciful way out of the difficulty. The nervous inability to bear the sight and hearing of so much suffering, the unavailing trouble, the disgust and inconvenience, all tend to give force to the idea that the animal itself would want to be out of it. But what does the animal really feel about it? May it not be clinging to life in spite of the pain? Or may not the soul have accepted these things for a quicker evolution into a higher state of life? If so, the mercy dealt out may conceivably interfere with the animal's karma. In fact, the right decision might vary in each case and depend on a knowledge which the human mind has not. And it might very well be said that until it has not the right to take life. It was some dim perception of this truth that made religion and ethics develop the law of ahimsa, and yet that too becomes a mental rule which it is found impossible to apply in practice. And perhaps the moral of it all is that we must act for the best according to our lights in each case as things are, but that the solution of these problems can only come by pressing forward towards a greater light, a greater consciousness in which the problems themselves, as now stated by the human mind, will not arise, because we shall have a vision which will see the world in a different way, and a guidance which at present is not ours. The mental or moral rule is a stopgap which men are obliged to use, very uncertainly and stumblingly, until they can see things whole in the light of the Spirit. Chapter 3. Death. Death and Karma. Death is a universal force. The happening or change called death is simply one result of the working of the force. Most people die before the vitality of the body is exhausted. It is due to many causes, of which one is the destiny prepared by past lives, another the inner purpose or utility of the present life being completed. But these are subtle and secret reasons. Others, accident, violence, or other causes, are only an exterior machinery. X had reached a stage of her development marked by a predominance of the sattvic nature, but not a strong vital, which works towards a successful or fortunate life, or the opening to a higher light. Her mental upbringing and surroundings stood against that, and she herself was not ready. Her early death, with much suffering, may have been the result of past, prenatal influences, or they may have been chosen by her own psychic being as a passage towards a higher state for which she was not yet prepared, but towards which she was moving. This, and the non-fulfillment of her capacities, would be a final tragedy if there were this life alone. As it is, she has passed towards the psychic sleep to prepare for her life to come. You can explain to X that the death of his nephew had nothing to do with his family members' obscurities and imperfections. It was part of his own karma. Each person has his own destiny and follows its line. To be in a certain family and with certain relations is only a temporary incident in its course. The sadhak should be free from these attachments and regard these happenings as ordeals to be passed through with equality and faith in the divine, doing his best for those who are in his charge but not disturbed by results. It is a very intricate and difficult question to tackle, and it can hardly be answered in a few words. Moreover, it is impossible to give a general rule as to why there are these close inner contacts followed by a physical separation through death. In each case, there is a difference, and one would have to know the persons and be familiar with their soul history to tell what was behind their meeting and separation. In a general way, a life is only one brief episode in a long history of spiritual evolution, in which the soul follows the curve of the line set for the earth, passing through many lives to complete it. It is an evolution out of material inconscience to consciousness, and on towards the divine consciousness, from ignorance to divine knowledge, from darkness through half-lights to light, from death to immortality, from suffering to the divine bliss. Suffering is due first to the ignorance, secondly to the separation of the individual consciousness from the divine consciousness and being, a separation created by the ignorance. When that ceases, when one lives completely in the divine, and no more in one's separated smaller self, then only suffering can altogether cease. Each soul follows its own line, and these lines meet, journey together for a space, then part to meet again perhaps hereafter. Often they meet to help each other on the journey in one way or another. As for the after-death period, the soul passes into other planes of existence, staying there for a while till it reaches its place of rest, where it remains until it is ready for another terrestrial existence. This is the general law, but for the connections of embodied soul with embodied soul, that is a matter of personal evolution, on which nothing general can be said, as it is intimate to the soul stories of the two and needs a personal knowledge. That is all I can say, but I don't know that it will be of much help to her, as these things are helpful usually only when one enters into the consciousness in which they become not mere ideas, but realities. Then one grieves no longer, because one has entered into the truth, and the truth brings calm and peace. Death and grieving. I can understand the shock your wife's catastrophic death must have been to you. But you are now a seeker and sadhak of the truth, and must set your mind above the normal reactions of the human being and see things in a larger, greater light. Regard your lost wife as a soul that was progressing through the vicissitudes of the life of ignorance, like all others here. In that progress, things happen that seem unfortunate to the human mind, and a sudden accidental or violent death cutting short. Prematurely, this always brief spell of terrestrial experience we call life seems to it especially painful and unfortunate. But one who gets behind the outward view knows that all that happens in the progress of the soul has its meaning, its necessity, its place in the series of experiences which are leading it towards the turning point, where one can pass from the ignorance to the light. He knows that whatever happens in the divine providence is for the best, even though it may seem to the mind otherwise. Look on your wife as a soul that has passed the barrier between two states of existence. Help her journey towards her place of rest by calm thoughts and the call to the divine help to aid her upon it. Grief too long continued does not help but delays the journey of the departed soul. Do not brood on your loss, but think only of her spiritual welfare. The telegram announces the passing away of your husband. All has been done that could be done to keep him in life. What has happened must now be accepted calmly as the thing decreed and best for his soul's progress from life to life, though not the best in human eyes, which look only at the present and at outside appearance. For the spiritual seeker, death is only a passage from one form of life to another, and none is dead, but only departed. Look at it as that, and shaking from you all reactions of vital grief, they cannot help him in his journey. Pursue steadfastly the path to the divine. There is nothing to grieve about, as death means only passing over to another country, to which you probably go very often when you are asleep. That is, so long as one has attachment. One ought to look at it like that. But all attachment to past ties should be overcome. Of course, that is the real fact. Death is only a shedding of the body, not a cessation of the personal existence. A man is not dead because he goes into another country and changes his clothes to suit that climate. The after-death sojourn. There is after death a period in which one passes through the vital world and lives there for a time. It is only the first part of this transit that can be dangerous or painful. In the rest, one works out under certain surroundings, a remnant of the vital desires and instincts which one had in the body. As soon as one is tired of these and able to go beyond, the vital sheath is dropped, and the soul, after a little time needed to get rid of some mental survivals, passes into a state of rest in the psychic world and remains there till the next life on earth. One can help the departed soul by one's goodwill or by occult means if one has the knowledge. The one thing that one should not do is to hold them back by sorrow for them or longings or anything else that would pull them nearer to earth or delay their journey to their place of rest. It may happen to some not to realize for a little time that they are dead, especially if the death has been unforeseen and sudden, but it cannot be said that it happens to all or to most. Some may enter into a state of semi-unconsciousness or obsession by a dark inner condition, created by their state of mind at death, in which they realize nothing of where they are, etc. Others are quite conscious of the passage. It is true that the departing being in the vital body lingers for some time near the body or the scene of life, very often for as many as 8 days, and in the ancient religions mantras and other means were used for the severance. Even after the severance from the body, a very earthbound nature or one full of strong physical desires may linger long in the earth atmosphere, up to a maximum period extended to 3 years. Afterwards it passes to the vital worlds, proceeding on its journey, which must sooner or later bring it to the psychic rest till the next life. It is true also that sorrow and mourning for the dead impedes its progress by keeping it tied to the earth atmosphere and pulling it back from its passage. After death, the soul passes in a little while or at once from the earth atmosphere and goes into the vital worlds, where it remains for a time until it is ready to leave it. Thus, it passes on its way till it is ready to pass into the psychic world, where it rests until it is ready for a new birth. After death, one passes through various vital and mental planes till the psychic being drops its vital and mental sheaths and enters into rest on the psychic plane till the time comes for rebirth. At the time of death, the being goes out of the body through the head. It goes out in the subtle body and goes to different planes of existence for a short time until it has gone through certain experiences which are the result of its earthly existence. Afterwards it reaches the psychic world, where it rests in a kind of sleep until it is time for it to start a new life on earth. That is what happens usually. But there are some beings who are more developed and do not follow this course. That is a superstition that people have to live in Naraka, hell, due to their bad actions. People after death pass through certain vital and mental worlds, or through certain psychological states, which are the results of their nature and action in life. Afterwards, they go to the psychic world and return to birth at a later time. When the mother spoke of the continuance of the same trouble after death, she did not mean another life. At death, you go out of this physical frame in another kind of body, not physical, and are the same person with the same consciousness. That is why to talk of dying as going to rest is an ignorance, and why it is useless. The only real thing is to get rid of the old lower self and be reborn to the new higher one, which can only be done by a change within you. That is what the mother wants of you. Chapter 4. Rebirth. The psychic's choice at the time of death. The psychic being at the time of death chooses what it will work out in the next birth and determines the character and conditions of the new personality. Life is for the evolutionary growth by experience in the conditions of the ignorance till one is ready for the higher light. The dying wish of the man is only something on the surface. It may be determined by the psychic, and so help to shape the future, but it does not determine the psychic's choice. That is something behind the veil. It is not the outer consciousness's action that determines the inner process, but the other way round. Sometimes, however, there are signs or fragments of the inner action that come up on the surface. E.g., some people have a vision or remembrance of the circumstances of their past in a panoramic flash at the time of death, that is, the psychic's review of the life before departing. The psychic being's choice at the time of death doesn't work out the next formation of personality, it fixes it. When it enters the psychic world, it begins to assimilate the essence of its experience, and by that assimilation is formed the future psychic personality in accordance with the fixation already made. When this assimilation is over, it is ready for a new birth. But the less developed beings do not work out the whole thing for themselves. There are beings and forces of the higher world who have that work. Also, when it comes to birth, it is not sure that the forces of the physical world will not come across the working out of what it wanted. Its own new instrumentation may not be strong enough for that purpose. for there is the interaction of its own energies and the cosmic forces here. There may be frustration, diversion, a partial working out. Many things may happen. All that is not a rigid machinery. It is a working out of complex forces. It may be added, however, that a developed psychic being is much more conscious in this transition and works much of it out itself. The time depends also on the development and on a certain rhythm of the being. For some, there is practically immediate rebirth. For others, it takes longer. For some, it may take centuries. But here again, once the psychic being is sufficiently developed, it is free to choose its own rhythm and its own intervals. The ordinary theories are too mechanical, and that is the case also with the idea of Pun.ya and Pi-apa and their results in the next life. There are certainly results of the energies put forth in a past life, but not on that rather infantile principle. A good man's sufferings in this life would be a proof, according to the orthodox theory, that he had been a very great villain in his past life. A bad man's prospering would be a proof that he had been quite angelic in his last visit to earth and sown a large crop of virtues and meritorious actions to reap this bumper crop of good fortune. Too symmetrical to be true. The object of birth being growth by experience, whatever reactions come to past deeds must be for the being to learn and grow, not as lollipops for the good boys of the class in the past, and canings for the bad ones. The real sanction for good and ill is not good fortune for the one and bad fortune for the other, but this that good leads us towards a higher nature which is eventually lifted above suffering, and ill pulls us towards the lower nature which remains always in the circle of suffering and evil. Assimilation in the psychic world. The soul, after it leaves the body, travels through several states or planes until the psychic being has shed its temporary sheaths. Then it reaches the psychic world, where it rests in a kind of sleep till it is ready for reincarnation. What it keeps with it of the human experience in the end is only the essence of all that it has gone through, what it can use for its development. This is the general rule, but it does not apply to exceptional cases or to very developed beings who have achieved a greater consciousness than the ordinary human level. It is not the soul, the psychic being, that takes a lesser form in its next birth. It is some part of the manifested being, usually some part of the vital, that does it, owing to some desire, affinity, need of particular experience. This happens fairly often to the ordinary man. After leaving the body, the soul, after certain experiences in other worlds, throws off its mental and vital personality and goes into rest to assimilate the essence of its past and prepare for a new life. It is this preparation that determines the circumstances of the new birth and guides it in its reconstitution of a new personality and the choice of its materials. The departed soul retains the memory of its past experiences only in their essence, not in their form or detail. It is only if the soul brings back some past personality or personalities as part of its present manifestation that it is likely to remember the details of the past life. Otherwise, it is only by yoga drishti that the memory comes. There may be what seem to be retrograde movements in the evolution of the soul, but these are only like zigzag movements, not a real falling back, but a return on something not worked out so as to go on better afterwards. The soul does not go back to the animal condition, but part of the vital personality may disjoin itself and join an animal birth to work out its animal propensities there. There is no truth in the popular belief about the avaricious man becoming a serpent. These are popular romantic superstitions. The soul takes birth each time, and each time a mind, life, and body are formed out of the materials of universal nature according to the soul's past evolution and its need for the future. When the body is dissolved, the vital goes into the vital plane and remains there for a time, but after a time, the vital sheath disappears. The last to dissolve is the mental sheath. Finally, the soul or psychic being retires into the psychic world to rest there till a new birth is due. This is the general course for ordinarily developed human beings. There are variations according to the nature of the individual and his development. For example, if the mental is strongly developed, then the mental being can remain. So also can the vital, provided they are organized by and centered around the true psychic being. They share the immortality of the psychic. The soul gathers the essential element of its experiences in life and makes that its basis of growth in the evolution. When it returns to birth, it takes up with its mental, vital, physical sheaths so much of its karma as is useful to it in the new life for farther experience. It is really for the vital part of the being that shraddha and rites are done, to help the being to get rid of the vital vibrations which still attach it to the earth or to the vital worlds, so that it may pass quickly to its rest in the psychic peace. The movement of the psychic being dropping its outer, its vital and mental sheaths on its way to the psychic plane is its normal movement after death. But there can be any number of variations. One can return directly from the vital plane without passing on to farther and higher states. And there are cases of an almost immediate rebirth, sometimes even attended with a detailed memory of the events of the past life. Hell and heaven are often imaginary states of the soul, or rather of the vital being, which it constructs about it after its passing. What is meant by hell is a painful passage through some vital world or a dolorous lingering there, as for instance in many cases of suicide, where one remains surrounded by the forces of suffering and turmoil created by this unnatural and violent exit. There are also, of course, real worlds of mind and vital worlds which are penetrated with joyful or dark experiences, and one may pass through these as the result of things formed in the nature which create the necessary affinities. But the idea of reward or retribution is a crude and vulgar conception, and we can disregard it as a mere popular error. There is no rule of complete forgetfulness in the return of the soul to rebirth. There are, especially in childhood, many impressions of the past life which can be strong and vivid enough, but a materializing education and the overpowering influences of the environment must often, but not quite always, prevent their true nature from being recognized. There are even a number of people who have definite recollections of a past life, but these things are discouraged by education and the atmosphere and cannot remain or develop. In most cases, they are stifled out of existence. At the same time, it must be noted that what the psychic being mainly carries away with it and brings back is ordinarily the essence and effect of the experiences it had in former lives, and not the details, so that you cannot expect the same coherent memory as one has of past happenings in the present existence. A soul can go straight to the psychic world, but that depends on the state of consciousness at the time of departure. If the psychic is in front at the time, this immediate transition is possible. It does not depend on the acquisition of a mental and vital as well as a psychic immortality. Those who have acquired that would rather have the power to move about in the different planes and even act on the physical world without being bound to it. On the whole, it may be said that there is no one rigid rule for these things. Manifold variations are possible depending upon the consciousness, its energies, tendencies, and formations, although there is a general framework and design into which all fit and take their place. The psychic being and the progression from life to life. It is necessary to understand clearly the difference between the evolving soul, psychic being, and the pure Atman, self or spirit. The pure self is unborn, does not pass through death or birth, is independent of birth or body, mind or life, or this manifested nature. It is not bound by these things, not limited, not affected, even though it assumes and supports them. The soul, on the contrary, is something that comes down into birth and passes through death, although it does not itself die, for it is immortal. From one state to another, from the earth plane to other planes, and back again to the earth existence. It goes on with this progression from life to life through an evolution which leads it up to the human state and evolves through it all a being of itself, which we call the psychic being. This being supports the evolution and develops a physical, a vital, a mental, human consciousness as its instruments of world experience and of a disguised, imperfect, but growing self-expression. All this it does from behind a veil, showing something of its divine self only insofar as the imperfection of the instrumental being will allow it. But a time comes when it is able to prepare to come out from behind the veil, to take command, and turn all the instrumental nature towards a divine fulfillment. This is the beginning of the true spiritual life. The soul is able now to make itself ready for a higher evolution of manifested consciousness than the mental human. It can pass from the mental to the spiritual and through degrees of the spiritual to the supramental state. Till then, till it has reached the spiritual realization, there is no reason why it should cease from birth. It cannot, in fact, so cease. If having reached the spiritual state, it wills to pass out of the terrestrial manifestation, it may indeed make such an exit. But there is also possible a higher manifestation in the knowledge and not in the ignorance. Your question therefore does not arise. It is not the naked spirit, but the psychic being that goes to the psychic plane to rest till it is called again to another life. There is therefore no need of a force to compel it to take birth anew. It is in its nature something that is put forth from the divine to support the evolution, and it must do so till the divine's purpose in its evolution is accomplished. Karma is only a machinery. It is not the fundamental cause of terrestrial existence. It cannot be, for when the soul first entered this existence, it had no karma. What again do you mean by the all-veiling Maya, or by losing all consciousness? The soul cannot lose all consciousness, for its very nature is consciousness, though not of the mental kind to which we give the name. The consciousness is merely covered, not lost or abolished by the so-called inconscience of material nature, and then by the half-conscious ignorance of mind, life, and body. It manifests as the individual mind and life and body grow, as much as may be of the consciousness which it holds in potentiality, manifests it in the outward instrumental nature as far as and in the way that is possible through these instruments and through the outer personality that has been prepared for it and by it, for both are true, for the present life. I know nothing about any terrible suffering endured by the soul in the process of rebirth. Popular beliefs, even when they have some foundation, are seldom enlightened and accurate. 1. The psychic being stands behind mind, life, and body, supporting them. So also, the psychic world is not one world in the scale like the mental, vital, or physical worlds, but stands behind all these, and it is there that the souls evolving here retire for the time between life and life. If the psychic were only one principle in the rising order of body, life, and mind, on a par with the others, and placed somewhere in the scale on the same footing as the others, it could not be the soul of all the rest, the divine element making the evolution of the others possible, and using them as instruments for a growth through cosmic experience towards the divine. So also, the psychic world cannot be one among the other worlds to which the evolutionary being goes for supraphysical experience. It is a plane where it retires into itself for rest, for a spiritual assimilation of what it has experienced, and for a replunging into its own fundamental consciousness and psychic nature. 2. For the few who go out of the ignorance and enter into nirvana, there is no question of their going straight up into higher worlds of manifestation. Nirvana or moksha is a liberated condition of the being, not a world. It is a withdrawal from the worlds and the manifestation. The analogy of Pitrayana and Devayana can hardly be mentioned in this connection. 3. The condition of the souls that retire into the psychic world is entirely static. Each withdraws into himself and is not interacting with the others. When they come out of their trance, they are ready to go down into a new life, but meanwhile, they do not act upon the earth life. There are other beings, guardians of the psychic world, but they are concerned only with the psychic world itself and the return of the souls to reincarnation, not with the earth. 4. A being of the psychic world cannot get fused into the soul of a human being on earth. What happens sometimes is that a very advanced psychic being sometimes sends down an emanation which resides in a human being and prepares it until it is ready for the psychic being itself to enter into the life. This happens when some special work has to be done and the human vehicle prepared. Such a descent produces a remarkable change of a sudden character in the personality and the nature. 5. Usually, a soul follows continuously the same line of sex. If there are shiftings of sex, it is as a rule a matter of parts of the personality which are not central. 6. As regards the stage at which the soul returning for rebirth enters the new body, no rule can be laid down, for the circumstances vary with the individual. Some psychic beings get into relation with the birth environment and the parents from the time of inception and determine the preparation of the personality and future in the embryo. Others join only at the time of delivery, others even later on in the life, and in these cases it is some emanation of the psychic being which upholds the life. It should be noted that the conditions of the future birth are determined fundamentally not during the stay in the psychic world, but at the time of death. The psychic being then chooses what it should work out in the next terrestrial appearance, and the conditions arrange themselves accordingly. Note that the idea of rebirth and the circumstances of the new life as a reward or punishment for punya or papa is a crude human idea of justice, which is quite unphilosophical and unspiritual and distorts the true intention of life. Life here is an evolution, and the soul grows by experience, working out by it this or that in the nature, and if there is suffering, it is for the purpose of that working out, not as a judgment inflicted by God or cosmic law on the errors or stumblings which are inevitable in the ignorance. It is difficult to give a positive answer to these questions, because no general rule can be laid down applicable to all. The mind makes rigid rules or one rigid rule, but the manifestation is in reality very plastic and various and many-sided. My answers, therefore, must not be taken as exhaustive of the subject or complete. 1. He, a Jivan Mukta, can go wherever his aim was fixed, into a state of nirvana or one of the divine worlds, and stay there or remain wherever he may go, in contact with the earth movement, and return to it, if his will is to help that movement. This is doubtful, whether a Jivan Mukta can go direct from the world of the soul's present highest achievement to a still higher world. If originally he is not a being of the evolution but of some higher world, he could go back to that world. If he wants to go higher, it is logical that he should return to the field of evolution so long as he has not evolved the consciousness proper to that higher plane. The orthodox idea that even the gods have to come to earth if they want salvation may be applied to this ascension also. If he is originally an evolutionary being, Ramakrishna's distinction of the Jivakoti and Ishwarakoti may be extended to this also. He must proceed by the evolutionary path to either the negative withdrawal through nirvana or some positive divine fulfillment in the increasing manifestation of Satchidananda. As to the impossibility of return to the earth, that is a knotty question. A divine being can always return. As Ramakrishna said, the Ishwarakoti can at will ascend or descend the stair between birth and immortality. For the others, it is probable that they may rest for a relative infinity of time, Shashvati, Sama. If that is the will in them, but a return cannot be barred out unless they have reached their highest possible status. No, a Jivan Mukta does not take rest in the psychic world before taking birth again on earth. That is part of the evolutionary line only, not obligatory for divine returns. 2. An advanced psychic being may mean here, in the preceding letter, one who has arrived at the soul's freedom and is immersed in the divine. Immersed does not mean abolished. Such a being does not sleep in the psychic world. but may remain in his state of blissful immersion or come back for some purpose. The word descend has various meanings according to the context. I used it here in the sense of the psychic being coming down into the human consciousness and body ready for it. That descent might be at the time of birth or before, or it may come down later and occupy the personality it has prepared for itself. I do not quite understand what are these personalities from above. It is the psychic being itself that takes up a body. 3. No, the psychic being cannot take up more than one body. There is only one psychic being for each human being, but the beings of the higher planes, e.g. the gods of the overmind, can manifest in more than one human body at a time by sending different emanations into different bodies. These would be called Vibhutis of these devatas. 4. These guardians of the psychic world are not human souls, nor is this an office to which they are appointed, nor are they functionaries. These are beings of the psychic plane pursuing their own natural activity in that plane. My word guardians in the preceding letter was simply a phrase meant to indicate by an image or metaphor the nature of their action. The new birth. When there is a new birth, one brings all that is necessary from past lives, but also one gathers what is necessary from the earth consciousness, and so too brings in new elements as one develops. It is a little difficult to explain. When one gets a new body, the nature which inhabits it, nature of mind, nature of vital, nature of physical, is made up of many personalities, not one simple personality as is supposed, although there is one central being. This complex personality is formed partly by bringing together personalities of past lives, but also by gathering experiences, tendencies, influences from the Earth atmosphere, which are taken up by one of the constituent personalities as suitable to his own nature. Such an influence left behind by Vivekananda or one of his disciples may have been taken up by you without your being an incarnation of either. The being, as it passes through the series of its lives, takes on personalities of various kinds and passes through various types of experiences, but it does not carry these on to the next life, as a rule. It takes on a new mind, vital, and body. The mental capacities, occupations, interests, idiosyncrasies of the past mind and vital are not taken over by the new mind and vital, except to the extent that is useful for the new life. One may have the power of poetic expression in one life, but in the next have no such power nor any interest in poetry. On the other hand, tendencies suppressed or missed or imperfectly developed in one life may come out in the next. There would be therefore nothing surprising in the contrast which you noted. The essence of past experiences is kept by the psychic being, but the forms of experience or of personality are not, except such as are needed for the new stage in the soul's progress. The being in its long course of experience may permit for a time the search after sensual pleasure and afterwards discard it and turn to higher things. This can happen even in the course of a lifetime, a fortiori in a second life where the old personalities would not be carried over. Reincarnation and soul evolution. You must avoid a common popular blunder about reincarnation. The popular idea is that Titus Balbus is reborn again as John Smith, a man with the same personality, character, attainments as he had in his former life, with the sole difference that he wears coat and trousers instead of a toga and speaks in Cockney English instead of popular Latin. That is not the case. What would be the earthly use of repeating the same personality or character 1,000,000 times from the beginning of time till its end? The soul comes into birth for experience, for growth, for evolution, till it can bring the divine into matter. It is the central being that incarnates, not the outer personality. The personality is simply a mold that it creates for its figures of experience in that one life. In another birth, it will create for itself a different personality, different capacities, a different life and career. Supposing Virgil is born again, He may take up poetry in 1 or 2 other lives, but he will certainly not write an epic, but rather perhaps slight but elegant and beautiful lyrics such as he wanted to write, but did not succeed, in Rome. In another birth, he is likely to be no poet at all, but a philosopher and a yogin seeking to attain and to express the highest truth, for that too was an unrealized trend of his consciousness in that life. Perhaps before he had been a warrior or ruler doing deeds like Aeneas or Augustus before he sang them, and so on. On this side or that, the central being develops a new character, a new personality, grows, develops, passes through all kinds of terrestrial experience. As the evolving being develops still more and becomes more rich and complex, it accumulates its personalities, as it were. Sometimes they stand behind the active elements, throwing in some color, some trait, some capacity here and there, or they stand in front, and there is a multiple personality, a many-sided character, or a many-sided, sometimes what looks like a universal capacity. But if a former personality, a former capacity is brought fully forward, it will not be to repeat what was already done, but to cast the same capacity into new forms and new shapes, and fuse it into a new harmony of the being, which will not be a reproduction of what it was before. Thus you must not expect to be what the warrior and the poet were. Something of the outer characteristics may reappear, but very much changed and new cast in a new combination. It is in a new direction that the energies will be guided to do what was not done before. Another thing. It is not the personality, the character, that is of the first importance in rebirth. It is the psychic being who stands behind the evolution of the nature and evolves with it. The psychic, when it departs from the body, shedding even the mental and vital on its way to its resting place, carries with it the heart of its experiences, not the physical events, not the vital movements, not the mental buildings, not the capacities or characters, but something essential that it gathered from them, what might be called the divine element, for the sake of which the rest existed. That is the permanent addition. It is that helps in the growth towards the divine. That is why there is usually no memory of the outward events and circumstances of past lives. For this memory, there must be a strong development towards unbroken continuance of the mind, the vital, even the subtle physical. For though it all remains in a kind of seed memory, it does not ordinarily emerge. What was the divine element in the magnanimity of the warrior, that which expressed itself in his loyalty, nobility, high courage? What was the divine element behind the harmonious mentality and generous vitality of the poet, and expressed itself in them, that remains and in a new harmony of character may find a new expression, or, if the life is turned towards the divine, be taken up as powers for the realization or for the work that has to be done for the divine? What survives and what does not? Nothing in the nature is carried over in the next incarnation, except the essence of the past experiences and energies as much as is necessary for the new life. The rest is held in reserve, but things so held in reserve can be brought forward in a new form and under new conditions. If all is centered consciously around the psychic, then they, the mental and vital parts of the being, survive. Otherwise, they separate. The vital, for instance, survives for a time, then breaks up and dissolves into desires and fragmentary bits of vital personality. The mental is usually more lasting, but that too dissolves. It all depends on the person, how far he has developed his mind or vital or connected them with the psychic. If one has had a strong spiritual development, that makes it easier to retain the developed mental or vital after death. But it is not absolutely necessary that the person should have been a Bhakta or a Gnani. One like Shelley or like Plato, for instance, could be said to have a developed mental being centered round the psychic. Of the vital, the same can hardly be said. Napoleon had a strong vital, but not one organized round the psychic being. What you suggest, that certain forces from a past life or lives may stick to a person in the present life, is true. That is to say, when it is some past personality which or part of which is strongly carried over into the present life. It is, I believe, true that you were a revolutionary in a past life, or if not a revolutionary, engaged in a violent political action. I can't put a name or a precise form on it. But it was not only the sudden angers and violences, but probably also the desire to help, to reform, to purify, and other intensities and vehemences that came from there. When a personality is carried over like that, it is not only the undesirable sides that are carried over, but things that purified and chastened can be useful. There is no such thing as an insuperable difficulty from past lives. There are formations that help and formations that hamper. The latter have to be dismissed and dissolved, not to be allowed to repeat themselves. The mother told you that to explain the origin of this tendency and the necessity of getting rid of it, there was no hint of any insuperable difficulty, quite the contrary. For most people, when they die, the vital dissolves after a time, as it is not sufficiently formed to be immortal. The soul descending makes a new vital formation suitable for the new life. The physical always dissolves, and in each new life one gets a new physical formation. To preserve the same physical would mean physical immortality, not as they are. What remains and to what degree depends on the development in each case. Of course, the centers themselves remain, for they are in the subtle body, and it is from there that they act on the corresponding physical centers. No, the subconscient is an instrument for the physical life and disappears after death. It is too incoherent to be an organized, enduring existence. Lines of force and consciousness. What is exactly your theory? There is one thing, influences. Everybody undergoes influences, absorbs them or rejects, makes them disappear in one's own developed poetic style, or else keeps them as constituent strands. There is another thing, lines of force. In the universe, there are many lines of force on which various personalities or various achievements and formations spring up, e.g. the line Pericles, Caesar, Napoleon, or the line Alexander, Genghis, Tamerlane, Napoleon, meeting together there. So it may be too in poetry, lines of poetic force prolonging themselves from one poet to another, meeting and diverging. Yours seems to be a third, a demon or individual spirit of poetry, migrating from one individual to another, several perhaps meeting together in one poet who gives them all a combined, full expression. Is that it? If so, it is an interesting idea and arguable. But after all, it is a line of consciousness and not a personality that reincarnates. The personality is only for the one life, so it does not bind, though it may influence at certain points the present life. Beings of the higher planes. It is always possible for a being of the higher planes to take birth on Earth. In that case, they create a mind or vital for themselves, or else they join a mind, vital, and body which has already been prepared under their influence. There are indeed many ways, and not one only in which they can manifest here. As there are many personalities in a man in his various ordinary planes of consciousness, so also several beings can associate themselves with his consciousness as it develops afterwards, descending into his higher mind or other higher planes of being and connecting themselves with his personality. That is for the principle. But as for the particular information about a certain person, it is inaccurate. It has probably reference to the period when Mother was bringing down beings to aid in the work. Fragments of a dead person that reincarnate all human incarnations or births have naturally a psychic being. It is only other types like the vital beings that have not, and that is precisely the reason why they want to possess men and enjoy physical life without being themselves born here, for so they escape the psychic law of evolution and spiritual progress and change. But these formations, the vital fragments of a dead person, are different. They are things that do not leave the earth and do not possess, but simply attach themselves to some human rebirth, of course with a psychic in it. which has some affinity and therefore does not object to or resist their inclusion. The fragments of a dead person are not of the inner being who goes on his way to the psychic world, but of his vital sheath, which falls away after death. These can join for birth the vital of some other jiva who is being born, or they can be used by a vital being to enter a body in process of birth and partly possess it for the satisfaction of its propensities. The junction can also take place after birth. Connections from life to life. There is a vital connection generally. The psychic is comparatively rare. It is something in past lives usually that determines these connections in this one, but the connection in this life is seldom the same as that of the past which determined it. Lines of sex in rebirth. As far as I know, the births follow usually one line of sex or the other, and do not alternate. That, I think, is the Indian tradition also, though there are purposeful exceptions like Shikhandis. If there is a change of sex, it is only part of the being that associates itself with the change, not the central being. Not sex, exactly, is present in the psychic being, but what might be called the masculine and feminine principle. It is a difficult question, whether a man can be reborn as a woman or a woman as a man. There are certain lines the reincarnation follows, and so far as my experience goes and general experience goes, one follows usually a single line. But the alteration of sex cannot be declared impossible. There may be some who do alternate. The presence of feminine traits in a male does not necessarily indicate a past feminine birth. They may come in the general play of forces and their formations. There are besides qualities common to both sexes. Also, a fragment of the psychological personality may have been associated with a birth not one's own. One can say of a certain person of the past, "That was not myself, but a fragment of my psychological personality was present in him." Rebirth is a complex affair, and not so simple in its mechanism as in the popular idea. All the instances I have heard of in the popular accounts of rebirth are of man becoming man and woman becoming woman in the next life, except when they become animal. But even then, I think the male becomes a male animal, and the female a female animal. There are only stray cases quoted like Shikhandis in the Mahabharata for variations of sex. The theosophist conception is full of raw imagination, one theosophist even going so far as to say that if you are a man in this birth, you are obliged to be a woman in the next, and so on. Asuric births. Asurishu can't possibly mean animal. The Gita uses precise terms, and if it had meant animal, it would have said animal and not asuric. As for the punishment, it is that they, asuric men, go down in their nature to more depths of asurism till they touch bottom, as it were. But that is a natural result of their uncontrolled tendencies which they freely indulge without any effort to rise out of them, while by the cultivation of the higher side of personality, one naturally rises and develops towards Godhead or the divine. In the Gita, the divine is regarded as the controller of the whole cosmic action through nature, so the I caste is in harmony with its ideas. The world is a mechanism of nature, but a mechanism regulated by the presence of the divine. Animals and the process of rebirth. The soul in the animal evolves its manifestation to a point at which it can pass from the expression in animal to the expression in human consciousness. It is when the vital gets broken up, some strong movements of it, desires, greeds, may precipitate themselves into animal forms, e.g., sexual desire with the part of the vital consciousness under its control into a dog, or some habitual movement of excessive greed may carry part of the vital consciousness into a pig. The animals represent the vital consciousness with mind involved in the vital, so that it is naturally there that such things would gravitate for satisfaction. Mudayonishu or adhogachanti in the Gita does not necessarily refer to animal birth, but it is true that there has been a general belief of that kind, that a man may be born as an animal in his next birth, not only in India but wherever transmigration, or metempsychosis, was believed in. Shakespeare is referring to Pythagoras' belief in transmigration when he speaks of the passage of somebody's grandmother into an animal. But the soul, the psychic being, once having reached the human consciousness, cannot go back to the inferior animal consciousness any more than it can go back into a tree or an ephemeral insect. What is true is that some part of the vital energy or the formed instrumental consciousness or nature can, and very frequently does so, if it is strongly attached to anything in the earth life. This may account for some cases of immediate rebirth with full memory in human forms also. Ordinarily, it is only by yogic development or by clairvoyance that the exact memory of past lives can be brought back. Remembering past lives. Certainly, the subconscient is formed for this life only and is not carried with it by the soul from one life to another. The memory of past lives is not something that is active anywhere in the being, if by memory is meant the memory of details. That memory of details is quiescent and untraceable, except insofar as certain constituent personalities taken over from the past retain the memories of the particular life in which they were manifest. E.g., if some personality that was put forth by one in Venice or Rome remembers from time to time a detail or details of what happened then. But usually, it is only the essence of past lives that is activized in the being, not any particular memories. So it is impossible to say that the memory is located in a particular part of the consciousness or in a particular plane. These ideas of past lives are not experiences. They are mental formations trying to give a name and form to something that is true, but you must not attach any importance to the forms the mind gives it. The truth is that there was a connection in past lives, but the forms given by the mind are likely to be mistaken. It is not the ego, but the inner being that remembers the past lives, and the inner being as a rule is perfectly detached about them. The different and contrasting phases through which you pass are obviously due to the emergence of different personalities in you created by past lives. One is full of the zest of life and its ardor. The other has the nirvanic tendency and a certain incapacity for mastery over the physical existence. This is very self-evident, and the putting of a name or a frame to the past lives in which these personalities were formed could hardly add anything of importance. If you yourself remembered the essence of them, not the details, then it might be of some use for your own consciousness in determining the limits of each influence in you and its place. But that can also be done well enough even without that remembrance. Unimportance of past life experience in yoga. These things, events, etc., of past lives, are not known, usually unless they come in some concentrated state of vision of themselves. The mother nowadays seldom has these states because the whole concentration is on bringing down the supramental principle here. When that work is done, then these things may come. The mother only speaks to people about their past births when she sees definitely some scene or memory of their past in concentration. But this happens rarely nowadays. What is remembered mainly from past lives is the nature of the personality and the subtle results of the life experience. Names, events, physical details are remembered only under exceptional circumstances and are of a very minor importance. When people try to remember these outward things, they usually build up a number of romantic imaginations, which are not true. I think you should dismiss this idea about the past lives. If the memory of past personalities comes of itself, without a name or mere outward details, that is sometimes important as giving a clue to something in the present development, but to know the nature of that personality and its share in the present constitution of the character is quite enough. The rest is of little use. It is not, of course, indispensable to know about past lives. It is sometimes a matter of interest for knowing the lines of one's past development and how one has come to what one is now. But to overpass this outward development is, of course, the main aim of the yoga. We are not to be tied by our past lives. Too much importance must not be given to past lives. For the purpose of this yoga, one is what one is, and still more, what one will be. What one was has a minor importance. Speculating about past lives, it is not necessary to attach any entire belief to these ideas of past births. X's idea of Y's rebirth is evidently a mere idea, nothing else. When there is any truth in these things, it is most often a perception that some force once represented in a certain person has also some part in one's own nature. Not that the same personality is here. Of course, there is rebirth, but to establish that one is such a one reborn, a deeper experience is necessary, not a mere mental intuition, which may easily be an error. Ideas of this kind about Vivekananda and Ramakrishna are ideas of the mind to which the vital strongly attaches itself. The truth of the past lives cannot be discovered in that way. These mental ideas are not true. You must wait for direct knowledge in a liberated nature before you can know who in past lives you were. It is better not to think of past lives just now. The mind and vital would probably become active and weave things that are not true. Seriously, these historical identifications are a perilous game and open 100 doors to the play of imagination. Some may, in the nature of things, must be true, but once people begin, they don't know where to stop. What is important is the lines, rather than the lives, the incarnation of forces that explain what one now is. And as for particular lives, or rather personalities, those alone matter, which are very definite in one, and have powerfully contributed to what one is developing now. But it is not always possible to put a name upon these, for not 100,000th part of what has been has still a name preserved by human time. Traditional Indian ideas about rebirth and other worlds. The general divine will in the universe is for the progressive manifestation in the universe, but that is the general will. It admits the withdrawal of individual souls who are not ready to persevere in the world. The escape from birth was a universal ideal at that time, the time of the Gita, except with 1 or 2 sects of the Shaivas, I believe. It is not at all consistent with the divine taking many births, for the Gita speaks of the highest condition not as a laya, but as a dwelling in the divine. If so, there seems to be no reason why the mukta and siddha, who has reached that dwelling in the consciousness of the divine, should fear rebirth and its troubles any more than the divine does. The Pitrayan is supposed to lead to inferior worlds attained by the fathers, who still belong to the evolution in the ignorance. By the Devayan, one gets beyond the ignorance into the light. The difficulty about the Pitris is that in the Puranas, they are taken as the ancestors to whom the tarpan is given. It is an old ancestor worship, such as still exists in Japan, but in the Veda, they seem to be the fathers who have gone before and discovered the supraphysical worlds. European resistance to the idea of reincarnation. But that, the idea of reincarnation, is just what is disputed by the Western scientific mind, or was up till yesterday, and is still considered as unverifiable today. It is contended that the idea of self is an illusion, apart from the body. It is the experiences of the body that create the idea of a self, and the desire to live prolongs itself illusorily in the notion that the self outlasts the body. The West is accustomed besides to the Christian idea that the self is created with the body, an idea which the Christians took over from the Jews who believed in God but not in immortality. So the Western mind is dead set against any idea of reincarnation. Even the religious used to believe that the soul was born in the body, God first making the body, then breathing the soul into it. Prana? It is difficult for Europeans to get over this past mental inheritance. Section 4. Occult Knowledge and Powers. Chapter 1. Occult Knowledge. Occultism and the Supraphysical. Occultism, the knowledge and right use of the hidden forces of nature. What did he himself, Ramakrishna, say about it? That it was the sins of his disciples which constituted the cancer. There is a physical aspect to things, and there is an occult, supraphysical aspect. One need not get in the way of the other. All physical things are the expression of the supraphysical. The existence of a body with physical instruments and processes does not, as the 19th century wrongly imagined, disprove the existence of a soul which uses the body even if it is also conditioned by it. Laws of nature do not disprove the existence of God. The fact of a material world to which our instruments are accorded does not disprove the existence of less material worlds which certain subtler instruments can show to us. Occult forces. Occult forces. The forces that can only be known by going behind the veil of apparent phenomena, especially the forces of the subtle physical and supraphysical planes. Nature forces are conscious forces. They can very well combine all that is necessary for an action or a purpose, and when one means fails, take another. They, general forces and impulses in the atmosphere, are able to act with a greater force if they can make a special formation than by a general psychological action common to all human nature. The forces are conscious. There are besides individualized beings who represent the forces or use them. The wall between consciousness and force, impersonality and personality becomes much thinner when one goes behind the veil of matter. If one looks at a working from the side of impersonal force, one sees a force or energy at work, acting for a purpose or with a result. If one looks from the side of being, one sees a being possessing, guiding and using, or else representative of and used by a conscious force as its instrument of specialized action and expression. You speak of the wave, but in modern science, it has been found that if you look at the movement of energy, it appears on one side to be a wave and act as a wave, on the other as a mass of particles, and to act as a mass of particles, each acting in its own way. It is somewhat the same principle here. The experience you had of something going out from the head like an arrow probably indicates something going out of the mental consciousness towards some aim or object. Sometimes it is a part of the mind consciousness itself that goes like that, either upward to a higher plane or somewhere in the world around, and afterwards returns. Sometimes it is a thought force or a will force. Forces are always going out from us without our knowing it even, and often they have some effect there. If we think of a person or a place and things happening there, something can go out like that to that person or place. If we have a will or strong mental desire that something should happen, a will force may go out and try to make that happen. But also forces can go out from the inner mind without any conscious cause on the surface. The play of forces. My experience shows me that human beings are less deliberate and responsible for their acts than the moralists, novelists, and dramatists make them, and I look rather to see what forces drove them than what the man himself may have seemed by inference to have intended or purposed. Our inferences are often wrong, and even when they are right, touch only the surface of the matter. All life is the play of universal forces. The individual gives a personal form to these universal forces, but he can choose whether he shall respond or not to the action of a particular force. Only most people do not really choose. They undergo the play of the forces. Your illnesses, depressions, etc. are the repeated play of such forces. It is only when one can make oneself free of them that one can be the true person and have a true life. But one can be free only by living in the divine. Predestination and chance are words that obscure the truth by their extreme rigidity of definition. All is done through a play of forces, which seems to be a play of different possibles, but there is something that looks and selects and uses without being either blindly arbitrary, predestination, or capriciously decisive, chance. There is no question of responsibility. The something does not act arbitrarily, paying no heed to the play of forces or the man's nature. Selects does not mean selects at random. If a man puts himself on the side of or into the hands of the hostile influences and says, "This way I will go and no other. I want my ego, my greatness, my field of power and action? Has not the something the right to say, I agree, go and find it, if you can? On the other hand, if the balance of forces is otherwise, less on one side, the selection may be the other way, the saving element being present, and determine another orientation. But to understand the working of this cosmic something, one must see not only the few outward factors observed by the human eye, but the whole working with all its multitudinous details, that one cannot do unless one is oneself in the cosmic consciousness and with some opening at least to the overmind. There is no such thing as free will, but there is the power of the Purusha to say yes or no to any particular pressure of Prakriti, and there is the power of the mind, vital, etc., to echo feebly or strongly the Purusha's yes or no, or to resist it. A constant, not a momentary yes or no, has its effect in the play of the forces and the selection by the something. No, of course not. Helpful synchronicities are not just accidents, but they seem so to all who live in the outward vision only. Coincidence, the scientists do them call, but anyone with some intelligence and power of observation, who lives more in an inward consciousness, can see the play of invisible forces at every step which act on men and bring about events, without their knowing about the instrumentation. The difference created by yoga or by an inner consciousness, for there are people like Socrates who develop or have some inner awareness without yoga, is that one becomes conscious of these invisible forces and can also consciously profit by them or use and direct them. That is all. I have not said in the preceding letter that everything is rigidly predetermined. Play of forces does not mean that. What I said was that behind visible events in the world, there is always a mass of invisible forces at work, unknown to the outward minds of men, and by yoga, by going inward and establishing a conscious connection with the cosmic self and forces, one can become conscious of these forces, intervene consciously in the play, to some extent at least determine things in the result of the play. All that has nothing to do with predetermination. On the contrary, one watches how things develop and gives a push here and a push there when possible or when needed. There is nothing in all that to contradict the dictum of the great scientist Sir C.V. Raman. Raman said once that all these scientific discoveries are only games of chance. Only when he says these things are games of chance, he is merely saying that human beings don't know how it works out. It is not a rigid predetermination, but it is not a blind, inconscient chance either. It is a play in which there is a working out of possibilities in time. What X said is true. The play of the forces is very complex, and one has to be conscious of them, and as it were, see and watch how they work, before one can really understand why things happen as they do. All action is surrounded by a complexity of forces, and if one puts a force for one of them to succeed, one must be careful to do it thoroughly and maintain it, and not leave doors open for the other contrary ones to find their way in. I left at least 2 doors open, and the forces that wanted him, a sadhak here, pushed in through them. As for what they were, it can only be said that it was probably a mixture. Each man is himself a field of many forces. Some were working for his sadhana, some were working for his ego and desires. There are besides powers which seek to make a man an instrument for purposes not his own, without his knowing it. All of these may combine to bring about a particular result. These forces work each for the fulfillment of its own drive. They need not be at all what we call hostile forces. They are simply forces of nature. It is not a fact, however, that hostile forces cannot bring a man here. E.g., when Y came back and wanted to enter the ashram, there was clearly a hostile force working that wanted to create trouble, but it was not strong enough to do it. X's new consciousness makes him feel more strongly the opposite forces that one contacts when one moves in the world and has to do affairs and meet with others, and he is afraid of a response in his vital, which will upset his sadhana or create difficulties. Evidently, he is a man who is psychically sensitive, or has become so to that thing which you blindly refuse to recognize even when you are in the midst of it, the play of forces. You can feel your friend's atmosphere through the letter, so beautiful, so strengthening, so refreshing, and it has an immediate effect on you. But your mind stares like an owl and wonders, what the hell can this be? I suppose, because your medical books never told you about it, and how can things be true which are not known either to the ordinary mind or science? It is by an incursion of an opposite kind of forces that you fall into the old man's clutches, but you can only groan and cry, "What's this?" And when they are swept aside in a moment by other forces, blink and mutter, "Well, that's funny." Your friend can feel and know at once when he is being threatened by the opposite forces, and so he can be on his guard and resist old Nick because he can detect at once one of his principal means of attack. It is this play of forces that is trying to bring about your removal to Vol.1, and if it succeeds, you have not to be troubled or shaken or disappointed, but to accept and make use of all that happens for your sadhana and progress. For the play of cosmic forces, the will in the cosmos, as one might say, does not always work apparently in favor of a smooth and direct line for the work, or the sadhana. It often brings in what seem to be upheavals, sudden turns which break or deflect the line, opposing or upsetting circumstances or perplexing departures from what had been temporarily settled and established. The one thing is to preserve equanimity and make an opportunity and means of progress out of all that happens in the course of the life and the sadhana. There is a higher secret will transcendent behind the play and will of the cosmic forces, a play which is always a mixture of things favorable and things adverse, and it is that will which one must wait upon and have faith in. But you must not expect to be able always to understand its workings. The mind wants this or that to be done, the line once taken to be maintained, but what the mind wants is not at all always what is intended in a larger purpose. One has to follow indeed a fixed central aim in the sadhana and not deviate from it, but not to build on outward circumstances, conditions, etc., as if they were fundamental things. One can not only receive a force, but an impulse, thought, or sensation. One may receive it from others, from beings in nature or from nature herself if she chooses to give her force a ready-made form of that kind. The force created is not yours, it is Prakriti's. Your will sets it in motion, it does not really create it. But once set in motion, it tends to fulfill itself so far as the play of other forces will allow it. So, naturally, if you want to stop it, you have to set a contrary force in motion which will be strong enough to prevail against its momentum. There is one cosmic force working in all, and a vibration of that force or any one of its movements can awake, it does not always, the same vibration in another. The play of forces can lead to nothing if the one force does not take them up and change them. The place of occult knowledge in yoga. To know and use the subtle forces of the supraphysical planes is part of the yoga. You take a very utilitarian view of spiritual things. Whatever develops in the sadhana, provided it is genuine, has its place in the total experience and knowledge. A knowledge of the occult worlds and occult forces and phenomena has its place also. Visions and voices are only a small part of that vast realm of occult experience. As for utility, for one who has intelligence and discrimination, visions, etc., have many uses, but very little use for those who have no discrimination or understanding. Because a great number of people don't know how to use these occult faculties, or misuse them, or give them excessive value, or nourish their ego by them, does it follow that the faculties themselves have no yogic use or value? Even by itself, the development of the occult faculties is a progress in the development of the consciousness, though it may not carry with it any spiritualization of the nature. I do not know what you mean by practical sadhana. If one develops the occult faculty and the occult experience and knowledge, these things can be of great use, therefore practical. In themselves, they are a proof of opening of the inner consciousness and also help to open it farther, though they are not indispensable for that. He, Ramana Maharshi, discouraged his disciples from having any occult dealings because his aim was the realization of the inner self and the intuition, in other words, the fullness of the spiritual mind. Visions and voices belong to the inner occult sense, therefore he did not want them to lay stress on it. I also discourage some from having any dealing with visions and voices because I see that they are being misled or in danger of being misled by false visions and false voices. That does not mean that visions and voices have no value. People who have the occult faculty always tend to give too large a place to it. Spiritism. About Spiritism. I think I can say this much for the present. It is quite possible for the dead, or rather the departed, for they are not dead, who are still in regions near the earth to have communication with the living. Sometimes it happens automatically, sometimes by an effort at communication on one side of the curtain or the other. There is no impossibility of such communication by the means used by the Spiritists. Usually, however, genuine communications or a contact can only be with those who are yet in a world which is a sort of idealized replica of the earth consciousness in which the same personality, ideas, memories persist that the person had here. But all that pretends to be communication with departed souls is not genuine, especially when it is done through a paid professional medium. There is there an enormous amount of mixture of a very undesirable kind. For apart from the great mass of unconscious suggestions from the sitters or the contributions of the medium's subliminal consciousness, one gets into contact with a world of beings which is of a very deceptive or self-deceptive illusory nature. Many of these come and claim to be the departed souls of relatives, acquaintances, well-known men, famous personalities, etc. There are also beings who pick up the discarded feelings and memories of the dead and masquerade with them. There are a great number of beings who come to such seances only to play with the consciousness of men, or exercise their powers through this contact with the earth, and who dupe the mediums and sitters with their falsehoods, tricks, and illusions. I am supposing, of course, the case of mediums who are not themselves tricksters. A contact with such a plane of spirits can be harmful. Most mediums become nervously or morally unbalanced, and spiritually dangerous. Of course, all pretended communications with the famous dead of long past times are in their very nature deceptive, and most of those with the recent ones also. That is evident from the character of these communications. Through conscientious mediums one may get sound results in the matter of the dead, but even these are very ignorant of the nature of the forces they are handling, and have no discrimination which can guard them against trickery from the other side of the veil. Very little genuine knowledge of the nature of the afterlife can be gathered from these seances. A true knowledge is more often gained by the experience of individuals who make serious contact, or are able in one way or another to cross the border. They, mediums and clairvoyants, are most of them in contact with the vital physical or subtle physical worlds, and do not receive anything higher at all. Not much confidence can be placed in all that communications from spirit guides on other planes. If examined closely, it will be seen that these spirit guides only suggest to their subjects what is in the mind of the sitter or sitters or in the air, and it comes to very little. Influences from the other worlds there are, of course, and any number of them, but the central guidance is not of this kind, except in very rare cases. Seances. Automatic writings and spiritualistic seances are a very mixed affair. Part comes from the subconscious mind of the medium, and part from that of the sitters, but it is not true that all can be accounted for by a dramatizing imagination and memory. Sometimes there are things none present could know or remember, sometimes even, though that is rare, glimpses of the future. But usually these seances, etc., put one into rapport with a very low world of vital beings and forces, themselves obscure, incoherent, or tricky, and it is dangerous to associate with them or to undergo any influence. Uspensky and others must have gone through these experiments with too mathematical a mind, which was no doubt their safeguard, but prevented them from coming to anything more than a surface intellectual view of their significance. The psychic does not give up the mental and other sheaths, apart from the physical, immediately at death. It is said that it takes 3 years on the whole to get clear away from the zone of communicability with the earth, though there may be cases of slower or quicker passage. The psychic world does not communicate with earth, at any rate not in that way. And the ghost or spirit who turns up at seances is not the psychic being. What comes through the medium is a mixture of the medium's subconscient mind, using subconscient in the ordinary, not in the yogic sense, that of the siddhis, vital sheaths left by the departed, or perhaps occupied or used by some spirit, i.e., some vital being, the departed himself in his vital sheath, or else something assumed for the occasion, but it is the vital part that communicates. Elementals, spirits of the lowest vital physical world near earth, etc., etc. A horrible confusion for the most part. A hodgepodge of all sorts of things coming through a medium of astral gray light and shadow. Many communicants seem to be people who have just gone across into some subtle world where they feel surrounded by an improved edition of the earthly life and think that is the real and definitive other world after Earth. But it is a mere optimistic prolongation of the ideas and images and associations of the human plane. Hence the next world, as depicted by the spiritualist guides and other seance communicants. Ghosts. What do you mean by a ghost? The word ghost, as used in popular parlance, covers an enormous number of distinct phenomena which have no necessary connection with each other, to name a few only. 1. An actual contact with the soul of a departed human being housed in its subtle body and transcribed to our mind by the appearance of an image or the hearing of a voice. 2. A mental formation stamped by the thoughts and feelings of a departed human being on the atmosphere of a place or locality, wandering about there or repeating itself, till that formation either exhausts itself or is dissolved by one means or another. This is the explanation of such phenomena as the haunted house in which the scenes attending or surrounding or preceding a murder are repeated over and over again, and many similar phenomena. 3. A being of the lower vital planes who has assumed the discarded vital sheath of a departed human being or a fragment of his vital personality and appears and acts in the form and perhaps with the surface thoughts and memories of that person. 4. A being of the lower vital plane who, by the medium of a living human being or by some other means or agency, is able to materialize itself sufficiently so as to appear and act in a visible form or speak with an audible voice or, without so appearing, to move about material things, e.g. furniture, or to materialize objects or to shift them from place to place. This accounts for what are called poltergeists, phenomena of stone throwing, tree inhabiting Bhutas, and other well-known phenomena. 5. Apparitions, which are the formations of one's own mind, but take to the senses an objective appearance. 6. Temporary possession of people by vital beings who sometimes pretend to be departed relatives, etc. 7. Thought images of themselves projected, often by people at the moment of death, which appear at that time, or a few hours afterwards, to their friends or relatives. You will see that in only one of these cases, the first, can a soul be posited, and there no difficulty arises. Chapter 2. Occult Powers or Siddhis. General remarks. The Siddhis, as obtained in the ordinary yoga, are vital powers or, as in the Raja Yoga, mental Siddhis. Usually they are uncertain in their application and precarious depending on the maintenance of the process by which they were attained. It is certainly possible to have consciousness of things going on at a distance and to intervene. The idea that true yogins do not or ought not to use such powers I regard as an ascetic superstition. I believe that all yogins who have these powers do use them whenever they find that they are called on from within to do so. They may refrain if they think the use in a particular case is contrary to the divine will, or see that preventing one evil may be opening the door to worse, or for any other valid reason, or simply because it is outside the scope of their action, but not from any general prohibitory rule. What is forbidden to anyone with a strong spiritual sense is to be a miracle monger, performing extraordinary things for show, for gain, for fame, out of vanity or pride. It is forbidden to use powers from mere vital motives, to make an Asuric ostentation of them, or to turn them into a support for arrogance, conceit, ambition, or any other of the amiable weaknesses to which human nature is prone. It is because half-baked yogins so often fall into these traps of the hostile forces that the use of yogic powers is sometimes discouraged as harmful to the user. But it is mostly people who live much in the vital that so fall. With a strong and free and calm mind and a psychic awake and alive, such pettinesses are not likely to occur. As for those who can live in the true divine consciousness, certain powers are not powers at all in that sense, not, that is to say, supernatural or abnormal, but rather their normal way of seeing and acting, part of the consciousness. And how can they be forbidden or refuse to act according to their consciousness and its nature? I suppose I have had myself an even more completely European education than you, and I have had, too, my period of agnostic denial, but from the moment I looked at these things, I could never take the attitude of doubt and disbelief which was for so long fashionable in Europe. Abnormal, otherwise supraphysical experiences and powers, occult or yogic, have always seemed to me something perfectly natural and credible. Consciousness in its very nature could not be limited by the ordinary physical human-animal consciousness. It must have other ranges. Yogic or occult powers are no more supernatural or incredible than is supernatural or incredible the power to write a great poem or compose great music. Few people can do it, as things are, not even 1 in a million, for poetry and music come from the inner being, and to write, or to compose true and great things, one has to have the passage clear between the outer mind and something in the inner being. That is why you got the poetic power as soon as you began yoga. Yoga force made the passage clear. It is the same with yogic consciousness and its powers. The thing is to get the passage clear, for they are already there within you. Of course, the first thing is to believe, aspire, and, with the true urge within, make the endeavor. It is not possible to put any credence in the stories about this Swami and Mahabhutan. It is possible that he has practiced some kind of tantric yoga and obtained a few occult powers, but in all that you have said about him, and in the printed papers, there is no trace of any spiritual realization or experience. All that he seems to think about is occult powers and feats of thaumaturgy. Those who take their stand on occult powers divorced from spiritual experience are not yogis of a high plane of achievement. There are yogis who behave as if they had no control over themselves. The theory is that they separate the spirit from the nature and live in the inner realization, leaving the nature to a disordered action like a child, madman, pisacha, or inert object. There are others who deliberately use rough or violent speech to keep people at a distance or to test them. But the outbreak of rage of this Swami, which you recount, seems to have been simply an outburst of fury due to offended egoism. His judgment about Ramana Maharshi is absurd in the extreme. As to his asking for the nail, hair, etc., and his presenting of clothes or jumper, it was probably to establish a physical means of establishing an occult influence on you and your wife, possibly by some tantric or magic kriya. In Tibet, such magic processes are well known and in common use. There are many yogins of the Vedantic school who follow both Siddhis and the final emancipation. They would say, I suppose, that they take the Siddhis on the way to nirvana. The harmonization is in the supermind, the divine truth at once static and dynamic, a withdrawal and extinction of the ignorance, a recreation in the divine knowledge. I am unable to see why you should give up yoga. because you cannot believe in the action of occult laws and forces or in Siddhis. The object of yoga is realization of the divine. These other things are side matters which need be no part of spiritual experience, nor is belief in them necessary for realization. Everyone has the right of private judgment in these matters, so you need not worry. Occult powers, not the object of our yoga. Yes, the object of our yoga is to establish direct contact with the divine above and bring down the divine consciousness from above into all the centers. Occult powers belonging to the mental, vital, and subtle physical planes are not our object. One can have contact with various divine forms and personalities on the way, but there is no need to establish them in the centers, though sometimes that happens automatically, as with the 4 personalities of the Mother, for a time in the course of the sadhana. But it is not a rule to do so. Our yoga is meant to be plastic and to allow all necessary workings of the divine power according to the nature, but these in the details may vary with each individual. All these experiments of yours are founded upon the vital nature and the mind in connection with it. Working on this foundation, there is no security against falsehood and fundamental error. No amount of powers, small or great, developing, can be a surety against wandering from the truth. And, if you allow pride and arrogance and ostentation of power to creep in and hold you, you will surely fall into error and into the power of Rajasic Maya and Avidya. Our object is not to get powers, but to ascend towards the divine truth consciousness and bring its truth down into the lower members. With the truth, all the necessary powers will come, not as one's own, but as the divine's. The contact with the truth cannot grow through Rajasic mental and vital self-assertion, but only through psychic purity and surrender. An activity on the astral plane in contact with the astral forces attended by a leaving of the body is not a spiritual aim but belongs to the province of occultism. It is not a part of the aim of yoga. Also, fasting is not permissible in the ashram, as its practice is more often harmful than helpful to the spiritual endeavor. This aim suggested to you seems to be part of a seeking for occult powers. Such a seeking is looked on with disfavor for the most part by spiritual teachers in India, because it belongs to the inferior planes and usually pushes the seeker on a path which may lead him very far from the divine. Especially, a contact with the forces and beings of the astral, or, as we term it, the vital plane, is attended with great dangers. The beings of this plane are often hostile to the true aim of spiritual life and establish contact with the seeker, and offer him powers and occult experiences only in order that they may lead him away from the spiritual path, or else that they may establish their own control over him, or take possession of him for their own purpose. Often, representing themselves as divine powers, they mislead, give erring suggestions and impulsions, and pervert the inner life. Many are those who, attracted by these powers and beings of the vital plane, have ended in a definitive spiritual fall or in mental and physical perversion and disorder. One comes inevitably into contact with the vital plane and enters into it in the expansion of consciousness, which results from an inner opening. But one ought never to put oneself into the hands of these beings and forces, or allow oneself to be led by their suggestions and impulsions. This is one of the chief dangers of the spiritual life, and to be on one's guard against it is a necessity for the seeker if he wishes to arrive at his goal. It is true that many superphysical or supernormal powers come with the expansion of the consciousness in yoga, to rise out of the body consciousness, to act by subtle means on the superphysical planes, etc., are natural activities for the yogi. But these powers are not sought after, they come naturally, and they have not the astral character. Also, they have to be used on purely spiritual lines, that is by the divine will and the divine force, as an instrument, but never as an instrumentation of the forces and beings of the vital plane. To seek their aid for such powers is a great error. Prolonged fasting may lead to an excitation of the nervous being, which often brings vivid imaginations and hallucinations that are taken for true experiences. Such fasting is frequently suggested by the vital entities because it puts the consciousness into an unbalanced state which favors their designs. It is therefore discouraged here. The rule to be followed is that laid down by the Gita, which says that yoga is not for one who eats too much or who does not eat, a moderate use of food sufficient for the maintenance and health and strength of the body. There is no brotherhood of the kind you describe in India. There are yogis who seek to acquire and practice occult powers, but it is as individuals learning from an individual master. Occult associations, lodges, brotherhoods, for such a purpose as described by European occultists, are not known in Asia. As regards secrecy, a certain discretion or silence about the instructions of the guru and one's own experiences is always advisable, but an absolute secrecy or making a mystery of these things is not. Once a guru is chosen, nothing must be concealed from him. The suggestion of absolute secrecy is often a trick of the astral powers to prevent the seeking for enlightenment and succor. Ordinarily, all the more inward and all the abnormal psychological experiences are called psychic. I use the word psychic for the soul as distinguished from the mind and vital. All movements and experiences of the soul would in that sense be called psychic, those which rise from or directly touch the psychic being. Where mind and vital predominate, the experience would be called psychological, surface, or occult. Spiritual has nothing to do with the absolute, except that the experience of the absolute is spiritual. All contacts with self, the higher consciousness, the divine above, are spiritual. There are others that could not be so sharply classified and set off against each other. The spiritual realization is of primary importance and indispensable. I would consider it best to have the spiritual and psychic development first, and have it with the same fullness before entering the occult regions. Those who enter the latter first may find their spiritual realization much delayed. Others fall into the mazy traps of the occult and do not come out in this life. Some, no doubt, can carry on both together, the occult and the spiritual, and make them help each other. But the process I suggest is the safer. The governing factors for us must be the spirit and the psychic being united with the divine. The occult laws and phenomena have to be known, but only as an instrumentation, not as the governing principles. The occult is a vast field and complicated, and not without its dangers. It need not be abandoned, but it should not be given the first place. You need not think about the occult power. Let the mother's consciousness grow in you, and her force work. Occult powers are not indispensable, but if they are needed, they will come in their proper time. A sincere heart is worth all the extraordinary powers in the world. Ethical rules for the use of occult powers. There are a number of rules really of an ethical, not a spiritual nature, which are necessary for the very safety of the society itself. Those, for instance, against an egoistic use of occult secrets, for if that were disregarded, there would be inevitably a clash with other formations on the same plane and consequent disaster. Thought reception and thought reading. About X's faculty of receiving the thoughts of others. If this had been of the nature of thought reading, that is to say, looking at the minds of others and seeing what is there, the remedy would have been simple. Refusal to look would be enough, and even the faculty might disappear by atrophy through long discontinuance. But if the thoughts of others come to her of themselves, it may be the psychic opening in her inner mind which it would be difficult to get rid of. If she could remain indifferent or push away these unwelcome visitors behind her and not think of them again, that would be one remedy. It might even be discouraged from coming after a time by this lack of reception. As for why it comes, it is not something that comes but something that is there, a faculty or a psychic habit of the nature. I use the word psychic in the popular sense. It has nothing to do with what I call the psychic being. If she practices yoga and is able to make some considerable progress, then it would be possible for her to bar the door to these visitors. At the same time, I might say that this power need not be a mere source of trouble. It can be helpful even, for it can give one who has acquired mastery over his own nature the knowledge of the thoughts and feelings around her, and she can then help, guide, change what has to be changed in their minds so that they can become more effective for the divine work. I shall await what further you have to tell me about X's experiences before saying anything further about her entry into the field of yoga. Occult powers and health. Your generalization cannot stand because it is contradicted by other numerous instances which go to prove the opposite. In my own experience, I have found that those who possessed well-developed and well-organized psychic and occult powers were healthy and well-poised. Indeed, they said that in ill health or physical weakness, they could do nothing. It impaired their power. These certainly had no lack or deficiency of the red aura. The woman you speak of was evidently under a vital influence. A vital influence always acts by disorganizing the system and by disturbing the mental, vital, or physical balance. But such cases of phenomena in the vital mind due to a possession or influence have no relation to the true mastery of psychic or occult powers, clairvoyance, clairaudience, etc. Visions and experiences need not at all depend upon physical weakness or a pathological taint. It is not safe to judge from individual cases. The majority of those who have developed the faculty do not suffer from these defects. Those, on the other hand, who cannot keep their psychic experiences when in a robust state of health, lose them, because then they get into a very external consciousness and feel at ease in it. But the true psychic does not depend for his experiences on disease. The power of healing. I don't know whether I can throw any positive light on X's mystic experiences. The description, at any rate the latter part, is not very easy to follow, as it is very elusive in its expressions and not always precise enough to be clear. The first part of the experience indicates a native power of healing of whose action she herself does not know the process. It seems from her account to come from something in herself, which should be, from the terms she uses, a larger and higher and brighter and more powerful consciousness, with which she is in occasional communion, but in which she does not constantly live. On the other hand, another sentence seems to point to a Godhead, or divine presence, and it would then be not so much within as above. The language later on would seem to indicate such a presence giving commands to her to guide others so that they might grow in consciousness. But she distinctly speaks of it as a greater me, standing behind a blue diamond force. We must fall back then on the idea of a greater consciousness very high up with a feeling of divinity, a sense of considerable light and spiritual authority, perhaps in one of those higher spiritual mental planes of which I speak in The Life Divine and The Letters. The diamond light could well be native to these planes. It is usually white, but there it might well be blue. It is a light that dispels or drives away all impure things, especially a demoniac possession or the influence of some evil force. Evidently, the use of a power like this should be carefully guarded from the intrusion of any wrong element, such as personal love of power, but that need not cause any apprehension, as a keen inlook into oneself would be sufficient to reject it or keep it aloof. I think that is all I can say upon the data given in her letter.